Chapter 001. Planet Vegeta, originally named Planet Plant, was inhabited by peace-loving plant, and was later invaded by the Scions, renamed Planet Vegeta, and eventually destroyed by Frieza. Recalling the introduction of Planet Vegeta in the anime Dragon Ball of the island country in the previous life, and then looking at the Scions with tails passing by around him, Suyi's face flashed a wry smile. Crossed, he traveled into the world of anime Dragon Ball. He has seen the anime Dragon Ball, and he has watched little Goku grow up step by step. There is no denying that he does like the anime Dragon Ball. However, liking does not mean that he really wants to come to this world. The initial stage of combat effectiveness is fine, and from the beginning of the middle period, all kinds of combat power collapse, which is simply not too terrifying. Glancing at the tail dangling behind him, Suya sighed. Although he is also a scion, but he's not the protagonist. Just an obscure inferior fighter, with only 10 points of combat effectiveness. This level of strength may still be a small master on Earth, but on planet Vegeta it is completely a weak scum. Walking towards his residence with thousands of worries, the inferior warrior has the dwelling area of the inferior warrior, so on the way back he did not see any powerful figures. Ding! Daily login package system binding. Bind 10%, bind 30%, bind 70%. When Suya entered his room, which was only a few square meters, a sweet and beautiful voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Daily login to the package system. Gold finger. Groove. The gold finger of the protagonist in the novel of a past life. Suya was stunned at first, and then his face showed ecstasy. He couldn't imagine that he actually had a golden finger. System, what is the daily login package system? Suya hurriedly locked the door, then came to the bed and sat down, and opened his mouth to ask. Just the host can communicate with me. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system continued to sound. Daily login gift package system. As the name suggests, the system will randomly send a gift pack every day, and the package level is divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, king. Hearing the level of this gift package, Suya deducted a wave of 666 in his heart. Nima, it seems that the creator of this system is still a loyal player of LOL in the previous life. Can I get the login package today? Suya didn't think much about it, and hurriedly communicated with the system with his thoughts. Yes, my lord. Hurry up and give it to me. Suyi's heart was fiery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a bronze level login pack. As the sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded, Suya saw that a backpack lattice from some games in his previous life appeared in front of him. In the first compartment lies a yellow package, which is the bronze level login package. Open. Suya looked at the yellow-colored login package for only 2 seconds, and then opened the package directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the bronze level boarding package and obtaining the following items: Super Immortal Bean X50, Cleansing Pulse Pill X1, Celia's Battle Maid X1. Super Fairy Beans? Cleansing the pill? And what kind of battle maid of Celia? Suya can't tell what his mood is at the moment, this Nima. These things are too low from the point of view of feeling. In the first compartment of the system space package lies Super Immortal Bean X50, in the second compartment lies Cleansing Pulse Dan X1, and in the third compartment lies Celia's Battle Maid X1. Sighing, Suya glanced at the introduction of these 3 things. Super Immortal Bean, as long as you eat 1 grain, you can quickly recover from your injuries, and any disease will be eliminated in an instant. Cleansing the Vein Pill, improve physical fitness and deepen bloodline ability. Celia's Battle Maid, a fighting maid with 1 million combat power. One-time consumables. 10 million, 1 million, 1 million? Looking at the long list of zeros behind that, Suya counted. A million combat power. Groove. Don't be too bullish. Even if this combat power made is just a one-time consumable item, it is also a very heavenly existence. This bronze level gift bag is probably too fierce. Suya was shocked, really shocked. At this stage, the planet Vegeta has not been destroyed, which means that the plot of Dragon Ball has not been completely unfolded, and the person with the strongest combat power on the highest surface should be the first form of Frieza, with a combat power of 530,000. And this Celia's battle mate is directly almost twice as much as Frieza's. What a horror! Ask for flowers to evaluate the monthly ticket during the new book period, and the book is saved for 150,000 yuan, so don't worry about being a eunuch. Chapter 002. You know, this is a bronze level package. How perverted would it be if you randomly got a gift pack of silver, gold, platinum, or even above? Unthinkable. Even if he imagined, he couldn't imagine it. The anti-heaven nature of this thing limits his imagination. Lord Host, the higher the level of the package, the lower the probability of randomness. Today's bronze level package is your first time and has invisibly raised a notch. So, you can think of it as one of the top of the gold pack. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded in Suyi's mind, making him stunned for a while. However, even if this is a gold level package, it is very good. In short, with this daily login gift system, I have unlimited plasticity and growth. A burst of heroism rose in Suyi's heart, and he believed that he would definitely grow into the most powerful figure in this Dragon Ball world. Behind, there is no one. System, how to take this cleansing pill? Suya asked. The host master can take it directly from the system space. The system genie replied. Good. Suya wasted no more time and directly took out the essence cleansing pill from the system space. A brown pill with a golden glow appeared in his hand, and Suyi's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. This thing is the first step in his rise in the Dragon Ball world. Raising his head and opening his mouth, Suya took it directly. Lord Host, sit on the bed and wait for the effect of the pill to take effect. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded in his head. Good. Suya nodded, manipulated the tail behind his butt to wrap around his waist, retreated to the bed and sat down with his eyes closed and crossed knees. A minute passed without any feeling. 2 minutes passed without any feeling. 3 minutes passed, and I still didn't feel anything. In the 5th minute, Suya frowned, just about to speak. At this time, a feeling of heat suddenly rose in the body. Hot. So hot. My God, my body is about to explode. Ugh. Suya finally had a feeling, but it was so uncomfortable. Lord Host, please go through this painful period, this is the effect of the pill is exerting power. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf slightly relieved Suyi's pain at the moment, and although his face was distorted, he could feel that his power was rising rapidly. Cool. 5 minutes later, the pain of the first stage passed, and Suya let out an extremely comfortable roar. System, how much combat power do I have now? Suya opened his eyes. He knew that the medicinal effect of the cleansing pulse pill had not yet passed, but he already knew that he had made some substantial changes, so now he was eager to know how much his combat power was. Diddy. The host's combat effectiveness is being tested, please be patient. Back to the host, the current first stage medicinal effect has transformed your physique up 10 notches. The combat power currently possessed is 100. Only 100. Suya frowned, this is still a war scum. After all, on planet Vegeta, there are countless scions with 1,000 combat power, and this is only 100 combat power, which is simply not too non-existent. However, soon he didn't have the heart to think about it much. Because, the second stage of the medicinal effect of cleansing pill and the pain of transforming the body have already impacted. Ugh! It hurts. It hurts. But, cool. Because Lao Tzu is improving his strength. All the pain is paving the way for great strength. What is Frieza? What is the god of destruction? and even what is the king who is the ruler of all universes. I, Suyet, will eventually be invincible to this Dragon Ball world. I don't know how long the pain lasted, Suyet gritted his teeth and persevered. I don't know how long time has passed, but after Suyet waited for all the effects of the cleansing pill to be absorbed, he woke up. A golden light burst out from his dark eyes, and Suyet's whole temperament contracted and restrained, looking like an ordinary inferior scion. However, Suyet clenched his fists and felt the surging and powerful energy in his body, and he knew that he was not an ordinary inferior scion anymore. System, tell me what my current combat strength is. Suyet asked very calmly. The new book asks for everything, and the book has 150,000 manuscripts, and it is impossible for a eunuch. If you think it suits your taste, please be sure to support it and make the data better. Thank you. Chapter 003. Diddy. Detecting the host's combat effectiveness. Back to Lord Host, your current battle is 10,000. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf came, and Suyet's eyes froze, and a smile appeared on his face. The combat effectiveness of 10,000 is indeed a macho standard at this stage. And don't forget that his current physique has been transformed by the essence harvesting pill, not to mention the unlimited potential, but at least it is much stronger than that inferior scion bloodline. Knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Masa, there is a mission. A rough voice sounded outside the door. Okay, I'll pack up and turn with you right away. Suyet answered. Mosa is naturally his name in this life. However, this name is really ugly, or his name of Dwaxia sounds comfortable. Said to clean up, in fact, Suyet only stayed in the room for a while and went out. Coming to the hall where the mission came out, Suyet met several scion companions in his memory. Masa, how do you feel that you are different from before? A Scarface scion approached Suyet. His name was Nabaz, a low-class warrior, but his combat power was more than 500, and he was the captain of this inferior warrior squad. Illusion. Suyet smiled faintly. He was also so indifferent before, so he didn't arouse any suspicion. It should be, but you have to keep an eye on this mission, and it is said that Kabo will also travel this time. It's ours. Immediate superior. Another scion also came closer, his voice low. Masa, you have to be careful. This guy is so insidious. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. Suyet sneered in his heart when he heard the name Kabo. This scion has a feud with his predecessor. It stands to reason that a medium warrior, and Kapo, who has 1,000 combat power, wants to die before he is really a very simple thing. But I don't know why, this Kabo didn't make a move, and kept Mosa alive until Suyet's arrival. Before changing it, Suyet was naturally panicked. As for now, Suyet said that it was good that he didn't take the initiative to find trouble with this guy. Soon, a group of scions came over. At the head is a young-looking scion, and he is Capo. A medium fighter, at the age of 16, already has 1,000 combat effectiveness. Masa, hello. Capo squinted at Suyet, and said hello without smiling. Suyet glanced at him lightly and ignored it. This kind of person is nothing more than scum. Hey! Seeing Suyet's attitude, Capo laughed coldly. This time is different from usual, and today's mission is to go to other planets to plunder resources. Plundering resources means that no one will be killed or injured. So, a low-class warrior, doesn't he die if he dies? Thinking of this, the grim smile on Capo's face was even worse. Now he didn't bother to pay attention to this guy's attitude, everything, wait until he got on the road to his destination. Hopefully, you'll survive this mission. Capo passed in front of Suyet, whispered, and then laughed and left. Masa, you. Squad leader Nabaz walked over, with a hesitant look on his face, and said with fear, or exit this one-time mission? No need. Suyet shook his head and waved his hand very casually. Masa, where face is important, small lives matter. The rest of the scions in the squad also persuaded. In this regard, Suya was slightly moved in his heart. To be honest, he didn't have any sense of belonging to this planet Vegeta at all, let alone feel about these strange scions. Now, he really felt it. This is friendship, this is partnership. Don't worry, I don't do things that I'm not sure of. Suya turned to glance at Capo's back and said with a smile, he wants to kill me, and I. It's not like it. Hearing this, several people in Nabas were shocked and looked at Suya incredulously. At this time, Nabas suddenly thought of something, reached out and pressed the combat power detection mirror he was wearing. Diddy. A sound sounded from the combat power detection mirror, and then 5 numbers appeared on the plane. 10,000. Hiss. Seeing this number, Nabas gasped and showed a shocked look on his face. Masa, you. How did you manage to get to this point in such a short time? Not only was Nabas shocked, but several other scions looked at Suya in shock. From beginning to end, I was not an inferior fighter. Suya was very calm, no one could see any emotions on his face, and let the system elf hide his combat power in his heart, and said indifferently, now, you can test my combat power again. Nabas frowned, and once again probed Suya's combat strength. Diddy. The combat effectiveness is 10. How is that possible? Several people in Nabas exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Suya laughed. Oh, yes. With this daily login package, anything that is impossible with him can be transformed into anything. 150,000 manuscripts, never eunuchs. Please eat with confidence. Chapter 004. Planet Barclay, this planet was born of abuse. Scions invaded this planet this time, and they also valued this point. Sharing abusive resources with scions? Inexistent. Lord Capo, this invasion is all up to you. It is said that this planet also has a master with 1,000 combat power. This time, all the scions who went on the mission had arrived on the planet in a spaceship, and at this time, on a high mountain, a large group of scions led by Capo were looking coldly at a large city below. Don't worry. Capo nodded very proudly and patted his chest, and said coldly, okay, it's already at the place, Mosa, you get out for Lao Tzu. Yikes! Hearing the voice, everyone shifted their gaze to Suya, and those who did not understand his strength had a strong sympathy in their eyes. This guy is absolutely dead. None of them felt that this Mosa would survive. Yes, to the place. Suya walked out from the crowd, his expression indifferent. Step by step, the momentum on his body gradually increased. Drop by drop. More than one person's combat power detection mirror was ringing, and everyone looked at Suya in shock. This guy, who was very humble and low in the past, turned out to be a powerful warrior with a combat power of 10,000. Oh my god! Masada! How could he be a young genius with 10,000 combat power? Compared to the Mosa, what is the combat power of Capo's 1,000? It's so strong, I feel that Mosa can easily pinch Capo with one hand. Whisperings sounded, and most people held their breath at this moment. Mosa, how daring! You dare to hide your strength. If King Vegeta knows it, how can you live? Capo was actually terrified in his heart, but his face was very calm. He knew that if he didn't suppress this guy with this, all that awaited him would be death. However, what he didn't expect was that Suya was very decisive. With one step out, Suya clenched his fist and arrived in front of Capo. Bang! A punch was thrown out, directly knocking this Capo on the spot. It's too weak, and this strength dares to threaten me. Suya's eyes were full of indifference. A large group of scions hugging Capo glanced at each other, and then their bodies trembled. Capo with 1,000 combat power was all punched by Masa, and these people with the highest combat power of only a few hundred can poke them to death with one finger. Suyi's indifferent gaze swept back, and these Capo's dog legs all lowered their heads. If he wanted to kill these people, it was just a matter of a few breaths. However, it is not necessary. Now he is not even afraid of that King Vegeta. So, is he afraid of these people making small reports? Go about your business. Suya indifferently threw his hand. Capo, this group of doglegs can invade, can't invade, die, and don't care about his affairs. Yes, yes, yes. This group of scions were all greedy and afraid of death, and seeing that Suya was not prepared to attack them, they hurriedly fled this place. Nabas walked over, his face full of amazement. Masa, you are so powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you're only 15 years old, right? At the age of 15, when you reach 10,000 combat power, I am afraid it will not be long before you can surpass King Vegeta. At present, the strongest person on Vegeta Star is King Vegeta, with a combat power of 12,000. When Suya heard this, he smiled casually. He knew King Vegeta's combat power. And the combat power of 12,000 might be so unattainable in the eyes of these people. However, in his eyes, the weak is like a reptile. It won't be long before you lift your foot and you can trample to death. I'm going to practice on the spot, so let's find a time to leave on your own. Suya spoke. Also, if you cannot go back to Vegeta Star, try not to go back. Soon, Frieza will destroy Vegeta. After saying this, Suya left directly. Having said that, it can be regarded as his concern for these people before in return. Whether to listen or not, then it is not for him to decide. Time passed day by day, and Suya gave himself a very hard training plan on this planet. Every day, he was able to draw a daily login pack, but luck should have been used up last time, and the amount he drew during this time was considered a black iron level package. Fortunately, the gravity room was carried in these black iron level gift bags, so his combat effectiveness did not stagnate. Now I can press King Vegeta to the ground and rub it at will. Suya felt the power in his body and smiled. He calculated the time. In 3 months he became stronger step by step, solidified his foundation. The progress was not fast, but the victory was steady. System, tell me my current combat strength. Suya was ready to leave and walked into his spaceship, and he asked in his heart. Diddy. The current combat power of the host master is 15,000. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded, which made the smile on Suyi's face even worse. In 3 months, it has increased its combat effectiveness by 5,000 points, which is a terrifying progress. Although in the face of the real strong, this combat power may not be enough. However, his roots are solid enough. 15,000 combat power, Suya believes that he can easily blast a person with 20,000 combat power. I thought, where are I going? Suya thought about it. Go back to planet Vegeta? No. This decision is very bad, although he currently has Celia's battle maid, but this is a one-time consumable item. Save Vegeta Star? For a planet that doesn't have any sense of belonging, he's not such a virgin. So, to Earth. Suyi's eyes narrowed. Perhaps going to Earth was indeed a very good choice. After calibrating the coordinates of the Earth, Suya set off directly. The spacecraft slowly ascended, eventually turning into a point of light and disappearing on the planet. I haven't drawn today's package. The system shows me what level of package I can get. Inside the spaceship, Suya spoke indifferently. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you randomly get a platinum level login package. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded. Platinum level pack? Very good. Turn it on for me. The indifference on Suyi's face turned into surprise at this moment. Ding! Today's gift package opens, Tokyo Kaoru World Madoko X1, Evolution Super Saiyan once, Super Sendu X100. As the sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf came, At the same time, Suya saw a large group of spaceships passing by him outside the glass window of the spaceship, which made his eyes freeze. This is Free Shaw's Legion. Chapter 005. My people, I am King Vegeta, and you who are on your mission must rush back to Vegeta as soon as possible. At this time, a voice appeared on the spaceship. It was an order from King Vegeta. Hearing this, Suya glanced at Frisia's large number of subordinates outside the spaceship again, and he whispered softly. So, this is the day before the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, when Vegeta star was destroyed, it was destroyed, and Suya didn't care at all. Planet Barclay is not too far from Earth, the spacecraft is flying. Suya calculated the time, and it is not surprising that it can be reached in a few months. At present, the plot of Dragon Ball has not officially begun, and Suya still has a lot of time to practice after arriving on Earth. However, instead of practice, it is better to wait for time to pass, get a system-delivered gift package every day, and if you get a high-level gift package, it is completely lying down to increase combat effectiveness. 3 months passed quickly, and Suya had already obtained 90 Black Iron level gift packages in the spaceship. Don't underestimate these 90 are just Black Iron level gift packages. Some martial arts heart methods in the previous life novel, Inner Family Boxing, Outer Family Boxing have all been obtained by him. These were all small boxing techniques in the previous life, but in this Dragon Ball world, cultivation is still very destructive. After all, different worlds naturally produce different effects. In 3 months, his combat effectiveness has increased from 15,000 to 30,000. It has doubled its combat effectiveness, but its real strength is far more than that. Master, the Earth is about to arrive. While Suya was thinking about what had happened in the past 3 months, a beautiful voice sounded inside the spacecraft. Okay, I see. Suya nodded indifferently. The woman who had just spoken was a real household in the world of Tokyo, summoned as Suya's maid. This woman is 100% obedient to Suya. Don't say anything simple to ask. Even if Suya told her to die immediately, she is absolutely impossible to resist. During the 3 months, this woman was allowed to abide by the rules, get him food and clean the inside of the spaceship, and she also felt a bit of a maid. Suya naturally watched the anime Tokyo Kaoru in his previous life, and made such a beautiful Kaoru search officer become his maid. To be honest, it's really not ordinary cool. Stepping off the spaceship, Suya and Mato Hyuka walked one after the other. Master, is the spaceship here? Seeing Suya's appearance of wanting to leave directly, Chen Huxiao couldn't help but ask. No, I'm just looking to see if there's anyone around here. The spaceship is still a good thing at present, and Suya naturally won't lose it. Mato replied, and then retreated and waited for the spaceship. Although she is a character in the world of Tokyo Kaoru, she does not have any sense of discord when she comes to the Dragon Ball world, and she also has combat power, and not too low yet. It has reached the level of 300 combat effectiveness. Suya Imperial Air Flight scanned the surrounding area and observed, this is the dancing air technique. He who has reached 30,000 combat power, plus the gravity of the earth is not large, so he can easily use this ability. After scanning for about 10 minutes and asking the person again, Suya probably knew what place this was. Zidu. The city where Dragon Ball heroine Bulma lives. At present, the plot of Dragon Ball has not yet unfolded, and Bulma is probably only how old is now. Therefore, Suya did not have the heart to find one of the great beauties of this Dragon Ball world for the time being. Back on the ship, Madoko stood smiling. It is undeniable that during these 3 months, Suya has indeed moved more than once. How about trying the vibration on the spaceship with Madoko today? Suya's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feeling Suya's fiery gaze cast on him, Mado's face turned red. As Suya's maid, she naturally understood what should happen to her. Moreover, this kind of thing is indeed something she has been looking forward to for a long time. On the 5th day of the first day, ask for a collection of flowers evaluation tickets. The old author has a new book, 150,000 manuscripts, you give strength, I can break out at any time. In terms of sisters, everyone should know about Madoko, the perfect royal sister-type goddess. If you don't whet your appetite, you can push it. Flower evaluation votes are given a little, the 6th will wait for a while, and the 7th may also be able to come out. Chapter 006. A month has passed since the last spacecraft vibration event, and Suyi's combat effectiveness has gradually increased, and now it has reached 32,000. 2,000 a month, the progress is not too slow. On this day, Suya came to the island of the Turtle Immortal alone. If he remembered correctly, this old man had a Dragon Ball in his hand. Dragon Ball is not too worthy of attention for Suya, after all, this is only the Dragon Ball on Earth, and the wish is not comparable to the Dragon Ball on the planet Namek and the legendary Super Dragon Ball. In his previous life, as an anime fan who liked to watch Dragon Balls very much, Suya came to this world, and if he didn't summon a dragon, it would really be a lot worse. At this time, the turtle fairy on the island is lying on the chair basking in the sun and wearing sunglasses and looking at the magazine in his hand, which is full of photos of some beautiful women in their bikinis, and the turtles under the chair are lazily lying on the beach and falling asleep. Suya was slowly coming, and the distance was not far away. At this time, the turtle that was sleeping suddenly woke up with a stirring spirit. "Teacher Wushin, do you feel it?" The turtle spat out words and said in panic. The turtle immortal slowly got up from the chair, glanced reluctantly at the magazine that he had thrown aside, then glanced up at the sky, and said solemnly, "A very powerful chi." Shout! As soon as the turtle immortal's words fell, a bright light came from the distant sky. Immediately after that, a figure stood in the sky, looking at them on the island with a downward gaze. This oppressive force may feel too strong. The turtle immortal just thought that the coming person was a little powerful before, but now this person is in front of him, it looks like he is a little powerful, it is simply comparable to the legendary immortal, right? "Who is your excellency?" The turtle immortal got down from the chair, his hands behind his back, and his momentum gradually increased, although he knew that he could not beat this man, but he always had to resist. "I have no ill will towards you." When Suya saw the turtle immortal, a smile appeared on his face. This old man is indeed, but it is undeniable that he gave too many laughs to Dragon Ball anime fans in his previous life. Call. Hearing Suyi's words, the turtle immortal breathed a sigh of relief, and his slightly inflated body slowly leaked down like a gasless balloon. "Then why did you come to my turtle immortal island?" The turtle immortal did not believe that such a terrifying man would come to his territory to hang out for a while, and asked out loud in confusion. "I need this thing." Suya fingered the Dragon Ball hanging on the neck of the turtle immortal, took a step forward, just one step, and instantly arrived in front of the turtle immortal. The finger was pointed at the Dragon Ball in front of the turtle immortal's neck. Oops! The turtle immortal was so frightened that he hurriedly took several steps back and looked at Suya with a look of horror. Anyone who suddenly appeared in front of him must be the emotions that the turtle immortals should have at this time. "Don't be afraid," I said, "there is no malice towards you." Suya understood the reason why his strength was too strong, and the turtle immortal was so afraid of him, it was indeed a normal reaction. "Phew! I'm sorry. The oppression you gave me is too strong." The turtle immortal wiped the cold sweat on his head, laughed awkwardly twice, and then took off the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck and threw it to Suya from a distance. Suya took a hand and glanced at it. This is a 3-planet, orange light shone along the body of the Dragon Ball. This familiar scene made him smile. "Thanks." Suya said thanks, jumped and left Turtle Immortal Island directly. Woohoo! Suya left, and the Turtle Immortal and the turtle on the side immediately gasped for breath. When did there be such a terrifying man on Earth? The turtle said in shock. "I don't know, I don't know if you noticed, this man has a tail. So I guess he may not be an earthling. The turtle immortal guessed. Earth people, where can anyone reach such a strong strength? Suyat, who had just obtained a 3-planet coin, came to the western capital again, and asked many ways before he came to the gate of the villa where Bulma lived. Ding ding! Suya directly rang the doorbell of the villa gate. Soon, a little girl dragged her hand behind her and ran over quickly. Hey? Is she Bulma? When Suya saw this little girl, his eyes flashed. With short blue hair and sky blue eyes, he looks no more than 4 or 5 years old, and his delicate facial features are like a porcelain doll, which is very cute. However, soon there was no need for him to guess, a voice sounded, and Suya completely knew who this little girl was. Bulma, don't run around. A man came out of the villa and waved at Bulma. Suya looked at it and saw at a glance that this man was Bulma's father, Dr. Brive. Uncle, you are so handsome. Little Bulma waved her little hand at Suya at the gate of the villa, and shouted milkily. Uncle! Uncle! Hearing this uncle, Suyi's face instantly darkened. Nima, he just turned 16. Please ask for a collection of flower evaluation tickets, thank you. This book will not be a eunuch, please rest assured, there are many manuscripts, and the update is powerful. After all, the novel is a novel, and the anime has been watched for more than 10 years, if there is any bug, the author is here to apologize to everyone. Chapter 007. At present, Bulma looks only 4 or 5 years old, and it seems that there should be about 11 years before the plot of Dragon Ball unfolds. Thinking of this, Suya scratched his head. In 11 years, how much should the gift package be opened? At that time, how should his strength grow? It's unimaginable. Hello, may I ask you? Dr. Brive came to the gate of the villa and looked at Suya suspiciously, he didn't remember knowing him. Hello Dr. Brive, I have something to trouble you, please rest assured that I will give you something that interests you very much in return. Suya spoke. Hearing Suyi's words, Dr. Brive frowned, but he was also kind and invited Suya to enter the door. Inside the villa, little Bulma set her eyes on Suya from time to time, and her mind was already very mature at such a young age. Bulma, you leave first. Dr. Brive glanced at his daughter, smiled, and spoke. Dad. Bulma didn't really want to leave. Obedient. Dr. Brive glared at her before Bulma pouted and left. Suya smiled and looked at the little Bulma who left, this girl is really cute and very likable now. Dr. Brive, I want to trouble you to help make a Dragon Ball radar detector. After little Bulma left, Suya withdrew her gaze, placed it on Dr. Brive, and smiled. Dragon Ball radar detector. Dr. Brive was stunned, he had never heard of this thing. As long as you can detect this Dragon Ball anywhere else on Earth. Suya took the 3 planets out and handed them to Dr. Brive. Dr. Brive took the Dragon Ball and watched it for a while, then returned the Dragon Ball to Suya and said with a smile, this Dragon Ball radar detector should be easy to make, so let's talk about the reward you said. The Dragon Ball radar detector was too simple for him, and now he cared about what Suya said that he would be very interested in. Suya nodded with a smile and took out the combat power detection mirror stored in the system space. This is the combat power detection mirror, you can know the combat effectiveness of each one. Hey! When Dr. Brive heard Suyi's words, his eyes lit up in vain, and he hurriedly reached out to take the combat power detection mirror, and then put it on and looked at him. Drop by drop. In other words, this combat effectiveness detection mirror can naturally see the combat effectiveness. But now Suyi's strength is too strong, forcibly revealing his strength, I am afraid that this glasses will directly be detected and exploded. Why can't you see your combat effectiveness? Dr. Brive frowned. The maximum of this glasses can only detect 10,000 combat power, and my combat power is far beyond the range he can detect. So it is normal that my combat power cannot be detected. Suya said lightly. This way. Dr. Brive nodded abruptly, and then touched out a small mirror to look at himself. Good guy, only 1 combat effectiveness, how weak should this be? This is still interesting. Well, I promise to make you a Dragon Ball radar detector. Combat power detection glasses do not exist on Earth, so Dr. Brive is still quite interested in this. Then it's bothering you. Suya smiled, got up and shook his hand. Come back to me in a week. Dr. Brive smiled. In fact, making this Dragon Ball radar detector is only a day or 2 at most, and maybe even earlier. However, he wanted to study this combat power detection glasses first. Therefore, the matter of the Dragon Ball radar detector will be put aside by him first. It's okay, I'll wait for the time. Suya didn't care. Coming to this world, the last thing he lacked was probably time. After leaving Bulma's house, Suya rented a house around here, and Madosho came with him to take care of his daily life. A week passed quickly, during which Suya's relationship with little Bulma got along very well, and from time to time he extracted some small things from his previous life and gave them to this little girl. As it comes and goes, the relationship between a big one and a small one is getting better and better. On this day, Suya came to Bulma's house as promised. The little girl squatted in the outer courtyard of the villa, sweat dripping on the ground. Looking at her serious appearance, Suya from this angle shook her head and chuckled. The Bulma in the original work naturally does not practice, in a word, that is natural, developed mind, simple limbs. Now, Suya taught her a previous life inner strength heart method, plus some inner family boxing. Under his guidance, the combat power has increased from 0 at the beginning to 5 now. Although it is still a war scum, you must know that this is only a few days, and Bulma is only 5 years old now. In fact, if you calculate carefully, with her 5-point combat strength, it is completely fine to fight an adult who is 7 or 8 years old or even more frail. Brother Suya, you are here. Suya appeared behind Bulma, and the little girl had already sensed his appearance, and immediately stood up, a bead of sweat on her little head, and looked at Suyadeo happily. Here, has there been any progress in today's practice? Suya reached out and touched little Bulma's head and asked with a smile. People are very powerful martial arts geniuses. Yesterday I still had a combat strength of 5, and today my combat strength has reached 7. Little Bulma's sky-blue eyes twinkled and blinked, and coupled with her tsundere appearance, it was simply not too cute. Suya was naturally attracted by the cuteness of little Bulma, and couldn't help but remind himself in his heart, little Bulma is only 5 years old, and little Bulma is only 5 years old. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The first one is sent, can the big brothers who have a monthly ticket vote for it? It's bare, it's uncomfortable. One more person is left to tip to add another chapter. By the way, first of all, the daily guarantee of this book is for more than 8,000 words. As long as you give strength, 6 more, 7 more can burst out. Chapter 008. He followed little Bulma to a small backyard of the villa, and as she shouted, Dr. Brive, dressed in overalls, walked out of the room with a radar-like object. Mr. Su, this should be the Dragon Ball radar detector you want. Dr. Brive handed the Dragon Ball radar detector in his hand to Suya and smiled. In the past few days, he has concentrated on studying the combat power detection glasses that Suya gave him, and now he has transformed them. Not only can he see 10,000 combat power. Thinking of this, Dr. Brive took out the improved combat power detection glasses and glanced at Suya. The combat effectiveness is 33,255. My god, this man's strength is too terrifying. In the past few days, he has used his previous glasses to test the combat effectiveness of others. There are 5 out of 6 and some even 10, most of these people are some martial arts masters in the western capital, and their strength is not a star and a half stronger than ordinary people. And now, this man named Suya has actually reached a combat power of 33,255. So, How this doesn't shock Dr. Brive. Hey? You actually improved this thing? Suya was slightly surprised when he saw his combat effectiveness. Yes. Dr. Briff has a lot of respect for Suya, and a man with more than 30,000 combat strength is probably not something that an ordinary person like him can provoke. Very powerful. Suya had to praise that this Dr. Briff was indeed one of the top super scientists in the Dragon Ball world. Praised. Dr. Brive smiled sheepishly. Did. Hey? Bulma, how do you have 7 combat power? Dr. Brive glanced sideways and saw his daughter Bulma, and the glasses scanned her combat power on their own, and found that she had a combat power of 7. Hee, Dad, Brother Suya taught me to practice. Bulma put her hands on her waist and smiled with her head held high. Girls practice martial arts? You're really? Dr. Brive shook his head with a wry smile, really not knowing what to say. Slightly, why can't girls practice martial arts? Bulma stuck out her tongue and jumped out of the backyard. After leaving Bulma's house, Suya, who was holding the Dragon Ball radar detector, naturally began to be busy, but it is a pity that he does not have the ability to teleport, otherwise it is really the greatest ability to collect Dragon Ball. Along the way, I took Madoko to play, I had nothing to do, and then I looked for Dragon Ball, and my life was simply not too comfortable. A month later, when Suya returned to the western capital, he had already collected 7 Dragon Balls in his hand. Come out, Shenlong. At this time, in a clearing outside the western capital, Suya shouted out the middle 2 lines in the Dragon Ball anime of the previous life, and the whole face also showed a nostalgic smile. These words are the longing of many post-80s and post-90s. Who watches the Dragon Balls and does not fantasize that he will one day be able to gather 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish? Now, Suya has indeed achieved his own vision in his previous life and summoned the Divine Dragon as he wished. Mortal, say your wish. The Divine Dragon floated high in the air, looking extremely majestic, but when his gaze was on Suya, his eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked. How is it possible? How can there be someone as powerful as you on earth? Where did so much nonsense come from? Satisfying the longing of his previous life, Suya was still in a good mood, and the words looked heavy, but in fact, he just said this in a very relaxed tone. But Shenlong didn't sound like that, his head was full of sweat, and he said in horror, Sir, please say your wishes. Suya thought about it, money was really useless to him. And the rest are generally useless, the key is that the ability of this earth dragon is limited, and too many wishes cannot be fulfilled. Xiao. Do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Suya himself didn't have much needs, so he asked the real household next to him. Hearing that Suya was willing to give her this wish, tears suddenly appeared in Ma Huxiao's eyes, and he was moved to say, Master, Xiao has no wish, if there is one wish, it is to hope to be by your side for a lifetime. Hearing this wish, Suya was slightly moved, shook his head and smiled, this wish does not need a divine dragon, I can fulfill you. Think about it, what wishes do you need? Madoko hesitated, to be honest, she really didn't have any wishes. Wait a minute. Madoko suddenly seemed to have thought of something, touched his face, and hurriedly said to the Shenlong in the sky, Shenlong, I hope I can always stay young. As you wish. The dragon opened its mouth, an ray of light burst out from it, and finally fell on Madoko. My lord, I have retreated. The voice of the divine dragon came, and then he saw a ray of light divided into 7 parts and scattered all over the world. The host. My skin is so good. Madoaki, who touched a small mirror, screamed excitedly. Suya glanced back at her, now she was a little more beautiful than before, which made it inevitable that a fire would rise in his heart. Xiao, that cat-eared white silk-made outfit, I think you must be very beautiful to wear, do you want to wear it for me today? Suya stepped out, faced with Madoko, and then whispered a word in her ear. Listen to the master. Madoko replied with a shy bow of his head. Readers, give a little bit of help. Good grades, more outbreaks. Please, everyone, save 150,000, do you want to put it on the shelves in a few days? So, you still have to work hard. Chapter 009. It had been a few months since the last time the Divine Dragon was summoned, and in these months, Suya really deeply realized how low the odds of getting this high-grade gift package were. It's all black iron level packs. Although there are some good things in this, as Suyi's strength becomes stronger and stronger, it is completely useless. In a few months, little Bulma has gradually grown from a weak chicken with a combat power of 7 to a small master with a combat power of 50. If you really practice like this, I'm afraid that when the Dragon Ball plot begins, this girl will have at least thousands of combat powers. At that time, a 16-year-old girl beats some veteran martial arts masters who have been practicing for decades in minutes, which is really funny enough. Indeed, this idea did not come out once, anyway, Suya wanted to laugh once. At that time, will that old man turtle immortal still dare to tease Bulma? Spring and autumn came, and before I knew it, another 5 years had passed. Little Bulma has slowly grown up, and at the age of 10 she has a height of about 1 meter 6, and coupled with her practice, she does not look like a 10-year-old girl in all aspects. The beauty embryo gradually grows up, and to be honest, Suya is also getting more and more excited. After all, this is a cultivation process, which makes him a little tormented, and at the same time he has some expectations, looking forward to the feeling of a girl next door growing up. On this day, Suya estimated the time in his house, and now little Wukong should be 6 years old if nothing else. At the age of 6, you can basically know people. Therefore, Suya was ready to meet this little fellow. Ma Huxiao is now also completely integrated into this world, and Suya paid for her to open a convenience store, and every day is very fulfilling. Of course, this woman has also been practicing in her spare time, and her combat strength has now reached more than 15,000. This kind of strength, if you want to destroy the earth, you can easily do it. Flying towards Bun Mountain, the place where the little Goku lived in his memory, his strength had become so strong that he could catch a planet with his bare hands. Of course, provided that his hands are that big. If measured by combat effectiveness, the current Suya is close to 100,000 combat strength. If the firepower is fully opened, without leaving any whole cards, it is easy to blow people with less than 500,000 combat strength. Therefore, in fact, now he is asked to face the Universe Emperor Frieza, he is not in vain. However, it is strange that he himself feels that his current strength can obviously try to break through the limits of science and reach the realm of super science. But every time he tried, he felt overwhelmed for a while, and he could never find the breakthrough point. After thinking about it, in the end, Suya felt that the bloodline had not been completely developed, or rather, just like the anger that the previous life Dragon Ball anime Son Goku needed when he broke through the Super Saiyan. Suya didn't understand or know, so he didn't think much about it next, just thinking that the timing was not enough. Bun Mountain, this is the starting point of everything in Dragon Ball, where the whole Dragon Ball begins. At this time, Suya was floating in mid-air, and outside a log cabin, he saw a little boy with a tail squatting on his horse. Sweat on his forehead dripping and falling to the ground, he didn't care, his face was full of determination. I used to see Goku on the screen, but now he really exists in front of me, ha ha ha, don't say, I'm really excited. Suya laughed in a low voice, this little Goku's iconic hair, and the tail that swung at will when he was a child, he believed that anyone in his era in the previous life would probably be very excited to see it with their own eyes. Because, the anime of Dragon Ball is not just an anime. It represents the childhood of the post-80s and post-90s. Little Wukong's ears were very sensitive, and when he heard Suyi's thin smile in the sky, he immediately followed the sound and looked over. How can someone stand in the air? Little Wukong looked up at the sky and saw that Suya was actually standing in the air, and his face suddenly showed shock. He felt that his grandfather's strength was strong enough, flying off the wall, jumping between the trees, nothing but cannot. However, he had never heard or seen his grandfather standing in the air. Shout! Suya stepped down and instantly reached the ground. Who are you? Little Goku's tail instantly straightened, and then he took several steps back, raised his legs to make defensive moves, and looked at Suya with a smile on his face with a vigilant face. Facing little Goku's vigilance, Suya smiled, the tail wrapped around his waist came out, and then swayed behind him. I'm your people. Clansman. Hearing these two words, Xiao Wukong frowned. For him, the word clan is indeed a little difficult to understand. Goku. At this time, Son Gohan's voice sounded. Grandpa, it's Grandpa who is back. Little Goku's eyes lit up, and the vigilant look he had just now instantly disappeared, and then ran in the direction of Son Gohan's voice. Ha ha ha! Hearty laughter sounded, and Sun Wuhan's figure appeared in Suyi's sight. Hey! However, Son Gohan's laughter stopped abruptly when he saw Suya. Who is he? Sun Wuhan's brows frowned, especially when he saw the tail behind Suya, his brows furrowed even tighter. This big brother said that he was Goku's clan, but Goku didn't know what the clan meant. Grandpa, do you know? Goku asked. Clansman? Son Gohan glanced at Suya vigilantly, and he felt a very strong sense of oppression from this seemingly ordinary man. This is a very powerful man, powerful to the point of one blow. No. Even one finger can probably poke him to death. Don't be too restrained, I have no ill will towards little Goku, I just came here to see how his life is. Now it seems that he is very good. On the surface, Suya still has to say it, otherwise it is really easy to have doubts. Chapter 010. Suyi's expression was very sincere. Sun Wuhan looked at it, and then thought of this man's strong strength, sighed and nodded. Are you here to pick up Goku? No, 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 it's best for him to follow you. Suya didn't plan to take little Wukong to go ahead of the plot for the time being, and now it's always a good thing that he is training for a few years. Phew! Hearing Suyi's words, Sun Wuhan was obviously relieved. As a lonely old man with no descendants, he has completely regarded Goku as his own grandson from the first day he picked him up. Raised for more than 6 years, not to mention raising a person, that is, raising a kitten and puppy, the feeling is absolutely deep. In that case, please come inside and sit down. Sun Wuhan invited Suya into the house, and was just about to ask little Goku to catch a few fish back, but Suya bounced a capsule out at the gate, and a food house appeared in front of the grandfather and grandson. Big brother is so powerful, is that the magic trick that Grandpa told me? Little Goku's eyes widened, and he jumped over happily with 2 somersaults, and then was just about to push open the door of this food house. Goku! Son Gohan scolded, those who are not allowed to move their hands and feet without the permission of the master must be polite. Oh! Little Goku shrunk back aggrievedly. Seeing his appearance, Suya burst out laughing, pushed this food house away, and beckoned to the little Wukong who looked over from time to time on the side. This is something called a capsule in the outside world, and you can put a lot of things inside. Now it's a food house with everything inside, full of delicious delicacies. Delicious and delicious. Whoops! Little Goku only heard these 4 words in his ears, and then hurriedly ran over. Sun Wuhan walked over slowly, and the moment Suya pushed open the door of the food house just now, there was actually a tempting fragrance entering his nose. However, he is already so old, he can still endure this alluring fragrance. It's really breaking your bank. Son Gohan looked at little Goku, who was eating Heisei, and shook his head with a wry smile. It's okay, there are too few remaining clansmen, I can see little Goku, and I'm an older person naturally hope that he can grow well. These words are indeed Suyi's sincere words, and if he can help little Wukong, he will naturally not be stingy. The two talked for a while, and also joined the ranks of little Gaku, and this meal lasted for 3 hours. Anyway, in the end, little Gaku closed his eyes in enjoyment, lying motionless on a small stone bench outside the house with his stomach straight, breathing in the air. See you next time. Suya was also ready to leave for the trip, glanced at little Gaku, jumped, and soon turned into a point of light and disappeared from Sun Wuhan's sight. Hey! Did brother Suya leave? After 2 or 3 minutes, little Gaku came back to his senses from the stone bench, looked at the sky in amazement, and muttered, Gaku also said that he wanted him to point me out. Don't think about it. When Sun Gohan heard Goku's words, his face suddenly changed. Just now, don't say it's him, it's his master Wu Tian, I'm afraid he will definitely not be an opponent. Sun Wukong practiced with him, I am afraid that this one can blow him to death by blowing his breath. Suya naturally didn't know about the follow-up on the side of the little Wukong of Bun Mountain, and at this time, it didn't take long for him to fly back to the Zidu home. Master, Miss Bulma looked for you just now. On the sofa in the living room of the house, Jen Huxiao, who was watching TV, saw Suya come back, and hurriedly got up from the sofa and said respectfully, Xiao, after so many years, you still don't know my personality? Don't be too outrageous. Suya stepped out and came to Ma Huxiao and hugged her into his arms. This was her first woman, and it was the woman who had accompanied him for so many years. Although it is a little exciting to call him master all the time, it is actually not necessary to treat him as a maid all the time. Master, I. Ma Xiao lowered her head shyly, she could feel Suyi's love. However, over the years, she had long been accustomed to her maid's status. Don't stop me, call me master, I won't force you to correct it, but you are not allowed to be so restrained when facing me in the future. Suya said in a deep voice. Listen to the master. Mato's sticky voice sounded. Knock knock. When the two were in love, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is brother Suya there? Bulma's voice sounded outside the door. Hearing her voice, Mato ran back to the sofa and sat down, staring at the TV while watching, and then peeked at Suya from time to time. Suya opened the gate, and Bulma stood at the gate in a lilac dress. Bulma, are you in trouble? Suya looked at this girl in confusion, how could it be so similar to the current appearance of Jen Huxiao? Brother Suya, I'll give you a gift when you come out. Bulma glanced up at Suya, then quickly lowered her head and whispered. Suya glanced back at Jen Huxiao, and then followed Bulma out the door. The girl pulled him to the glass window. Now Bulma also knows how to dance empty arts, so he directly took off into the air. Hey, you're wearing a dress. Suya reminded. Yes, that. Brother Suya princess hug me. As she spoke, Bulma jumped directly onto Suya and looked at Suya playfully with a small mouth. No matter which angle you look at, brother Suya is so handsome, he is so charming. Hearing this, Suya felt the girl's body fragrance on Bulma's body. Although this little girl was only 10 years old, she should have developed well, and she was all developed. Hanging on him now is really an ordeal. Looking down at Bulma, the girl's long eyelashes blinked, and her blue pupils looked even more charming. The head slowly came down, and Bulma looked at her favorite brother Suya, who seemed to want to kiss her, and immediately closed her eyes shyly. Seeing Bulma close her eyes, Suya naturally knew what she meant. The lips of the two were lightly printed together, and Suya, the old driver, slowly guided how Bulma responded. For the last time, let's talk about my heart. It is said that it is 4 changes a day, and it will be added only if it meets any requirements, but think about it, I should still send as much as I can. Every day, it should have to be 6 chapters. Everyone Flowers monthly pass evaluation ticket reward these, if you want to give it, give some. Well, that's it. 5 to 6 changes a day. 7 changes from time to time, try to code. End. Do you really think that the author has 150,000 words in stock? Sorry to lie to you, in fact, I only had 30,000 words to save the manuscript, and I opened the book. But again, rest assured, I won't be a eunuch. If it weren't for the bad old writing, I would definitely tell you what my old book is. I have always insisted on it. Never a eunuch. Chapter 011. Brother Suyat, Brother Suyat. I finally reached 10,000 combat strength. The girl's cheerful footsteps and pleasant voices came. Suyat, who was eating fruits at home, heard the voice, came to the door and opened the door. Bulma, who was 16 years old, completely grew up, and in response to that sentence, there was a girl next door who had grown up. Compared with her 6 years ago, Bulma's height of 1.72 m now shows her long legs vividly. To be honest, Suya has really touched evil thoughts more than once over the years. So beautiful. Every year that passes, this girl's beauty is several times more than in the previous year, plus she provokes Suya from time to time. That feeling is really uncomfortable enough. Great! Suya came back to his senses and sighed in admiration. Bulma's ability to reach the level of 10,000 combat power in 11 years is not because of how good her martial arts talent is, but because of Suyi's guidance and various good things extracted from the gift bag. Ha ha ha! Brother Suyat, you said that when Bulma reaches 10,000 combat power, he will take me around the world. Now quickly fulfill your promise. Bulma said excitedly. Hearing this, Suya thought about it. At this stage, the plot of Dragon Ball should also come to the beginning, and it is not impossible to take Bulma out. Okay, then you go back and pack up, let's prepare to go to the first destination, Bun Mountain. Suya nodded and laughed. Little Wukong still had to bring him out of the deep mountain. Ha ha ha, no need to clean up, because Bulma has already packed up. Bulma jumped up happily. You girl, you're really fast enough. Suya shook his head and smiled, and then took out a mobile phone to make a call to Zhen Huxiao, who was in the convenience store. Master! Come back, there will be no need to open convenience stores in the future. Suya spoke. Good host. The phone hung up, and without waiting for a while, Madoko returned. Sister Xiao. Bulma. Both women greeted each other very politely. Go. Bun Mountain. With a wave of Suyi's big hand, the three of them came to the balcony and took off, and he led the way to fly to Bunza Mountain. The flight speed is still very fast, but after a while, I came to Bun Mountain. Meanwhile, on a rock in the middle of a large river, Monkey King is using his tail as bait to fish. Monkey? Hee, eat this monkey today. The eyes of a big fish under the river suddenly lit up, and it opened its mouth and jumped out of the water. Drink! As soon as this big fish jumped out of the water, Sun Wukong on the stone jumped up and flew his feet, directly kicking the big fish unconscious. Hey, hey! Eat big fish today! Sun Wukong hurriedly put on his clothes, and then jumped onto the river bank with a big fish much larger than him, whistling and slowly walking towards the house. Gaku! At this moment, a familiar voice came from the sky, which made Sun Wukong glance up, and when he saw Suya slowly landing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Suyat! Ha ha ha! I just caught a big fish, today I invite Brother Suya to eat braised big fish. Hey? How do they feel different from us? Is it a yokai? Suya and Madoko and Bulma landed, and Sun Wukong turned his gaze, and his eyes widened in vain when he saw the two women. In his world, he had never seen a girl. You're the monster. Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong, who was carrying a big fish, jumped out and hugged his chest with his hands and hummed, "Little man, of course we are different from you, because we are girls." Girls? Sun Wukong's eyes widened again, he shook his head twice, and then took 2 steps back with a strange cry, threw away the big fish in his hand, and put his hands on the outside of his thighs and bowed politely to Bulma and Mato. Grandpa and brother Suya have said that you should be polite to girls. Hello, girls. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Suya on the side couldn't help but laugh. This Gaku is probably too cute. Humph, don't care about your impoliteness, just get braised big fish for us to eat later. Bulma is also a cute girl with a tsundere personality, and waved her hand very lightly. Okay, come with me. Sun Wukong immediately picked up the big fish on the ground again, spread his legs and ran quickly. As he ran, he glanced back. In his mind, I am afraid that only big brother Suya can catch up with him, and those two weak girls will definitely eat dust behind him. However, when he looked back, the thoughts he had just now disappeared in an instant. On the contrary, he paused in mid-air, his eyes widened, his tongue sticking out, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. How could those two weak girls follow him all the time like a walk? You. Are you also a master? Sun Wukong stopped and shouted in shock. Didn't you see just now that we used the same dance technique? Humph, little man, you are still too weak now. Bulma grimaced at Monkey King and hummed. Oh my god! Sun Wukong was really stunned. He has not learned the art of dancing so far, although his current combat power is much stronger than at the beginning of the plot, but it still has not formed a qualitative change. Be afraid, Bulma is a very powerful person. Bulma kept her head high, very proud. Gaku, you will also be very strong in the future, don't be discouraged. Suya saw a somewhat lost look on Sun Wukong's face, and couldn't help but comfort. In fact, he can also make Monkey King's strength dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even thousands of times stronger than when the Dragon Ball plot began. But Suya thought about it carefully, and still didn't do it. Some things have to let little Wukong experience and grow by himself, that is the most valuable wealth. Hearing Suyi's comfort, the loss on Sun Wukong's face suddenly dissipated, and then he put on his resolute color again, jumped up with his fists in his hands and pounded the sky, and roared loudly, Wukong can also grow into a person as powerful as Brother Suya. Chapter 012. After eating a braised big fish meal at Sun Wukong's house, the group hit the road. Suya knew that Sun Gohan had died, so he didn't mention this matter again to make little Gaku sad again. Bulma, the girl, wants to be as young and eternal as Madoko, so she still uses Dragon Ball as the starting point of the plot, and everyone embarks on a journey. Suya has a 5-planet in his hand, plus a 4-planet in Sun Wukong's hand, and now he has gathered 2. He didn't have much thought about summoning the dragon, and following Bulma was completely fun with her, but also wanted to see these characters in the early stage of Dragon Ball. By the way, Suya was also ready to take Wukong to the Turtle Immortal, which was also the path that Wukong should have taken. Half a month has passed. With Wukong's light bulb, Suya and Bulma have few time to get close, at most they are limited to kissing and hugging, and further development is actually okay. However, Bulma is still too shy after all. But fortunately, with the presence of real household names, this journey makes him not too lonely. There's the last Dragon Ball, where is it? One night, in a building on the outskirts, Suya, Bulma, Madoko and Gaku sat around a table, their brows furrowed. For more than half a month, they have collected 6 Dragon Balls, and as for this last one, they have not seen the light spot on the Dragon Ball radar detector. Strange, logically speaking, shouldn't it? Suya is also very strange. This Dragon Ball radar detector is not broken, how can it not detect the specific location of the last Dragon Ball? Could it be that the radar is broken? Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar detector in her hand and frowned. It shouldn't be possible. When I found the 6th Dragon Ball 2 days ago, it was still fine, and the 7th Dragon Ball did shine around here at that time. Madoko spoke. It's okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, it's the last Dragon Ball, it will definitely be ours. Suya comforted, and then got up from the seat. I'll go to rest first, everyone go to bed early. Brother Suya, good night. Brother Suyat, good night. Good night, host. The three greeted each other and entered their own rooms at the same time. However, it didn't take long for Mahu to change into a black silk rabbit girl's outfit and gently knocked on Suyi's room door. Suya opened the door, and Ma Hyuxiao walked in lightly. After a while, a beautiful sound of humming and chirping sounded in the room. The night was deeper, and everyone in the building was sleeping. At the same time, three figures appeared dozens of meters away from the building. King Piraf, are you sure there are 6 dragon balls around here? The three figures, one tall and two short, the tall one was a woman's voice, and he asked. Nonsense, I'm the most powerful King Piraf in the world, and there are 6 dragon balls left, definitely around here. The short Piraf said coldly, okay, stop talking nonsense, follow me. Burst. Before Piraf finished speaking, a farting sound sounded. Fart. Ashu, who was in the trio, widened his eyes and said 2 words. What did you say? Pirav jumped up and slapped Ashu on the head, roaring angrily, you actually said that my words are farting. No, King Pilaf, I mean someone was farting just now. Axiu touched his head with a depressed look and whispered. Burst. At this moment, another fart sound sounded. In the dark night, Pilaf's face inadvertently turned red, and he showed a little expression of enjoyment. After a while, he coughed dryly, stared at Ashiu and said coldly, you fart. Hey! Ashiu was stunned, and 3 cold sweats appeared on his forehead. That's right, you were farting just now. Usually the first person to smell, the first person to say, is what he is covering. So, that's right, it's Asho you're farting. Naturally, Pirav couldn't admit that it was actually his fart just now. Hey? It's not me, King Pilaf, it's really not my fart. Axiu suddenly became flustered, and hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Seeing Ashu's veto, Pirav's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth hooked a sneer, and then he took out a rocket launcher from behind his butt, and said lightly, I think I need to set off fireworks to celebrate. And, to be honest, the person who farted just now is you, right? How dare the little ones? Axiu was almost crying. Then you mean the fart that King Ben put out? Dare to frame King Ben, humph, such a noble and cultured person as King Ben, will he fart? As he spoke, Pirav pulled the rocket launcher, which looked like it was about to be launched. King Pirav, it's a small one, a small fart. Please spare the life of the king, please spare the life of the king. Ash's tears have come out, this rocket cannon really bombarded him, I am afraid that he is really going to hell. Hey! Seeing him admit it, Pirav withdrew his bazooka with a sneer, clapped his hands, and said, okay, it's important to get busy, you guys come with me. Phew! Axiu breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat on his head, and then glanced at Xiao Wu, who smiled awkwardly and followed Pirav forward. Soon, several people approached the outside of the building where Suya and the others were. King Pilaf, there is a building here. Ashu wanted to show himself so that he could atone for his previous mistakes. Syllable. Of course King Ben saw it, do I need you to say? But Pirav didn't appreciate it at all, raised his hand and slapped Ashu's head, looked at the building with a sneer, and whispered, the Dragon Ball must be in here, the Dragon Ball in my arms just now flickered. Chapter 013. Although Pirav is ugly, I have to say that he is indeed excellent. His science and technology are equally powerful, and Bulma's father, Dr. Brive, was able to easily build the Dragon Ball radar detector, and he made it too. He even had an eye on blocking the Dragon Balls that others could sense him. Therefore, this is also the reason why Suya and they were obviously able to sense the location of the last Dragon Ball 2 days ago, but they disappeared inexplicably. Action! Pilaf waved his hand, then turned in a circle in place and threw a universal capsule on the ground, and after a cloud of smoke bypassed, he had turned into a night suit. Xiu and Xiaowu looked at each other, and they threw a universal capsule on the ground, and also changed into a night suit. The trio sneaked up on the door of the building, and Pirav was the first to step forward and gently pushed the door. Squeak! The door is open. Now people are really big enough, and the door is not locked. You guys, you must remember this lesson, and you must remember to lock the door when you go out in the future. Pirav glared back at the two men, and then slowly walked in. Xiu and Xiaowu were vigilantly scanning the surroundings in the back, but they couldn't see anything, they were just vigilant. Cut! Just as the Pilaf trio was sneaking around for the Dragon Ball, a sneeze sounded. Who? Who? Several people were immediately taken aback. SHH. The whistle sounded, and then a very small figure came out of the room, confused and did not open his eyes at all. Seeing this figure, the Pilaf trio suddenly covered their mouths and held their breath. The figure is naturally Sun Wukong, who got up to pee, pushed open the door, took 2 steps to a clearing and took off his pants and began to pee. This kid is so unethical. Pirav glanced at Sun Wukong and said in a low voice, "You are not allowed to learn from this guy." Yes, yes, yes. At this time, Axiu and Xiaowu had beads of sweat on their foreheads. After all, they were almost discovered by someone, and now the whole person was panicked. Don't be too afraid, this kid is a blind man at night, we don't move, he won't see us. As soon as he enters, we'll steal the Dragon Balls and run. Pirav analyzed in a low voice. Soon, the Monkey King, who had soaked in urine, returned rubbing his eyes, and he really did not see the Pilaf trio at first. As a result, just as he was about to enter the room to sleep, a fart sounded his whole person from a state of confusion and completely woke up. Who? Who is it? Sun Wukong turned around and glanced at the dark living room, still not seeing anyone. Tap tap. Sun Wukong walked around, pulled out the ruyi stick from his back, and walked step by step in the direction where the fart sound came from just now. Hearing the footsteps approaching more and more, both Axiu and Xiaowu were trembling. It seems that this kid is going to force the great King Pirav to make a move. Pirav is much calmer, as a big bad guy who will dominate the world in the future, how can he be afraid that he will be discovered for doing bad things? Remember, this fart wasn't hit by me. When he was about to strike, Pirav seemed to have thought of something again, leaned in front of the two men, and said coldly. As if afraid that they would not believe it, he thought about it again and added, "Great King Pilaf. It is impossible to fart." Hearing this, Axiu and Xiaowu laughed bitterly. "Boy, take your life." Pirav took out a machine gun, then stripped himself of his night clothes, jumped to the living room dining table and shot at the vigilant Monkey King. Wow! Sun Wukong was in a hurry, but fortunately, his body reacted extremely quickly, and with the flash of bullets alone, he easily dodged a strafing shot from Pilaf. Oh my god! Is this kid a monster? Xiaowu and Xiu's eyes widened, looking incredulously at Sun Wukong, who was playing left and right, and every strafing shot did not hit him, it was simply not too scary. At the same time, Su Yat, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sound of gunfire, glanced at the real household in his arms, and spoke, "There is an enemy coming." After that, Su Yat quickly got up, got dressed, opened the door and walked out. Just then, the confused Bulma also opened the door and walked out. What's going on? It seems that there are gunshots, right? Bulma rubbed her eyes and looked at the living room with a puzzled expression, and the flames made her eyes widen, and immediately hugged Su Yi's arm. "There are bad guys coming. Don't be afraid." Su Yi comforted her. In fact, now with Bulma's strength, there is no need to be afraid of these thermal weapons, but he understands that this girl has not experienced this, so she is subconsciously afraid. "You go back to your room first and see how I teach these guys a lesson." Su Yi smiled and pulled Bulma back into the room. at which time Madoko also got dressed and walked out of his room. "Master, do you need to do it?" Madoko asked. "No, Gaku should be able to solve it easily." Suya walked towards the living room, watching that Sun Wukong had gradually changed from passive defense to active attack, and every time Pirav shot, he swung the ruyi stick in his hand and spun in a circle, easily blocking all bullets. "The lot is too small to give full play to the full strength of this king, boy, have the ability to follow me." Pirav knew that any further stalemate might be against him, and was ready to use a scheme. "I'll drag them away, you guys will find an opportunity to steal the Dragon Balls." With these words, he turned around and whispered, "Obey, King Pilaf." Xiao Wu and Ashu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Yi's ear power was amazing, and he easily incorporated the conversation of these guys into his ears. "King Piraf?" "Hehe, it turned out to be the Pilaf trio." Suya laughed. These three guys can be said to be the longest living villains in the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, the female character of Xiao Wu was even turned positive in the later stage and became Tenink's girlfriend. However, speaking of Tenink's, Su Yi's heart rose with a strange meaning. Bulma must be my woman, so will Tenink's exist in the world at that time? This, to be honest, Suya was very curious. But even if he was curious, he knew that the plot had just begun, and it was too early to think so much. Chapter 014. Sun Wukong was attracted by Pirav, and Sui and Madoko stayed where they were, knowing that Gaku could easily solve Pirav. "Maybe you can't kill him, but it's still easy to drive him away. Xiao Wu, you to that man, I to this woman." Ashu pulled out a katana from behind his back and looked at Mato Akira viciously. He feels that women are usually better bullies than men. In fact, this is true, but the real household knows where is an ordinary woman. She has explosive combat effectiveness, not to mention easily killing him, that is, 10, hundreds, thousands of him, it is also effortless. Good. Xiao Wu's strength is still good, so I didn't pick whether it was a man or a woman. Moreover, this man also looks like a very good bully. Drink! Drink! With two bursts of drink, Xiao Wu and Ashu Qi stepped forward to find their respective opponents and engaged. "Xiao, don't push too hard, be careful to kill them directly." Suya reminded that these two guys are the impetus of a lot of subsequent plots. He naturally has to remind the real household, save not paying attention to directly beat them to death. That is embarrassing to die. Good host. Mato Xiao nodded obediently. Su Yi's order was her lifelong pursuit. In this way, the two are playing on Axiu and Xiao Wu, and over time, they also come back to their senses, feeling that they have done their best, and in the eyes of others, they are just monkeys. "Xiao Wu, we are not opponents, let's evacuate quickly." Axiu took several steps back. Xiao Wu also took several steps back, and the two exchanged back to back and whispered. "I have to tell King Pirav that the people in this building are even more difficult to provoke. Dragon Ball, it's hard to take." Xiao Wu sighed, and then quietly felt a bomb-like thing from her arms. "Look at my ass bomb." Xiao Wu threw it hard at Suya and the two, and then this fart bomb exploded in mid-air, and a fart smell spread throughout the building. "It stinks, run!" Xiao Wu pinched her nose, turned around and ran out of the building. "The great King Pilaf will definitely find the field, and you people will be punished after all." Axiu also pinched his nose and let go of a cruel word, and then fled in ashes. "This Pilaf trio is really good enough." Suya covered his nose and frowned and shook his head. This fart bomb did not have any substantial damage, but in his opinion, it was even more terrifying than that substantial injury. "It stinks, it stinks, it stinks more and more." Madoko frowned, and the whole person was also disgusted. "Ah! Why is it so smelly? Who farted? It's scary." Bulma in the back room also roared and ran out of the room, covering her nose and mouth and complaining. "Think of a way to clean up these farts." Suya looked at Bulma, he knew that this genius girl would definitely be able to solve the matter. It still has to be the genius girl Bulma to make a move. Bulma saw the beloved brother Suya cast his gaze, and immediately proudly tingled his small chest and spoke. When Bulma took action to solve the fart smell inside the building, at this time, outside the building, Sun Wukong was looking at an airplane in the sky with wide eyes and shouting, "It's my favorite bird! Damn it! Bird, don't fly away! Ah! Ruyi stick, get longer! Shout!" With Sun Wukong's roar, I saw that the Ruyi stick in his hand quickly lengthened and stabbed directly into the sky. Bang! The plane in the sky was slammed and rolled in the sky, and the screams of the Pilaf trio rang out. "King Pilaf, this wild child is a monster!" Ashu huddled to the side and shivered, his face full of fear. Be calm, what is a hairy boy afraid of? Look at my missiles and blow him up directly." Although Pilaf was also panicked in his heart, in order to maintain his majesty as a king, he forcibly loaded B and reached out to press a button on the plane. Poof! A sound similar to farting sounded, and then a dozen missiles erupted from under the plane. "Want to attack me? Impossible!" Sun Wukong wielded his wishful stick and shot back all the missiles that came at him. Rumble! It stinks! It stinks! King Pilaf, did you just put a fart bomb? On the plane, several missiles were hit by Sun Wukong and exploded on the plane, and suddenly a large fart smell hit the brain. "Get out of here first!" Pilaf was also stinked by this ass bomb and wanted to die, but he understood that he and the others had to take advantage of the fact that they were not fainted by the stench now, and quickly get out of this place. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Run! Shout! At this moment, Suya suddenly appeared in the sky, holding his hands to his chest and looking at the Pilaf trio in the plane with an indifferent face, raised his hand and punched out. Rumble! The plane crashes and screams from the Pilaf trio cut through this quiet night sky. Quack! One by one, the crows in the woods were alarmed and made a screaming sound. Feeling desperate, the Pilaf trio struggled to the ground, and then passed out under the smell of fart and some pain due to injury. Chapter 015. By the time they woke up, the Pilaf trio had found themselves tied up. Damn it! Pilaf swept around the pattern, and then stared viciously at Suya and the others. "The great King Pilaf will never say die, sooner or later you will be counterattacked by us." Asius, a staunch supporter of Pilaf, spoke. Suya hugged his chest with both hands, looked at these guys with a funny face, and then took out 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball! King Ben's Dragon Ball! When Pilaf saw these 7 Dragon Balls, a green light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "No, this is my Dragon Ball." Suya shook his fingers, then placed all the Dragon Balls on the ground, and spoke, "Come out, Shenlong." With Suyi's call, the entire sky darkened, and lightning exploded in the sky. Soon, a golden light appeared, and the divine dragon appeared. "People who gather the Dragon Ball, say your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one wish." Above the sky, the majestic and solemn voice of the divine dragon sounded. "Bulma, tell the dragon your wish." Suya smiled. "Shenlong, I want youth to stay forever." Bulma took a deep breath, still staying at the shock brought to her when the divine dragon appeared. Suya reminded her, and only then did she come back to her senses and make a wish. "This is too easy." A bright light flashed in the eyes of the divine dragon, and then shone on Bulma, and soon, she found that her skin, which was already at its peak, was more tender. Shout! After the wish was fulfilled, the divine dragon turned into 7 rays of brilliance, flew to 7 directions and disappeared. Dragon Ball! Yes! My Dragon Ball! My desire to dominate the world is gone. Pilaf's grief-stricken voice came, and Suya glanced at him, thinking about how to solve these guys. If he remembered correctly, in more than a year, it should be the 21st First Martial Arts Conference in the world. He naturally didn't have to participate in this martial arts conference, but it was completely necessary for Gaku to participate. Thinking of this, Suye shook his head, feeling that he was thinking a little far now. Brother Suye, how do these guys deal with it? Monkey King held the Ruyi stick and glared at the Pilaf trio. Don't kill me. Seeing Sun Wukong staring at them with an unkind face, Pirav was also not calm, and said it directly in a second. Just give it a beating. This kind of small role, Suye is naturally much more tolerant. And I have to say that he also finds it quite interesting to have this kind of small character who comes to add a little fun from time to time. Okay. Sun Wukong put away the wishful stick, kneaded his fists and approached the Piraf trio. Bang bang! Sure enough, listening to what Suye said, he was beaten fat. The Piraf trio, each of whose faces were red and swollen, like a big pig's head. Ha ha ha! They are like 3 little pigs. Bulma pointed at the Pilaf trio and laughed. Damn it! Damn it! When did I, King Pilaf, suffer such an insult? Pirav was so angry that if he hadn't been tied up, he would have found the scene on the spot. There is an old saying in the Far East, stay in the Green Mountains, and you are not afraid of no firewood. King Pilaf, let's be patient. Xiao Wu whispered. Suye and his group hit the road and headed towards Turtle Immortal Island. The Pirav trio wanted revenge later, and Suye naturally wouldn't care. Towering Dragon, is it necessary to pay attention to the punches of these little ants? It took almost 3 days to finally arrive at Kamisien Island. This is where the legendary Wushan teacher lives. Sun Wukong stared at the island with wide eyes. This kind of venue did seem to have the feeling of a place where high-ranking people lived. Hey, little monkey, you stepped on my turtle shell. When Sun Wukong was looking around with his head up, an old voice sounded at this time. Hey! Sorry. Sun Wukong suddenly straightened up, then looked down, his gaze met the sight of a serious turtle, and hurriedly jumped to the side. Excuse me. Are you Teacher Wushan? Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, bowed politely to the turtle, and asked with wide eyes. Teacher Wushan! Teacher Wushan! Someone is looking for you! The turtle shouted at the top of its throat, then turned around and crawled slowly, but just after climbing 2 steps, his eyes suddenly widened, and he slowly looked up along a person's feet. Oh my god! He was the same man from 11 years ago. The turtle suddenly jumped high from the beach, then crawled to the ground and respectfully addressed Sir. It's really a turtle, and it doesn't know how to call Sir yet, so it can only call Mr. Yi. Hello, turtle. Suye smiled kindly at the old turtle, and then turned his gaze to a wooden house on the island. At this time the door had been pushed open, and the turtle immortal should be about to walk out. However, the expected turtle immortal did not come out, but a bald little monk came out. This is Colin. How did he come here early? But thinking about it carefully, Suye also felt that he wanted to come over. Everything has a butterfly effect, and his arrival may change the time difference a little, and the final result is actually the same. Chapter 016. Wow, 2 big beauties. The turtle immortal also walked out of the room, and he immediately set his eyes on Bulma and Madoko, and the whole person was instantly excited. Ahem! The turtle coughed twice and reminded, Teacher Wushan, and Jidian, these 2 ladies arrived with that gentleman 11 years ago. Hearing this, the turtle immortal was stunned, then turned his head and looked, his gaze was fixed on Suye, and then the whole person's face collapsed at this moment. Hello sir! After so many years, Suye's breath was even more obscure, which made the turtle immortal, a martial artist on the earth, terrified. He really hasn't seen a master of this level, let alone felt it. This is Gaku, his grandfather is your apprentice son Gohan, I entrust him to you so that I can teach him to practice. Suye pointed at Sun Wukong and spoke indifferently. Gohan's grandson. The turtle immortal followed the direction of Suyi's finger, and a little boy was looking at him blankly. That's Ruyi behind you, HMM. It seems that he is indeed Gohan's grandson. The turtle immortal nodded, but he was very strange that this gentleman's strength was so strong. Why not teach this little guy? Don't guess the mind of the master. This idea arose in the heart of the turtle immortal, and hurriedly saluted Suya, and spoke, "Please rest assured, sir, little Wukong is here to teach." He inadvertently saw the tail behind Sun Wukong's butt, and then associated with Suyi's tail. I am afraid that a fool can guess what is the relationship between the two of them. Clin, come here, get to know your fellow disciple brothers. Seeing Suya nodding approvingly, the turtle immortal beckoned to Clin, who was standing dumbfounded on the side, wanting the two disciples to get to know each other first. Hello, I'm Clin. When Clin heard the words of the turtle immortal, he came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and jumped in front of Sun Wukong to stretch out his hand. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, you can call me Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled and stretched out his hand, growing so big. It was the first time he had come into contact with people other than Suya and Sun Wuhan so kindly, so he was still very happy. Hello, hello. Clin's hand was held with Sun Wukong, his face was full of smiles, and the strength of his hand became stronger. As a fellow senior brother, Clin naturally thought that he was a senior brother. How can I be a senior brother? That's not simple, isn't it enough to win this Monkey King? Hey? Clin, why is his hand getting harder and harder? Sun Wukong and Clin shook hands for a while, and found that his hand was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. Don't? The stronger my good friend's hand shake, the more it shows my enthusiasm. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. We'll be good friends from now on. Sun Wukong said this, and at the same time the strength of his hand increased. Ugh! Day! Clin's hand, fractured. It hurts. It hurts. You let me go, you let me go. Cling's screams rang out, and the whole person jumped on the beach. I'm sorry Clin, I had too much strength and pinched you. Sun Wukong hurriedly let go, took a few steps back and bowed to Clin, and said a word apologetically. Ha ha ha! Suya and Bulma burst into laughter when they saw this scene. How could they not see that Clin actually wanted to pinch Sun Wukong, but as a result, he underestimated Wukong, but he was pinched and hurt. Okay, it's time for me to leave. After a few people laughed, Suya got serious and said to Wukong, Wukong, there will be the world's first martial arts conference in more than a year, and you remember to participate in it at that time. Hey! Hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked his eyes, tilted his head and asked strangely, the world's first martial arts conference? What is that thing? That's not a thing, well. How to say it? It's that you can fight against powerful martial artists. Suya explained. Really? The little guy Monkey King's belligerent factor is indeed innate, and he has already revealed a little taste at such a young age. Really? Suya nodded. That. Can I fight with brother Suya? Sun Wukong's eyes shone brightly at Suya. This big brother Suya had given him a very powerful impression since he was a child. In his mind, his grandfather could not be the opponent of this big brother Suya, so he naturally had to work hard to become the opponent of this big brother. You are still too weak at the moment. If this time the martial arts conference can win the championship, I think I will fight you once. Suya himself will definitely not participate in this world's first martial arts conference. With his strength, let alone 1v1, it is all the participants of the world's first martial arts conference to surround him. That is also a matter of solving the battle in seconds. Champion? That's probably too difficult. Sun Wukong lowered his little head. He now feels that he is still very weak, and it is impossible to achieve a qualitative change after 1 year of cultivation. Therefore, the possibility of winning the championship is still not very large. Seeing that Sun Wukong was a little frustrated, Suye shook his head and smiled, comforting. The easily discouraged Wukong is not the Wukong that Suye's eldest brother knows. Cheer up, I believe that I will be able to win the championship. Sun Wukong himself did not believe in himself. In fact, Suye still believed in him very much. Familiar with the plot, he knows that the 21st Martial Arts Conference in the original book is the champion of Jackie Chan, that is, the Turtle Immortal, and Sun Wukong is the runner-up. If you want to get the championship, defeat Jackie Chan, that is, the Turtle Immortal. For the original Wukong, perhaps the Turtle Immortal is not easy to defeat, but for the Wukong, who was pointed out by Suye in this world, it definitely has the potential to defeat Jackie Chan in the incarnation of the Turtle Immortal in a year. After all, the current Goku is about 30 years higher than the combat effectiveness of the original book at this time. In other words, at present, Goku's combat effectiveness is already 40 points. As in the plot, Wukong, who participated in the world's first martial arts conference a year later, would have 110 points more than him in this time period. 110 points plus the current 40 points, that is 150 points of combat effectiveness, and this is not to add other factors. Therefore, Suye still felt that Sun Wukong should be able to defeat the Turtle Immortals with 139 combat power under normal conditions in a year. Played 2 days of our internet cafe LOL competition, the save is completely gone, uncomfortable. Second place, 1000 yuan bonus, 5 people divided mamaye. Waste of time. At the beginning, the second place was also a prize of 3000 yuan. Uncomfortable. Might as well codeword well. Chapter 017. Yes. I will definitely practice hard. Comforted by Suye, Sun Wukong immediately raised his fighting spirit, clenched his fists and said resolutely. Great. Suye nodded in praise. After saying hello, Suye and Bulma returned to the western capital. Suye's combat power is indeed a powerful and terrifying person at this stage, but once the follow-up plot gradually unfolds, if he stays in place, I am afraid that he will definitely become a cannon fodder. If he wanted to protect the people around him, he naturally had to practice harder and diligently. A year passed quickly, and Suye spent the year from devil training. Strong strength is the cornerstone of his support for everything. In particular, this is still the world of Dragon Ball. Without strength, that is, there is no right to speak, and a person who jumps out casually in the middle and late stages can control his destiny. This feeling, he does not like and does not want to see. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, Suye was not willing to waste more time on playing at all. System, how much combat power do I have now? On this day, Suye, who had just come out of the 300-fold gravity room, clenched his fists and asked in his heart. Back to the host, your current combat power has reached 400,000. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded. 400,000. He expected that his strength would become stronger and stronger, but he did not expect that in less than a year, he would reach this point. Now, he was confident that at this stage, he could easily press that Cosmic Emperor Frisia to the ground and rub it. It's too strong. Suye clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance. He had a very strange feeling that with just one punch, he could easily burst this earth. Not only my strength has improved, but my physical strength is also terrifying. Suye understood that even if he didn't use chi to fight now, with the physical strength he had tempered, he would definitely not be inferior to a master with 200,000 combat strength. It is worth mentioning that during this year, the login packages obtained every day have changed from basically black iron packages to silver and gold packages that have come every other month. As for the platinum level pack, except for the day before the destruction of planet Vegeta, nothing else was obtained. Will the platinum and above gift bags be randomly given to female characters from other worlds as maids? Suye thought about this question, but he couldn't be sure if this was the case. Brother Suyat, Brother Suyat. A crisp and pleasant voice sounded, it was from Bulma. Suya came back from his thoughts and looked towards Bulma, 17 years old, she already looked beautiful, especially her temperament, playful and cute, from time to time revealed a little softness, which made him very fond. What's wrong? Look at your hurried appearance. Bulma ran over, and Suya looked at her with a smile. You are really a cultivation maniac. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of the world's first martial arts conference, don't you want to see how Sun Wukong grows? Bulma gave him a blank look. In the past year or so, she had found many opportunities to do shameful things with Suyat, but she didn't find the opportunity. Because Suya has been practicing hard. Anyway, if you are not practicing, you are on the way to prepare for practice. In this regard, Bulma is also very helpless. I came out of the gravity room after calculating the time. Suya nodded and smiled, otherwise I am afraid that he is still in the process of cultivation. What about Xiao? Seeing Bulma's somewhat mournful gaze, Suya naturally understood what was going on, swept his head sideways, and asked suspiciously. Sister Xiao is making rice, ready to change the food for Brother Suyat. Bulma and Madoko get along very harmoniously, and there is no jealousy between the two sides at all. Ha ha ha, this can have. For more than a year, he basically ate super fairy beans to offset hunger, and now Ma Hyuko has made him a delicious meal. Of course, he is very happy. The next day, Suya and Bulma arrived at the gate of the venue of the world's first martial arts conference early. Today is the registration, tomorrow is the official beginning. Bulma put her hands behind her back, stepped on the small stone on the ground under her feet, and said, "What if I also want to participate in the martial arts conference?" Hearing this, Suya shook her head and smiled. Her current strength can be said that no original character on the earth can match her in a move. Participating in a martial arts conference of this level is simply like an adult bullying a child. Brother Suyat! Brother Suyat! Bulma was coquettish. Bulma, well, don't be childlike. Your strength is too strong, and what if you confiscate your strength and accidentally kill someone? Madoko gently persuaded, if she participated in this martial arts conference, it would be no problem, because she knew how to collect strength and knew the proportions. Hearing Ma Hyuko's words, Bulma thought about it, thought for a while, deflated her mouth, and whispered, in that case, then okay. Here it comes. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth to say 2 words. What's coming? Bulma was stunned, looked at Suyat, followed his gaze and looked again, but saw that there was no one in the direction he was looking. Gaku, they're coming. Suya said with a smile, more than a year has passed since this little guy, and his strength has really become stronger. More than a year ago, Sun Wukong's combat strength was only 40 points, and now he has reached 300 points. Compared with the combat effectiveness of the same time period in the original work, he is more than 1.5 stars higher. Monkey King? Where? How did I not look? Hey? And it's really coming. Bulma was surprised. As she swept around and looked back, the Turtle Immortal, Sun Wukong, Klin, and a few other companions had appeared on a street. Although your combat effectiveness is high, you don't know how to use Qi, and when the time comes, I will teach you systematically. Suya smiled at Bulma and stepped forward towards Sun Wukong's group. There will be 7 chapters today, and this is chapter 5. Chapter 6 After eating later, continue the code word. Honestly, I hope to see my review votes and flowers go up. Please, everyone. Chapter 018. Brother Suyat. Sun Wukong, who was wearing a small blue suit and a blue hat, also saw Suya walking towards him, and immediately jumped up excitedly and waved his hand. Your outfit is really weird. Suya teased. Ha ha ha, Brother Suyat, you think so too, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed loudly. Suya glanced at the people who were walking with Sun Wukong, the turtle immortal in a black suit and black hat, and Klin who was also a blue suit and blue hat, as well as Yamcha in a green martial arts suit and pool flying in midair, and the little Beiji Oolong who looked at Madoko and Bulma in amazement on the side. Most of the original characters in the early days of Dragon Ball had already arrived, and looking at these familiar characters, Suya had a smile on his face. These characters are all the youth of the year. Hurry up and register, otherwise it will be difficult to wait for the time. The turtle immortal urged, and then nodded to Suya with a smile. Yes, quick! Klin ran excitedly. Suya glanced over, and a pair of eyes came with battle detectors, and he could easily see their combat effectiveness. Goku, 300 points. Turtle Immortal, 139 points. Klin, 90 points. Yamuti, 80. This year's martial arts conference champion Wukong can easily win a. Suya sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he remembered that when he watched this first martial arts conference, he saw that little Wukong had learned all the Jackie Chan moves incarnated by the Turtle Immortals, and he was excited. Especially when the Turtle Pai Kigong wave spewed out, the whole person got goosebumps. That's cool. He could only think of these 3 words to describe it. Soon, the few people who had signed up met with Suya again. Brother Suya, have you eaten? Sun Wukong opened his mouth and proposed, if you haven't eaten, let's go have a big meal together. Do you have money? Suya looked at him funny, talking about this big meal. He remembered that in the original book, the 500,000 Sony that the Turtle Immortal won the game was eaten by this kid with 480,000 Sony. When Sun Wukong heard this, he blinked his eyes, then turned his head to look at the Turtle Immortal and said with a smile, Wukong has no money, but he won the championship soon after, and I will have the prize money as soon as it comes. However, the teacher had it before. Ha ha ha. Suya laughed loudly, this kid is really confident. But it is also true, the current 300 combat strength of the Monkey King, can be said to hang all the characters in the early stage. He thought for a moment, the strongest person on the earth at present should be the immortals in the sky. If he remembers correctly, he is now just like Sun Wukong, with 300 combat power. Next, the group found a place to eat and got to know each other. After a meal, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and the night was completely deep, and each went back to the residence to sleep, and the next morning. Suya got up a little later, and when he arrived at the martial arts hall with Madoko and Bulma, Sun Wukong Klin had already passed the qualifiers. Seeing the orange-yellow martial arts uniforms on these 2 little guys, Suya smiled heartily. What Goku didn't know was that this dress, this wear, was for a lifetime. Wait, where's this kid's tail? Oh! Suya then noticed that Sun Wukong's tail was gone. At first, there were still some doubts. And then I suddenly remembered that this kid had changed into a gorilla once before, and then his tail was cut off. However, this time the martial arts conference will once again give birth to a tail and become a gorilla. In the original work, it was the Turtle Immortal who solved the trouble, and now I am afraid that with his strength, he will definitely not be able to resist the Monkey King who turned into a gorilla. It seems that I still have to make a move at that time. Suya had already expected what would happen soon. Brother Suya, you are here. We have all managed to advance to the quarterfinals. During the short break, Sun Wukong saw Suya and immediately ran out to say hello. I know, come on next. Suya cheered him up. It will definitely be. Sun Wukong waved his fist. Not long after, the quarterfinals officially began. Klin vs Part-1, Yamcha vs Jackie Chan incarnated by the Turtle Immortal, Namu vs Lanfang, Kirin vs Monkey King. A group of people watched quietly, the plot like the original slowly passed, and the semi-finals without any accidents were by Klin vs Turtle Immortal and Namu vs Monkey King. Sun Wukong is crushing from beginning to end, and he defeats the enemy with one move. No way, this is the combat power of 300, and the big gap between these shrimp soldiers and crab generals who have only 100 combat power. Soon, the competition came to the final. Monkey King vs Turtle Immortal. This is a very bloody attraction in the original work, but in this world, Sun Wukong's strength has reached the point of crushing everything. Look, but not so interesting. Bang bang! On the stage, Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal fought back and forth, and the sound of fierce fighting continued to sound in the field. Look at my Turtle School Qigong Wave. The Turtle Immortal is ready to take out his unique job to defeat his beloved disciple. You even know Wushan teacher's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong looked at the Turtle Immortal in surprise. Silly Gaku, I'm a Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal snorted in his heart, but his face was very indifferent. That kind of little trick move, you can learn it at a glance, what is there to praise? Hearing this, Suya outside the field secretly deducted a wave of 666 for this old man. He has seen other people's B, this is his own B, he really saw it for the first time, there is really enough 666. Don't look down on my Wushan teacher's mastery. Sun Wukong still has great respect for the Turtle Immortal, and when he heard the words of the Turtle Immortal, his little face immediately collapsed, and he was very unhappy. Humph! The Turtle Immortal snorted coldly, but in fact, he was very happy with Sun Wukong's attitude in his heart. I'll let you see my Turtle Sect Qigong Wave too. Monkey King in a half-squat position. Use both hands to form a calyx shape, then place the calyx hand around your waist. Turtle! Sun Wukong roared angrily. Impossible, right? This little guy can also make the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave come out? The Turtle Immortal's heart trembled slightly, and he hurriedly made the same attack posture. Turtle! Pie! Gas! Work! Wave! With the roar of the two, a blue ball of light rushed out of the palms of their respective hands and collided with each other. Seeing this scene, Suya shook his head and laughed. Not to mention that Sun Wukong, who is now 300 combat power, is the Wukong in the original work, and he also suppressed the Turtle Immortals with Turtle Qigong Waves. In this regard, Suya thought of another sentence, fight the Sun family against the wave? I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Chapter 6 is sent, the author sincerely asks for a monthly pass flower evaluation ticket. The 6th chapter came out, and now the author June continues to write the 7th chapter. Then, around 12 o'clock in the evening, there is another chapter, which is the first chapter of tomorrow. I hope that the efforts of the author June can be seen and supported by everyone. Thank you all. Chapter 019. Gaku is probably too powerful. Klin and Yamcha side on the side. They also thought that Gaku was a little more powerful than them, but now it seems that it is not only a little more powerful, the gap is like the distance gap between heaven and earth. The victory and defeat have been divided, and it will be up to Gaku whether he will notice the full moon. Suya didn't dare to look at the sky. If he looked at the sky and turned into a gorilla, I'm afraid that this earth would have to be exploded by him. Soon, the game was over. Sun Wukong won the championship, and Jackie Chan, the incarnation of the Turtle Immortal, was the runner-up. Old. The Turtle Immortal glanced at Sun Wukong, shook his head and sighed and left the stage. Gaku, you're amazing. On the street, Klin and others surrounded Sun Wukong and praised it. How did that Turtle Sect Qigong Wave of yours emit it? How do I feel like you haven't used it before? Klin asked in surprise. The two had been practicing together for more than a year, although he knew that Sun Wukong's strength was very strong. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. In particular, that Turtle School Qigong Wave is too cool. Ha ha ha, it's just launched. Monkey King compared the movement, then scratched his head and laughed. In this regard, Klin and the others looked at each other, and they really didn't know how to say. What about that old man? Oolong glanced sideways several times, but did not find the figure of the turtle immortal. Logically speaking, Sun Wukong has won the championship, and this old man should be very happy to bounce around, but he did not appear. Ahem! At this time, there was a coughing sound of the turtle immortal not far away, and soon he saw the small box he was carrying running over, and said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong is really powerful. Did teacher Wu Tian see it?" Sun Wukong said happily, "I used your trick, the turtle sent qigong waves to defeat that old Mr. Jackie Chan. See, there is a bit of the style of my turtle immortal." The turtle immortal praised. On the side, Suye smiled in his heart, this old man was really hard-mouthed. The current Gaku strength is similar to that of the gods, and he can be said to be the most powerful person on the earth at present. "Brother Suye, can you please point me out?" Sun Wukong tilted his head and looked at Suye with blazing eyes. "Yes, but it's late now, and your physical strength has been exhausted. Find a place to eat first and fight me tomorrow." Suye was not in a hurry, he hoped to see the full strength of Sun Wukong. Good. Eat. In addition to fighting, Sun Wukong's favorite thing is to eat, and his little face is full of excitement at this time. The next day an island was clearing. "Do you say that Wukong can beat that big brother Suye?" Clan Yamcha and Oolong looked at Suye and Sun Wukong in the field on the side, and whispered to each other. "I don't know, but a man who can be valued so much by Gaku must not be bad." Clan and Yamcha didn't know much about Suye's strength, but in general, it was not difficult to guess that this man's strength was definitely stronger than them. "Brother Suye, I'll make a move." Sun Wukong's half-squatting posture could rush forward at any time to engage in close hand-to-hand combat with Suye. "Come on." Suye looked very calm, his combat power was beyond this little guy too much. "I am afraid that just standing here to fight Sun Wukong, this little guy may not be able to hurt him in the slightest." "Drink." Sun Wukong took a step, clenched his fist and flew towards Suye. Bang! Suye also punched and gently paired with Sun Wukong. Ugh! The scream of pain sounded, and Sun Wukong's whole person flew out upside down. The disparity in power is too great. The turtle immortal on the side shook his head. Sun Wukong's strength surpassed him, but if he wanted to fight with this Mr. Suye, it was really impossible to beat the horse. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. Suye expected that Sun Wukong should not be able to stand up, and was just about to go over and help him up, but as soon as he saw his face, this little guy was already ready to go, and a blue ball of light rushed towards him. Rumble! Gaku is so good! Klin's little face was full of excitement. Gaku, this kid, is really a combat genius. The turtle immortal's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and it seemed that his turtle immortal flow would bloom the greatest brilliance in this kid's hands. "If you get this apprentice, what can you ask for?" The dust dispersed, and Suye's figure appeared. "Not bad, your strength is already very powerful." There was no embarrassment at all, Suye still seemed very calm, stepped out, as if moving instantly, and the next second came directly to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked and hurriedly retreated. "Let you also see my turtle school qigong wave." Suye put his hands on his waist in the shape of a calyx, his breath was gradually rising, and almost in a second or two, a blue ball of light had appeared in the palm of his hand. Suye pushed forward, and the blue light shone around, flashing everyone's eyes. Rumble! The turtle sent qigong waves to hit a big mountain behind Sun Wukong, and I saw that this mountain instantly split apart on the plain, and finally collapsed. Boom! Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone led by the turtle immortal widened, their mouths opened into a big O shape, and they kept swallowing their mouths. This power is probably too scary. Ah! 7th more to send. There is another chapter around 12, so remember to watch it. And then, can I ask for a monthly pass and a flower evaluation ticket? Yesterday I continued to relieve the Dragon Ball, how cute! Little Gaku. When Klin was taunted by his senior brother, that little look was really. Ha ha ha. Missed so much. Chapter 020. Su. Brother Suyat. You. The power of your turtle school Kigong wave is really perverted. Sun Wukong also swallowed saliva several times, turned his head stiffly from the side of the collapsed mountain, and said in shock. Practice hard, and you can do the same. Suya smiled lightly. Gaku will definitely practice harder. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face full of determination. This duel was over, Suya was completely respected in this small circle, and everyone knew that this was a super strong. Suyat, who returned to the western city, naturally began his own cultivation. Don't see that he has now reached a combat strength of 400,000. But after the real plot of Dragon Ball, this combat power is really not enough to watch. Just the current Frieza, in his first form, he has a combat power of more than 530,000. Not to mention, the follow-up Majin Buu, and these boss-level monsters such as Shuru. If you want to live well in the Dragon Ball world, the most important point is to have absolute explosive power. Don't you see what Beerus wants to do in this universe? Of course, although this is also because he is a god of destruction, there are people covering him, but this can also show the importance of this strength. The third month back in the western capital quickly passed, and Suya obtained a gold-level gift package, and the things obtained in it increased his strength to about 500,000. Suyat, who became strong, naturally salted fish for a while, should eat and drink every day, not to mention how moisturized. The first year of the end of the 21st Martial Arts Conference also passed quickly, and Suya Salty, who had worked hard for 3 months, took almost half a year before he began to practice again. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to practice all the time, but because he found that his strength had reached a bottleneck at that time. Logically speaking, he has not practiced any exercises or anything, and there should be no so-called bottleneck period. However, this bottleneck period really exists, which makes him feel a little strange. Since the bottleneck period has arrived, it just so happens that Bulma also wants to travel around the world with Suyat, so she has been salted for more than half a year. At the beginning of the second year, Suya naturally began various cultivations again. At the same time, when Suya was practicing, the heavenly temple was in the clearing. Bobo, is that person a scion? Tenjin asked lightly with a crutch. Yes. Bobo nodded. It's terrifying that scions can grow to this point. Tenjin sighed. I noticed his arrival more than 10 years ago, and now it seems that he is not a scion who has many evils. If Suya wants to do evil, let alone him, I'm afraid that even if he is a god who is one god position higher, I am afraid that he will have to weigh his strength. Most importantly, this man's growth rate is too fast. In more than 10 years, he has grown from a person who can be seen through by him to an existence that he cannot see through and even fear. You don't have to worry, even if he is an evil person, there will naturally be a great god to submit. This level is not something we can touch. Bobo pondered for a moment and spoke. Yes. You are right, in short, just don't meet him. Tenjin nodded. Wow, mentality collapsed, I updated so forcefully, I didn't even vote for flower evaluation. It's so uncomfortable. Chapter 021. Time calmed down, and another 2 years passed. 753 IG, May 7th. On this day, at the gate of the Budokan. 3 years have passed so quickly. Suyat, Bulma, and Mahutakashi stood at the gate, and several of them had a look of embarrassment on their faces, vaguely as if yesterday was the end of the 21st Martial Arts Conference 3 years ago. Now Bulma is almost 20 years old, both physically and mentally, she is fully mature. During the 3 years, Suya and she had done almost everything she should have done. If it weren't for Bulma's Nizai insisting on giving it to Suya on the wedding day, the two would have been busy with everything a long time ago. But Suya is not in a hurry, anyway. The charm of each year is a little deeper than every year, and it is also getting more and more bold, which makes Suya really have the feeling that he can't enjoy the charm of this woman in his life. Yes. 3 years has really flown by. Bulma also sighed, glanced sideways, and was surprised. I haven't felt Goku's chi for so long, shouldn't they not come to participate this time? When they parted 3 years ago, Suya once again made an agreement for Sun Wukong. This time the martial arts conference, he will participate, hoping that Sun Wukong will also participate. No, with Goku's personality, he will definitely come to fight me again. Suya shook his head and smiled, not thinking that Sun Wukong would not come. Here it comes. After 2 minutes, Madosho's eyes suddenly lit up. Several people's eyes turned to the familiar street 3 years ago, and a group of people led by the Turtle Immortals talked and laughed and walked towards this side. Goku. Suya raised his hand and waved. His life is too deep, this little guy naturally can't feel it. If you don't say hello, I'm afraid that with his careless personality, you will definitely not see him. Brother Suya. When Sun Wukong heard the familiar voice, his face suddenly showed an excited expression, and he instantly fixed his gaze on Suya and ran over at a very fast speed. It's a lot faster again. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of this little guy turned out to be as much as 2000. Suya was really a little surprised, although he had pointed out this little guy a lot, but the growth in the past 3 years was indeed beyond his expectations. Mr. Suya. Brother Suya. Brother Suya. The group of Turtle Immortals, Yamcha and Klin also came over and greeted Suya politely. Suya smiled and nodded as a greeting, then put his gaze on Sun Wukong, and spoke, "Hurry up and register, otherwise it will be late." Good. Application. Application. Monkey King waved his fist, then pulled Klin and they ran to the registration place. Suya Xiao glanced at the Turtle Immortal and saw that he didn't move, and couldn't help but be surprised. Teacher Wushan is not ready to go on stage. No. Not prepared. Yes? What does Mr. Suya mean by this? The Turtle Immortal subconsciously replied, but quickly reacted and looked at Suya Tao with an embarrassed face. Seeing him like this, Suya shook his head and smiled, and did not continue to talk about this topic. Soon, Sun Wukong and the others, who returned after signing up, returned. The qualifiers are about to start, please prepare for the competition. At this time, a martial arts hall staff member walked around with a loudspeaker. In the martial arts hall, Suya and the others who had drawn lots each fought separately. A qualifier, simply not too easy for them. Soon, the quarterfinals were decided, after the draw. The quarterfinals were played by Yamcha vs Tianjin Rice, Suya vs Male Wolf, Klin vs Dumpling, and Bab vs Son Goku. The plot has not changed much, that is, in the original work, it should have been the Turtle Immortal against the Male Wolf, and it became Suya against the Male Wolf. The first battle soon began. The combat effectiveness of Yamcha is around 130, while the combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice is around 180. In the original work, this martial arts conference is the champion of Tianjin Rice, and you can imagine how strong his strength is. The disparity in strength is still a little big, even if Yamuti using the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, it is also defeated. In the end, Tianjin Fan was knocked unconscious. Yamcha. Klin and Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and they hurriedly rushed out from the infield. Host, hurry up and announce. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong and them with an indifferent expression, and said coldly. Oh, good. The host nodded hurriedly, and then announced the victory of Tianjin Rice. Abominable. Yamcha has been sent to the hospital. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Rice angrily, especially seeing his look of indifference, and gritted his teeth for a while. I really hope to meet you in the semifinals. Hey, it's up to you. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. Please step down, the second game is about to begin. The host spoke. Wait. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. Soon, the second quarterfinals continued, with Suya playing against the male wolf. This male wolf has only 100 combat strength, and it naturally can't be beaten for a few seconds in Suyi's hands, and he is quickly defeated. Next, Klin vs Dumplings, Klin wins. Gaku vs Bab, Gaku Katsu. The four finalists were soon separated, Tianjin Rice, Suya, Klin, and Sun Wukong. At the same time, the people who will face the final are also assigned. Tianjin Rice vs Suya. Klin vs Sun Gaku. Brother Suya, Yamcha's hatred, please repay it. Sun Wukong glared angrily at Tianjin Rice, and then bowed deeply to Suya. Hearing this request, Suya thought for a moment and nodded, yes. The second is even sent, ask for a flower evaluation ticket, thank you readers greatly. Chapter 022. Without resting for a while, the battle gong for the semifinals officially began. On the platform, Suya and Tianjin Fan each stood on one side. Suyi's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't see any emotions. Tianjin Fan looked at him with a sneer. He had been ordered by his own master to make sure that the apprentices of the Turtle Immortal were injured very badly. Suya didn't know if he was a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, but he only knew that this guy was very close to the disciple of the Turtle Immortal. That alone was enough for him to be ruthless. Brother Suya, beat him hard. Sun Wukong was shaking his fist in the martial arts hall, and his face was full of anger. Suya tilted his head and smiled at him, and then looked at Tianjin Rice. He knows the strength of this guy, 180 combat power. In other words, in the original work, it is indeed a very powerful existence. If the Turtle Immortal does not change his body, I am afraid that just fighting with him under normal circumstances will not be his opponent. However, now this Dragon Ball world is different from the original. There is one more Monkey King variable, not to mention, but also his biggest variable. That kid is really funny, think it's up to you. Tianjin Fan knows his strength, and is naturally very confident. Moreover, his eyesight is not bad. On the surface, it seems that Suya is a small master, but he is only a small master. In front of him, there is no wave at all. Well, it's up to me. Suya nodded and smiled slightly, hooked his finger at Tianjin Rice, and said, if you can let me use the second finger, then even if you win. Wow! As soon as Suyi's words came out, it was like a stone startling 1,000 waves, and all the spectators outside the arena who were watching the ring suddenly set off an uproar. This guy is probably too crazy. Oh, I hope you won't feel too embarrassed when you fall down later. Tianjin Fan smiled coldly, leaned over, and rushed straight over the moment the words fell. Drink. This guy is very fast, like a phantom. A punch blasted out. In fact, it was not a frontal blast, but a punch in Suyi's back. Brother Suya, be careful. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong subconsciously shouted worriedly. Suya shook his head and smiled, raised the index finger of his right hand slightly, and then pointed a little to the back. Bang! When the fist and fingers collide, according to common sense, the fist must be more powerful. However, is the existence of Suya a common sense? Not. Ugh! Suya didn't use any force at all, and the counter-shock force directly bounced Tianjin Fan's whole person away, and he screamed in pain in midair. Well! So strong! Sun Wukong is not the same as he was 3 years ago, he has grown taller, and his eyesight is becoming more and more amazing with the increase of strength. In the face of Tianjin Rice's punch, Sun Wukong changed his thoughts about himself 3 years ago. I am afraid that it is not good to take this punch. Brother Suya is so good. Brother Suya beat this swollen guy. Come on host. Bulma began to shout outside the field, and Madoko saw her roaring so excitedly, he couldn't help but roar with her. Hearing the cheering sound of the two women cheering him, Suya took the time to glance at them outside the field, smiled and waved at them. Abominable! Dare to distract from greeting a woman when fighting against me is unbearable. Tianjin Fan felt that he was insulted, immediately rushed over, left hand and right hand crossed together, and then suddenly bounced up when he was more than 10 meters away from Suya, and smashed at Suya from top to bottom. When Suya heard the movement above, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he still stretched out a finger and gently pointed at it. Fingers vs fists. Rumble. Boom. Fist defeated. Tianjin Rice flew out upside down, lying on the ground looking unconscious. The battle scene that changed so quickly made the host stunned for the first time, and it took several seconds to walk to the edge of the ring and start counting. 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 6, Tianjin Rice on the ground coughed twice, and then slowly got up from the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face slowly turned pale. This man, so strong. Tianjin Fan was really the first time to face such a powerful person as Suya, and he always thought that he had no opponents. Now it seems that he is completely a frog at the bottom of the well. How? Do you want to continue? Suya looked at him with a smile. He knew that Tianjin Fan's confidence had been defeated by him. Now, it's more self-denial. Although you are very powerful, never say die is my life motto in Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened, and then jumped into the sky, put his hands on his forehead, and roared, Sun Fist. Ugh! As soon as Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist came out, most of the people staring at the ring around them saw a violent glare in front of their eyes, followed by a brief blindness for a few seconds. Don't underestimate these seconds. In front of real masters, these seconds are enough for a person to die many times. Sun Fist? Hee hee. Suya chuckled, this move is indeed quite strong, but he is not an ordinary person. 3 years ago, he had a combat power of 400,000. Now, 3 years later, he has changed more than once. Now, with a full million combat strength, he can be called unparalleled in the world. According to the plot, the current first form Frisia is just a scum in his eyes. How could a small Sun Fist hurt him? There really aren't many people voting in flowers. The plot of this book is about to unfold, and the plot of Dragon Ball is about to unfold. Let's follow Suya to fight the powerful characters in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 023. Suya was standing in the center, not dodging his gaze at all, looking directly at Tianjin Rice in the sky. This guy can dance air art, so he can stop in mid-air for so long. But he's not the only one who can fly. Suyi's body slowly left the ground, and under the shocked gazes of several people wearing sunglasses, he slowly floated into the air, at eye level with Tianjin Rice. How can you not be affected at all? Tianjin Fan was more and more shocked. Moreover, this man can also dance the air art. Also, why do you know my crane immortal flow's dancing void technique? He found himself more and more unable to see through this man, or did he not see through this man from beginning to end? Thinking of this, Tianjin Fan's face was full of bitter smiles. It was really the first time he had lost so completely and so badly. The ability to resist, none. Tianjin Rice, come on! At this time, the sound of the eliminated junior brother dumplings came from outside the field. Never say die. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up in vain, and his fighting spirit was high again. Even if he loses, he must lose with a backbone. God Finger Gong! Tianjin Fan roared, concentrated the qi in his whole body on his fingertips, and then released all his qi in one breath. Shout! A dazzling light shone out from the tips of his fingers and went straight towards Suya. It's too weak. In the face of Tianjin Han's attack, Suya just smiled and shook his head, still stretched out a finger, and lightly flicked it against the void, only to see where Tianjin Han's god finger skill came from and where it went. Rumble. A roar sounded, and Tianjin rice fell from the sky. Tianjin rice. Seeing this, the dumplings hurriedly flew over. Outsiders are not allowed to come up when the game is not over. The host hurriedly shouted. We abstain. Dumplings roared loudly. He was an orphan since he was a child, and he has always regarded his senior brother Tianjin Rice as his own brother. This time the competition, he would rather lose. He does not want Tianjin Fan to die. In that case, this one was won by Suyat. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the final. The host thought for a moment, and then roared. Suya indifferently glanced at the Tianjin rice that had fainted, and then walked into the martial arts hall. Brother Suya, thank you. Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward and thanked him. It's okay, the next thing is your showdown with Klin. Go for it. Suya waved his hand and smiled. I abstain. At this time, Klin, who had been lowering his head, suddenly said. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned, and Suya was not too surprised. Because, compared to Sun Wukong, Klin's courage is indeed much smaller, and he is still very unconfident. Coupled with the powerful impression of Sun Wukong, it has taken root in his heart, so it is normal for Klin to surrender directly this time. Klin, how do you? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said strangely. Gaku, I know my strength. You are far better than me, and to force a fight with you is a complete waste of time. It's better to let you have a good fight with big brother Suyat. Klin touched his bald head and laughed awkwardly. Is that so? Well, then. Sun Wukong didn't know what to say, so he could only nod and agree. The two walked out of the martial arts hall side by side and came to the ring. The excitement is coming. The next competition between Sun and Klin, please wait and see. Seeing the two walk out, the host roared excitedly. Roar, roar. The audience outside the stadium was aroused by him, and one by one they roared very excitedly. Hello host, I abstained from this game for some reason. Klin glanced around embarrassedly, then shouted to the host. Hey? Klin player, do you want to abstain? The host, who was still excited, was stunned when he heard Klin's words, and was surprised. You have a chance to compete for the championship. Klin interrupted his next words with a wry smile. Wukong and brother Sui, which one can I defeat? So, just don't waste time and just let them go to the final. After saying this, Klin jumped off the ring and slowly walked towards the area where the turtle immortals and others were. Cut. Coward. I thought it was so powerful, it turned out not to be a coward. The sarcasm of the onlookers sounded outside the venue, and when Klin heard this sentence, his heart was like a knife. But what about it? His personality is indeed like this, biased towards the cowardly and very unconfident side. Klin. Are you okay? Oolong sighed, knowing that Klin was in a very low mood now. Turtle sect Qigong wave. Thundered. At this time, Sun Wukong in the ring put a turtle faction Qigong wave into the sky, and the explosion attracted everyone's attention. It's so cool. Most people stopped mocking Klin, but a few were still whispering. If anyone talks about my friend again, don't blame me for being unkind. Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings with a cold little face. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard his voice very clearly. Sun player, you can compete well, come, give me the microphone. The host in the corner of the ring on the side laughed at Sun Wukong. Here you go. Sun Wukong casually threw the microphone in his hand past the host, and then returned to the center of the ring with a jump to stand. Suya in the martial arts hall carried his hand on his back and slowly walked out of it. The final of the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference officially begins. Suya vs Sun Wukong. Chapter 4 is sent, try to write. Come on. Chapter 024. Brother Suyat. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and bowed to Suyet. Come on, let me see how you have grown in 3 years. Suyet smiled. Good. Sun Wukong raised his head, looked at Suyet with his eyes shining, took 2 steps back and raised his legs, clenched his fists and prepared to attack. Suyet nodded and stood there calmly, not moving. Sun Wukong walked around, staring at Suyet vigilantly, and he found that brother Suyet was standing there so calmly, but he couldn't see the slightest flaw. As time passed, a lot of sweat beads appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead. What the hell? Why don't you start fighting yet? The spectators outside the venue scolded. The host also encountered this situation for the first time, and couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead with a small towel, and explained embarrassedly, if the masters don't move, it's amazing, everyone waits quietly. These 2 will definitely give us a very wonderful showdown. Hearing the host's words, the audience outside the venue calmed down a lot. Drink! Sun Wukong roared angrily and quickly rushed towards Suyet. Bang bang! Continuous punches, Suyet easily coped without a trace of panic. Ah! Sun Wukong's punching speed is very fast, at least 20 or 30 punches a second, and it is difficult to see his punching speed with the naked eye alone. Suyet still coped calmly, how many punches you throw, I will block as many punches. Gaku, big brother made a move. Suyet smiled slightly, and a punch was thrown out nonchalantly. Bang! Sun Wukong struggled and was directly bombarded. Boom! This scene made the audience outside the venue instantly excited. As if taking a leisurely walk, Suyet stepped out in 1 step, and arrived in front of the Monkey King, who flew out in an instant, and then gently raised his hand and slapped it down. Rumble! A deep pit was created on the ground of the ring, filled with smoke and dust. Suyet closed his hands behind his back and calmly looked inside the deep pit. Sun Wukong's chi is still there, and he didn't pass out or something. So strong! The strength of Suyet players is really strong. In a few breaths, Sun Wukong was suppressed, and the host explained excitedly. I expected that Wukong would not be Mr. Suyet's opponent, but I didn't expect that there was no resistance at all. Outside the field, the turtle immortal's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said in a deep voice. He was well aware of the strength of Sun Wukong now, and he absolutely crushed him countless times. This level of strength couldn't take advantage of Suyet at all. No. It should be said that there is no resistance at all. What kind of divine is this Mr. Suyet? How could it be so terrifying? The turtle immortals really can't figure it out, they really can't figure it out. Gaku, come on! Klin is cheering for the Monkey King. At this time, in the ring, under the deep pit. Rumble! Ah! It hurts to death. Sun Wukong jumped out of the deep pit, rubbing his head and grinning. Seeing this kid's appearance, Suyet couldn't help but speak. Wukong, now it's fighting, don't. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. Before Suyet finished speaking, Sun Wukong directly hit a turtle school Qigong wave over, and the blue ball of light burst out, and the momentum was amazing. So powerful! Outside the field, the turtle immortal's gaze froze. It can be seen from this turtle school Qigong wave that he knows that he still underestimates the strength of Sun Wukong. This kid is really strong. Bang! In the face of Sun Wukong's strongest blow, Suyet still seemed very casual, just waved his hand, and directly bounced off this turtle faction Qigong wave and exploded in the sky. Brother Suyet! I'm behind you! Sun Wukong's voice sounded. Suyet raised his eyebrows. At that moment just now, he didn't even capture this kid's chi. Bang! Sun Wukong slammed a solid punch on Suyet's back. Oh my god! This punch did hit Suyet, but, under the shocked gazes of everyone outside the arena, Sun Wukong Instead, he flew out upside down. This man's body! It's too tough. The turtle immortals were stunned. what kind of defense is this? Okay, I already know your strength. Suya turned around with a fatherly smile, and in an instant arrived behind Sun Wukong, who flew out upside down, caught him, and then casually threw him away. Suyi player wins. Congratulations to him for winning the 22nd Martial Arts Conference. More than 10 seconds after Sun Wukong flew out of the field, the host came back to his senses and roared with the microphone. Brother Suya is too strong. Sun Wukong got up from the ground, came to Suya and scratched his head with a wry smile. He originally thought that his cultivation in the past 3 years did not seek to catch up with Big Brother Suya, at least he could make Big Brother Suya make a move for a while. As a result, everything is so mercilessly crushed. He believed that if Big Brother Suya really wanted to defeat him, I am afraid it would only be a matter of 1 second. Suya smiled and said nothing. No matter how much he said practice hard, you can too. He also felt tired. Moreover, Sun Wukong is indeed growing step by step, at least compared to him in the original work, I don't know how many times stronger. The 22nd Martial Arts Conference ended like this, and Suya, who received the bonus, invited Sun Wukong to eat them, and as a result, 500,000 sonis were not enough, but more than hundreds of thousands of sonis. In this regard, Suya did not feel anything, anyway, he was not short of money at all. Chapter 025. This time after the martial arts conference, Suya did not immediately return to the western capital, but temporarily settled in Turtle Immortal Island, and as for Bulma and Madoko, they went back. He is ready to give Goku a devil-style training, and the current combat power of Goku is more than 2,000, and Suyi's goal is to let this kid reach at least 10,000 combat effectiveness in a year. A year later, the results of the devil training surprised Suya. Sun Wukong, this kid, not only reached his goal of 10,000 combat effectiveness, but exceeded the combat power of about 5,000. In other words, a year later, Sun Wukong is already a small master with 15,000 combat power. This kind of strength, on the former planet Vegeta, is also a very powerful master, let alone this Earth. Yes, your growth rate is very fast. When parting, Suya was amazed. All this is because of Big Brother Suyi's guidance. Sun Wukong did not invite credit, and was very grateful to Suyi's cultivation. It's your own effort, I'm just telling you how. If you're not willing to work hard, you can't grow so fast. So, the most part you should thank yourself. Suya laughed, okay, I should leave too. In 2 years, there will be the world's first martial arts conference. When you want to participate, you can participate. If you don't want to participate, you can practice well, you must not slack. Yes. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and respectfully saluted Suya, who flew away. A day later, Zidu. Bulma's home. Brother Suya, when are we going to get married? Bulma snuggled into Suyi's arms and asked shyly. Married? Suya was stunned, and then pondered. At present, the initial plot of Dragon Ball is almost over, and as soon as the 23rd Martial Arts Conference ends, it should be the time period when the second generation of Bic is born. It won't be long before you have to walk the plot of Dragon Ball Z. Raditz arrives, followed by Vegeta, Team Kainu, and the final boss Frieza. You have to get married as soon as possible. Suya nodded. That. When will you get married? When Bulma heard Suyi's words, she immediately became excited. When the 23rd Martial Arts Conference is over, we will get married. 2 years is enough time for him to grow to a very strong point. To be honest, his current strength is limited to dominating in this small copy in the early stage. A year ago he was 1,000,000 combat power, now he is about 1.5 million. 1.5 million combat power can form a crush in the face of the first form, and the second form of Frieza can form a crush, but what if you face the third form, the fourth form of Frieza? If he remembered correctly, the highest combat power of Frisia in the fourth form was more than 120 million combat power, and he could easily crush him. Mua Bulma, waiting for brother Sulyi to marry me. Bulma leaned over to Sulyi's face and gently stroked his cheek. Her face was flushed, and she was very excited now. Because, in 2 years, she will marry her favorite brother Sulyi. Call your husband in advance to listen. Sulyi took Bulma into his arms, also returned to her, and laughed. Oh, do you want to call it now? Bulma Qiao's face turned a little redder, buried in Sulyi's arms, and shouted in a very small voice, "Husband!" This sound is very soft, very charming, very attractive. Immediately, Sulyi carried Bulma upstairs and came to her room. For so many years, Sulyi has been enduring, and naturally he will not be able to endure it for another 2 years. Except for the last step, everything that should have been done was naturally done. I'll go back first. If you study things, remember to combine work and rest. Coming to the gate, Suyuan smacked Bulma's forehead, and then went back to the house she had bought. Okay, brother Sulyi, you have to come on too. Bulma waved her hand and watched Sulyi's back slowly fade away. It's not that Bulma didn't want to live with Sulyi, but she was afraid that she didn't control herself, so she gave herself to Sulyi in advance. It was precisely because she loved Sulyi so much that she wanted to give herself to the most sacred knight, and in that way, she felt that it was the greatest fulfillment. Back home, Ma Huxiao came to Sulyi, and Sulyi naturally understood. 2 hours passed before the fighting ended. Master, Xiao. Xiao wants to give the master. At this time, Ma Huxiao snuggled into Sulyi's arms and whispered, Xiao wants to give birth to a baby to the master. Having a baby? Hearing this, Sulyi blinked his eyes, and at this moment, his heart inexplicably rose with a heartbeat. You must know that if you really calculate it, now Sulyi's age is also in his 30s, but his strength is too strong, and his appearance has always maintained the appearance of when he was 18 or 19. Maybe I can really have a baby. I'm not against it. Then, you need to work harder. Sulyi said with a smile, and then he and Ma Huxiao got busy again. The 6th is sent. The author Jun said that his update is still very powerful, right? I hope you can support it. It is absolutely impossible for a eunuch. In other words, does anyone know when the new volume of Dragon Balls will come out? I heard it's November or December. It shouldn't be October, but I remember it was Tokyo Kaoru. If you know something, can you tell the author in the book review area? Chapter 026. In the midst of busyness, time naturally flies very quickly. 2 years passed again in the blink of an eye. In the year 756, on May 5, Sulyi, Bulma and Mado Akira arrived on Kamasen Island together. There are still 2 days before the opening of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, and they are here to prepare to go to the Martial Arts Conference with the Turtle Immortals. During the past 2 years, Sulyi and Ma Huxiao would basically be busy with business when they were free, basically more than 2 hours at a time. Sometimes they are busy every day for a month, but this is the case, the two have not got a baby in the past 2 years. This did disappoint Sulyi a little, but after seeing the even more disappointed Ma Huko, he could only comfort her. Mr. Sulyi is here. With the roar of the turtle, everyone inside the turtle fairy house ran out. Sulyi looked at it at a glance, Turtle Immortal, Klin, and Yamcha, Oolong. A lot of familiar characters. What about Gaku, this kid? Sulyi didn't see Sun Wukong, nor did he feel his chi, so he couldn't help but ask. He has been practicing alone for 2 years and now I don't know where he is. However, I reminded him a long time ago that May 7th was the opening moment of the 23rd Tianxia Martial Arts Conference. He shouldn't miss it. The Turtle Immortal smiled and groaned, apprenticing is better than blue, and no one will be unhappy as a master. Okay, when are you going to go on your way? Sulyi casually asked. Turtle Immortal Island went to the venue of the Martial Arts Conference, how about a day by plane? No hurry. Lan Chi made the meal, just in time for Mr. Suyat. You arrived, let's have a meal together, let's go again. The turtle immortal invited. Yes. Brother Suyat, Lan Ki craftsmanship will definitely make you praise. Clin shouted too. In a few years, this little man has also grown a little taller, but according to Su Yi's memory, it seems that this guy has always been so tall. And the current Gaku should have completely grown into the great Gaku, which is also the appearance of the second half of Wukong. Time flies really fast. Suya sighed in his heart, and walked in with Bulma and Madoko, along with the turtle immortals. Soon, after eating a meal, Suya was indeed full of praise. Bang! Just as a group of people were discussing leaving the ground, a yellow-haired woman tapped the table. You guys just said where are you going to go after eating? When the voice came, Suya looked over and immediately laughed. This woman is a grumpy Lan Chi. Hey! US, ready to go to the metropolis. The turtle immortal smiled and spoke. The old lady is going too. Lan Chi raised her legs and stepped directly on a stool, glancing coldly at the group of turtle immortals. Lan Kai, didn't you say that the air in the metropolis is not good for women's skin? Why are you again? Shut up! Lan Chi glared at Clin, who had just spoken, and said coldly, the old lady likes the noise of the big city, this is the way of life that an urban beauty should have. Hearing this, the turtle immortals and others looked at me, I looked at you, and looked at each other for a while. In the end, he could only take this irascible woman on the helicopter. AIG 756, May 6th, at the gate of the Budokan. Why hasn't this guy come here yet? It was raining on this day. And everyone stood at the gate with umbrellas waiting for familiar people to arrive. Clin kicked a stone under his feet and muttered something in a low voice. You want to see Gaku so much, do you want to show off your cultivation achievements with him? Tianjin Fan laughed on the side, since he was beaten unconscious by Suya 3 years ago, the turtle immortal guided him to the right path, although he did not worship under the turtle immortal again, but the relationship was already a master-apprentice relationship. Humph, I just want to see how Goku's strength is. The current Clin's strength is good, it has reached more than 600, which is much stronger than the original. Ha ha ha. A crowd of people laughed and talked. At this moment, Lan Chi, who had long purple hair, suddenly saw a person, blinked her eyes, and said hesitantly, that person. Is it Gaku? Hearing Lan Ki words, everyone's eyes turned to her finger and looked at a man about 1 meter 8 meters tall holding an umbrella and walking towards them. Is it Gaku? The turtle immortal frowned, a little unsure. Because this man's chi is not the same as Goku's chi. When everyone guessed, Suya smiled and nodded, it is indeed Wukong, he has grown taller, and his strength is also stronger. The breath is restrained, and Sun Wukong's combat power has reached as much as 35,000. You know, Wukong 2 years ago, but only 15,000 combat power. In just 2 years, he has grown to this point, and his talent is not unpowerful. Brother Suyat, long time no see. The man holding the umbrella has already walked over and then revealed his face, who is not Gaku. However, because his head was wrapped in a white turban, they did not recognize the turtle immortals for a while. Suya was naturally very familiar with Gaku after growing up, so he recognized it at first glance. Long time no see, Gaku. Your strength is much stronger. Suya smiled at him and nodded. Ha ha ha. I thought that I could catch up with brother Suya again, but now it seems that I still can't. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. At this time, the rain gradually decreased. Gaku. It's really Gaku. Gaku and Pool on the side widened their eyes and shouted incredulously. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? I'm not Gaku or whoever it is. Sun Wukong came to the turtle immortal, respectfully saluted, and said, Grandpa the turtle immortal, long time no see. It's Gaku. It's really Gaku. He grew taller. The turtle immortal looked excited. Isn't it Grandpa, you're getting shorter. Sun Wukong took off the white turban on his head, and his trademark hairstyle popped out, and the others who were not sure to confirm it immediately recognized it and laughed happily one by one. However, hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin clasped his hands to his chest and snorted coldly, obviously, you have grown taller yourself. Haha, speaking of which, I have indeed grown taller. Sun Wukong laughed embarrassedly. Hurry up and sign up. Suye reminded later. Yes, yes, hurry up and report the name. The turtle immortal hurriedly said. Sun Wukong nodded and ran towards the place where he registered. It's incredible, this kid has grown to this point now. The turtle immortal turned to look at Goku's back, his eyes full of relief. In other words, did the friends feel super excited the moment they saw Gaku grow up? Ha ha ha. Chapter 027. On the same night, in the hotel dormitory, Klin and Sun Wukong each lay in a bed. Klin suddenly got up and glanced at Sun Wukong, who seemed to be thinking about things, and spoke, that Gaku, the practice of the celestial realm must be very strict, right? Klin had heard that Sun Wukong practiced in the temple of the heavenly realm, so this was the question. Well, it's definitely strict. Sun Wukong turned his head over and said to Klin, who gradually showed a smile on his face, by the way, Klin should have become a lot stronger now, right? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin laughed, hee, Gaku, don't be scared when you fight against me then. Ha ha ha, I wish I could have seen it earlier. Sun Wukong laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Klin laughed again, gave a thumbs up, and sighed, there will definitely be a lot of powerful figures in this martial arts conference, so we must come on. Not only are they getting stronger, Yamuti, Tianjin rice, and dumplings, these people have always been in practice, how can their strength have stayed 3 years ago? Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, then looked at the fan spinning on the top, his brows furrowed, and thought in his heart, the son of the great demon King Vic will definitely appear, but I don't know what his strength is. It's good that after so many years, it is naturally impossible for Sun Wukong not to do anything. During his first solo practice, he had already done a lot of things. Among them, there was the defeat of the first generation of Vic Great Devil, but this guy spat out an egg. As a martial idiot, Wukong naturally doesn't think too much, and he is naturally very happy to have a strong opponent. Therefore, he did not directly kill the Vic Great Demon King back then. At this point, Wukong, who subsequently went to the Celestial Realm to practice, risked that he did not destroy the egg spit out by the Vic Great Demon King at that time. Otherwise, that Tenjin-sama would also die. Gaku! What are you thinking? Klin shouted the Monkey King twice. Oh, I was wondering if it would be sunny tomorrow. Sun Wukong tilted his head and smiled, and then looked out the window. The rain that had only stopped in the afternoon was falling again, a little heavier than before. Yes, the weather has been weird lately. Klin got up and came to the window to look outside, then turned his head and shouted, but found that Sun Wukong had fallen asleep, stunned for 2 seconds, and then shook his head and smiled. When Sun Wukong slept over, Tianjin Rice and Yamcha were very serious waiting for tomorrow. For them, the most wanted thing was to be able to defeat Wukong. Soon, the night passed. Suye got up very early the next morning. He was surrounded by Bulma and Madoko. The 2 women were tossed by him for most of the night last night, although he still did not take the last step with Bulma, but he really enjoyed her service, which was called a comfort. Well, let them sleep more. Suye glanced at the time. It was only after 8 o'clock in the morning. He remembered that it seemed to be more than 4 o'clock when he slept in the middle of the night last night. Although it was harmless to sleep only 4 hours with the strength of the 2 women, he thought about it for a while and still did not wake them up. Going out, Suya happened to meet Wukong and Klin, who came out of the room. And at the same time Tianjin Fan and Yamcha also came out of the other two rooms. "Good morning, everyone." Suya said hello. "Good morning, brother Suya." Tianjin Rice, they are all called Suya, the same as Sun Wukong. After greeting the group, they walked out of the dormitory gate together. "Ah! Sure enough, it's sunny, ha ha ha, it's really a good weather today." Sun Wukong stretched out a comfortable lazy waist and said with a smile. Compared with Sun Wukong's ease, the Klin people honestly said that there was some solemnity. Their purpose is to let Sun Wukong see their growth. After all, at this stage, except for Suya, it is Sun Wukong who has the deepest influence on them, and they all want to prove their strength in front of him. A few people chatted for a while, and the Turtle Immortals and the others also walked out of the dormitory gate. "What about Bulma and Sister Mato?" Sun Wukong asked strangely. Suya coughed twice in embarrassment, and the Turtle Immortal on the side glared at Wukong and spoke, "Don't ask so much, children." "Hey!" Sun Wukong looked dazed, not understanding why he asked this question. "It's okay, they're still sleeping." Suya waved his hand and took the lead in walking towards the martial arts hall. He remembered that there was an early stall at the gate, and now he had just woken up, and his stomach was still a little hungry. This time the martial arts conference Suya did not participate. With his strength, there is no need to participate in this level of competition, it is too tedious. After a group of people finished their breakfast, they entered the martial arts hall. As the champion of the previous session, Suya was naturally known by the staff in the martial arts hall, so although he did not participate, no one stopped him. As for the Turtle Immortals, they originally wanted to follow in, but they were directly stopped. "Do you know who I am?" "I am." The Turtle Immortal was just about to expose his identity, but as soon as the words came out, he immediately shut up, and then laughed twice at several people around him, followed Lan Chi Oolong, and they exited the martial arts hall. Soon, the qualifiers for the 23rd Martial Arts Conference began. Sun Wukong's gaze suddenly froze, and he glanced sideways over, and a green-skinned man came into his line of sight. This cold and ruthless look. He's the great demon of Vic. Klin followed his gaze, his eyes widened, and his face showed an incredulous expression. "Vic the Great Devil." Suya also looked over, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The plot is moving towards the future step by step. At the same time, he is getting more and more excited. Because, there are countless strong people in the future. And his strength is also slowly growing, and now he has 3.5 million combat strength. In addition, it stands to reason that his combat power has initially had the background of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, he tried many times, but he still could not transform. Is it a lack of anger? Suya frowned, remembering the Monkey King in the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. He was transformed into a Super Saiyan because of Klin's death. Chapter 028. Anyway, this Super Saiyan can transform sooner or later, so Suya is not too entangled in the problem of not being able to transform at present. "Goku, is he the great demon king of Bike?" Klin was shocked. "Yes, he is the great demon of Bike. However, he is not the previous Vic Great Devil, he can be regarded as a second-generation Vic Great Devil." Sun Wukong frowned, his aura is very strange, strong for a while, weak for a while. Of course, the current Vic is not a powerful person for him, but for Klin, it is also somewhat powerful. Suya, who no longer thought about it, also glanced at Vic and felt a little strange. Logically speaking, according to the current stage of the original work, the combat effectiveness of Vic should be only 260, and now it seems that it has reached a combat effectiveness close to 1000. Is it because of the butterfly effect? Suya frowned. Think carefully, at this stage, Klin is also much stronger than in the original work, so Vic also has his own opportunities? "Hey! It should have noticed the gaze of Sun Wukong and others, and Vic glanced at Sun Wukong, his eyes narrowed, and he sneered. Be careful when you meet him, although he does not dare to kill you, but he will definitely be ruthless. Sun Wukong reminded. We understand. Clin and the others nodded heavily, although their strength was much stronger than in the original work, but Vic Kerr's strength was also much stronger than in the original work. If they are told to fight hard, it will definitely be them who will die. Soon, the qualifiers officially began. In about a few hours, the qualifiers were over. The final quarterfinals will be distributed as follows: Mechanical Mama Bibai vs Tianjin Rice, Kiki vs Sun Wukong, Vic vs Clin, Dumpling vs Yamcha. It seems that due to the butterfly effect, the heavenly god did not participate in this martial arts conference in the nether realm. Suya saw all this in his eyes and nodded secretly. At noon, at lunchtime after the qualifiers, Suya and his party found a restaurant to eat. Bulma and Madoko naturally followed, because they got up and arrived at the Budokan as early as 11 o'clock. Soon, lunch was over, and everyone rested for a while before returning to the martial arts hall. Around 2 o'clock, the quarterfinals officially began. The first one, Peach White vs Tianjin Rice. Not surprisingly, Tianjin Rice won. When he came to the second scene, Suya looked at Sun Wukong and Kiki on the stage and smiled. If nothing else, Kiki will soon say her name, and then Son Goku will recall his promise and eventually marry Kiki. For Suya, when he watched anime in his previous life, from the perspective of the audience, he was indeed very indifferent to this woman. But from the point of view of a wife and mother, he had to say that this was a great woman. Why are you angry all the time? The two confronted each other and did not start fighting immediately. Sun Wukong looked at Kiki on the opposite side blankly, and said wordlessly. Touch your own conscience, Monkey King. Kiki glared angrily at Sun Wukong. What's wrong with me? Sun Wukong became even more confused, he had no impression of this woman at all. I will never forgive you. Kiki gritted her teeth and looked at Sun Wukong. I still don't understand what you mean. Sun Wukong scratched his head, very speechless. You. Did you mistake me and others? You can't be wrong. You're the Monkey King, right? Kiki looked directly at Sun Wukong and said coldly. Hearing this, Sun Wukong frowned and stared at Kiki in thought. Combat. What have you been muttering? At this time, there was a shout outside the venue. Ahem, the two of you are finished talking, the second game officially begins. The host coughed twice and spoke. Drink. As his words fell, Kiki moved on her feet, ran quickly, and punched and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged vigorously, did not make a move at her, and spoke, Where have you seen me? Or, did we know each other before? Drink. Kiki didn't reply to him, attacking vigorously. Sun Wukong was really helpless, and said a few more words. It's because you can't remember anything that I'm so angry. Kiki suddenly stopped, and a look of grievance appeared on her face. Seeing her like this, Sun Wukong was suddenly stunned. Suya held his forehead with one hand, indicating that this guy Sun Wukong was a very standard straight man in his previous life. Usually this kind of man is the kind of man who is destined to be alone. Silly people have foolish luck, ha ha ha. Suya also laughed. Soon, the two began to talk again, but as Sun Wukong's fist force knocked Kiki out of the ring, Sun Wukong knew everything later. Suya took the lead and applauded, followed by the host, and some passers-by all applauded. Brother Suya, let's get married soon. At this time, Bulma snuggled up next to Suya and said very happily. As soon as this martial arts conference is over, we will get married. Suya smiled and nodded, and glanced at the real household. What he said about us, this includes the real household. In his eyes, the real household name who has accompanied him for more than 10 years is not a maid extracted from a gift bag, but his real woman. Soon, the third game began, Vic vs Clin. His own strength was not enough, and Clin was still very unconfident, so he quickly lost. To the surprise of Sun Wukong and others, this guy turned out to be so far and did not deal with Clin. Thank you for your mercy. Clin swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and bowed deeply to Bike. Humph! Vic snorted coldly, folded his hands to his chest and flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, Suya shook his head and smiled, and secretly said, "This Vic is still a little tsundere. The third game is over, the fourth game is on, please take the next two players on the stage." At this time, the host roared. Next, the duel between Dumplings and Yamcha is much more interesting. Because, the strength of the two is not much different, so the two sides play back and forth, so that the audience outside the field is cool from the beginning to the end. In the end, it was Yamcha who came out on top and won the competition. In this way, the final four were decided. Soon, the game continued. Semifinals, Tianjin Rice vs Sun Wukong, Vic vs Yamcha. Needless to say, after the two games are played, the final is naturally played by Sun Wukong and Bike. At the beginning, Sun Wukong did not fight with Big hard, and when he used a little force, he directly beat Big to self-isolation. "Your strength is too strong, I am not your opponent." Arrogant as Vic also had to bow his head in front of Sun Wukong. "You are also very strong, if you practice hard, you will definitely be able to catch up with my footsteps." Sun Wukong thought about it and said such a sentence. Suyat, who heard this outside the venue, shook his head and smiled, glanced at Bulma whose eyes were shining on the side, and naturally understood what she was thinking at the moment. "Bulma, what a household, let's get married." Chapter 029. More than a year has passed since the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, and Suya and Bulma Madoko have been married for more than a year. At that time, Suya married two women at the same time, but it was a sensation. Although the world is not monogamous, there is basically no such thing as a man who can marry two women at the same time. However, people who know Suya think about it carefully. Such an excellent man, it seems that there is really nothing wrong with marrying two women. "Husband, why haven't I conceived your baby after so long?" It's good that Mahu knows it. As for Bulma, she basically struggles with this problem every day. "Maybe I'm too powerful." Suya is not very sure. The three people have checked their bodies, naturally it is impossible to be infertile. So, the only reason left may be because he is too powerful. I really want to give birth to a strong baby to my husband." Bulma is very disappointed. In her eyes, the first major event in life is to marry her favorite brother Suya, and the second major event in life is to give birth to a strong baby to his favorite brother Suya. "This kind of thing is urgent, we should have it." Ma Huxiao comforted. In fact, if she hadn't taken measures in the early years when Yechu was not so powerful, I am afraid that now she and Suyi's children would have been 7 or 8 years old before. Maybe she's actually pregnant now. Suya smiled. He has been resting in the past few days, so he basically sows seeds every day, the kind several times a day. In fact, maybe the two daughters are really pregnant now. "Okay, I'm going to practice for a while. You guys, take care of your body and wait for your husband to come back and spoil you." Suya left the house with a smile and directly arrived at the home of Sun Wukong of Bunzishan in teleportation. As for how he can teleport, it's very simple, just find the Dragon Ball and make a wish. "Goku, I've come to test your cultivation results." Suya roared from afar. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who was eating the barbecue, his eyes lit up in vain, hurriedly dropped the barbecue in his hand, and quickly ran out the door and flew towards Suya in the sky. "This guy! It's really..." Kiki tidied up the table, shook her head and smiled bitterly. An hour later, Sun Wukong, who was completely exhausted, collapsed in a clearing, gasping for air. Suya glanced at him, smiled, and did not restore his strength to super immortal being, walked a little farther by himself, and then fully exploded his momentum. Oh my god! Brother Suyat, his momentum is too terrifying. Sun Wukong, who was still lying on the ground to rest, felt this shocking situation, and suddenly a carp jumped up from the ground, looking at Suya in the distance. At this time, Suya was surrounded by lightning, and Sun Wukong saw at a glance, and his pitch-black hair transformed into a golden yellow every 2 seconds. Really? Brother Suyat, he can transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and he remembered the legend of the Saiyan clan that Suya had told him not long ago. Super Saiyan. And now, isn't Suyi's appearance a bit like the Super Saiyan? He said. On Suyi's side, he is between Super Saiyan and ordinary at the moment, and he really wants to completely transform into a Super Saiyan. But he just couldn't transform successfully, and it felt like something was missing. Is it anger? No. I don't feel like it's the cause of anger. I need bonds, and only bonds can make people want to have more power. Suya gritted his teeth and roared a few times angrily up to the sky, thinking in his heart that if his strength was not enough, then he would not be able to protect Bulma and Ma Hyuko, let alone protect his future children. Roar! The more he thought about it, the more Suya craved strength, and the whole person let out a roaring roar. Cracking sound. Brother Suyat, he. Sun Wukong in the distance couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Suyat, who had completely transformed into a successful transformation. He successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 1, I finally transformed successfully. Suya clenched his fists, and his face was full of excitement. After dreaming of Super Saiyan for so many years, now he has finally transformed into a successful one. You know, as early as a year ago, he had reached the minimum standard of 3 million combat power to transform into a Super Saiyan, and now he has reached 5 million combat power before he successfully transformed. It's really, really tough. Brother Suyat, is this a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong hurriedly rushed over and asked in surprise. Yes, this is Super Saiyan. Suya turned around, golden hair, light green eyes, golden flames burning around his body, and lightning crackled and exploded all around. It's too powerful. Sun Wukong couldn't stop exclaiming, Brother Suyat, what is your combat power now? 250 million. Suya asked the system, and the system replied to him, and then he replied to Sun Wukong. SHHH, 250 million? Sun Wukong gasped. His current combat power was close to 50,000, and he already felt strong enough. Now it seems that Big Brother Suyat, who turned into a Super Saiyan, has actually reached a combat power of 250 million. Then how terrifying is this strength? 250 million sounds scary, in fact, it is not strong in front of the real strong. Suya smiled, returned to normal, and said to Sun Wukong, you can also transform into a successful Super Saiyan, practice hard. There is someone else who is stronger than Brother Suyat, you. Sun Wukong noticed Suyi's words. Yes, there is a sky outside the sky, there are people outside the people, there are too many strong people you don't know. In the future, you will recognize these people. Suya nodded. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face showed determination and longing, and he clenched his fists and said, I must practice hard, and my first goal is to transform into a Super Saiyan like Big Brother Suyat. That day won't be too far away. Suya smiled slightly. Okay, officially start the road to hanging. Chapter 030. Back at Zidu's home, Suya suddenly seemed to think of something and patted his forehead. He did forget a very important thing, he could evolve a Super Saiyan once, and it was useless until now. If I had used it once and used it as a springboard to feel the power in it, maybe I might have broken through Super Saiyan 1 earlier. Suya smiled bitterly, and his mind sank into the system space. Evolve a Super Saiyan, 1, 2, 3, 4, Super Saiyan God, Red, Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this introduction, Suya was shocked. He remembered that it wasn't like this, right? Host, you didn't read the introduction. The system reminded a sentence. Haven't I seen it? This made Suya a little embarrassed, thought for a while, and asked, then can I choose one of these states to evolve once or what? Normal in 1, 1 into 2, 2 into 3. And so on. The system replied. Got it. Suya nodded, then it seems that the thing that comes out of this platinum level gift package is indeed a good thing. Then don't worry, the current enemy I Super Saiyan 1 can be easily solved. Suya laughed. At the current stage, the strongest is the Universe Emperor Frisia, the fourth form of 120 million. When he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, it had 250 million combat power, which was a gap between heaven and earth. However, it needs to be exercised again to work out Super Saiyan for durability. Suya understood that it was still very difficult for him to transform into a Super Saiyan in the early stage, and he needed to constantly exercise himself in order to maintain the Super Saiyan state all the time. In fact, at present, his Super Saiyan realm is only in the first order of Super Saiyan 1, followed by the second order, the third order, and finally the fourth order, that is, full power. The Super Saiyan 1 in the full power stage can maintain the special state of Super Saiyan form for a long time, which is the most ideal Super Saiyan state. The energy is the same as that of a normal Super Saiyan, still 50 times the norm, but compared to other Super Saiyan states, the advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of Super Saiyan in battle. It can maximize the super combat power of Super Saiyan, and avoid the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will produce even if they do not fight, and their personality is relatively calm. Therefore, even if Suya has transformed into Super Saiyan 1, there is still a long way to go. Practice hard, only with strong strength can you protect the people you want to protect. Suyi's eyes showed determination, and he clenched his fists and looked at the sky. Next, Suya completely entered the devil training. After the first month of returning to the western capital, the normal combat effectiveness increased from 5 million to 5 million 3 million. The second month, 5.5 million. The third month, 6 million. And just like that, a year passed quickly. Sure enough, only practice can become stronger. A year later, Suyi's normal state has reached 10 million combat power, and all the realms of Super Saiyan 1 have been eaten by him. Now he finally understands the reason why he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 1 before, because he has always laid the perfect foundation, and now he is embodying thick and thin. Today, Suya in the Super Saiyan 1 state has reached a combat power of more than 500 million. This strength, how can it be described by the word terrifying? Suya, who was out of customs, met with Bulma Mahyuxiao and thought about the current era, AIG 758. Goku has a baby. When Suya heard what Bulma told him, he was stunned for a moment, and then thought for a while, it was true. In the original work, Son Gohan was born on a day in May in 757. It is now 758 years of AIG, and Son Gohan should be close to 1 year old. Let's work hard too. Suya laughed, hugged Bulma and Madoko, returned to the bedroom, and began to get busy. And just like that, another year passed. There are almost 2 years before Raditz arrives on Earth. He already has 20 million normal combat strength, and he is already looking forward to the plot coming soon. 759, October 21st. On this day, Suya took Bulma and Madoko to Turtle Immortal Island, which was a party initiated by Suya, ready to eat and drink and everyone to meet and exchange martial arts. As soon as this news came out, it was immediately approved by everyone. Suya is here. When Suya arrived, everyone greeted him. At Suyi's invitation, everyone did not have much restraint towards him, directly referred to as Suya. He did not have a trace of a strong frame, very peaceful. Long time no see, everyone. Suyet, Bulma and Madoko also smiled and said hello. What about Gaku? Suya swept around, but did not see Sun Wukong. Gaku, that kid. As soon as Klin opened his mouth to say a few words, the sky in the distance heard Sun Wukong's shout. Guys, I'm coming. Ha ha ha, say Gaku, Gaku has arrived. Suya laughed loudly, and soon, Sun Wukong arrived with one of his sons, Sun Wuhan, but Kiki did not follow. Grandpa Turtle Immortal is good, Uncle Klin, Uncle Bike, Uncle Tianjin Rice. Gohan jumped over and greeted everyone. This is Uncle Suya, Aunt Bulma, Aunt Madosho. Sun Wukong introduced Suya and the three to Xiao Wuhan again. Sun Wuhan obediently addressed him politely one by one, and then hid behind Sun Wukong, hugging his legs and glancing at Suya from time to time. He could feel that this Uncle Suya was very powerful. As the first meeting, Uncle naturally wants to give Xiao Gohan a meeting gift. Suya smiled slightly, stepped forward, spread his backhand, and a fiery red fruit appeared in his palm. This is the spirit fruit obtained in one of his golden gift packs, which has the effect of strengthening the bloodline. He naturally has something better, but better things don't mean more suitable things. Therefore, Suya did not give anything more. Moreover, a spirit fruit that strengthens the bloodline, for Sun Wuhan at this age, that is a real panacea. As Suya thought, after this little guy eats it, at most 1 year, his strength should be able to reach tens of thousands of combat strength. You know, the current Monkey King is only more than 100,000 combat strength. Chapter 031. This little Gohan has an unlimited future. Suya laughed, and suddenly, his gaze froze. At the same time, Sun Wukong also stared, tilted his head to look at the sky, and a meteor slowly streaked by, and finally fell into the sea. This is... Raditz arrived? Suya was stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be 2 years left before the plot of Dragon Ball Z? How come, 2 years ahead of schedule? It's the breath of the same people. Sun Wukong said solemnly. He heard Suya say that most of the rest of the scions are evil scions. It should be Raditz. Suya said lightly, his eyes looked, and soon a scion wearing a Vegeta Star combat suit, combat effectiveness detection glasses in his left eye, and long black flowing hair flew over. Kakarot, my good brother. Raditz clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Monkey King condescendingly. The appearance of the two is still somewhat similar, and Sun Wukong can also see it, and his brows frown. What do you want to do? Monkey King doesn't understand why he came to Earth. Kakarot, Prince Vegeta is about to invade a planet recently, and his men need manpower, so I specially came to find you. Raditz raised his hand and gently tapped the combat effectiveness detection glasses worn on his left eye, and found that the highest thing in this group of people was Sun Wuhan, who was holding Sun Wukong's leg on the side, 1,000 points of combat power, and immediately sneered, I can't imagine that you gave birth to a good son, and you have 1,000 combat power at such a young age. Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong looked exactly the same when they were children, and it is not surprising that Raditz can see at a glance that he is Sun Wukong's son. Oh! Sun Wukong laughed and revealed his breath slightly. What? As Sun Wukong exposed some momentum, Raditz found that this guy's combat effectiveness gradually increased from 400 or 500, and finally reached 3,000. How is it possible? How can you possibly have 3,000 combat power? Raditz's face changed, but he remembered that this guy was born with a combat power of 2, and he really had no potential. Now after so many years, this guy has not only surpassed him, but also reached 3,000 combat strength. How can this not make him a shock as an older brother? 3,000 combat power. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled again, and his momentum was exposed a little more. Rumble. The amazing momentum directly frightened Raditz's eyes in the sky. 10,000 combat power. Raditz exclaimed. No. Still rising, still rising. 200030000400040005000. Oh my god, 100000. Cockroach, how the hell did you practice? Scions can actually reach 100,000 combat power. Raditz fell from the sky, his state of mind at the moment was no longer stable. His situation is like a nouveau-riche relative visiting the house of a relative he considers very poor. When you show your financial resources and are ready to pretend. But he was shocked to find that an antique bottle in the house of this poor relative was equivalent to half of his net worth. Now, Raditz feels that way. I'm sorry, brother, I don't have the consciousness to do what scions like to do. Sun Wukong said lightly, if you live safely on the earth, maybe I will. The next 5 words teach you to practice did not come out, and were interrupted by the red-eyed Raditz. What are you? The scum, who was born with a combat power of 2, dared to put it up in front of me. Rumble. But do you want to install 1,500 combat power in front of us? Klin made a strong move, and a shockwave directly knocked Raditz down. Klin. Sun Wukong said quietly. Raditz is his older brother, even if he is ruthless, but he is also an older brother, so he does not want to kill this brother until he is forced to do so. Gaku, I understand. Klin smiled, now his strength is much stronger than when he was in the original, although the combat power has not broken 10,000, but it is also good to have a combat power of 7 or 8,000. Beating a small Raditz, who has 1,500 combat strength, is simply not too easy. Abominable. Damn it! Damn it! Raditz roared, he was very unwilling, and at this time the monstrous anger burst out. I saw that his combat strength slowly rose from 1,005 to 3,000, followed by 4,000, 5,000. Ah! Unwilling! Raditz kept roaring, and his combat effectiveness was also rising, and finally reached a combat power of 10,000. So powerful! What a powerful force! Raditz, who suddenly reacted, was slightly startled, and he found that his combat effectiveness had increased by 8,500 in just a few minutes. Suya watched all this indifferently, and he understood that the scion anger could be stronger. It was as if now, if something made him super angry, perhaps, he still had a chance to break through the realm of Super Saiyan 2. However, this kind of thing, just think about it. He would rather not quickly enter the realm of Super Saiyan 2 than have a violent mood himself. Bald head, you hit me just now, right? Raditz looked at Klin angrily, and with lightning speed, a ball of energy blasted out, hitting him directly in the chest. Burst. Klin flew out upside down and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Klin! Sun Wukong roared angrily. Humph, scum! Raditz snorted coldly, jumped, and flew away. His strength increased, but he understood that 10,000 points of combat power was not Sun Wukong's opponent, so he should endure the mind of killing Klin, and he still forcibly endured it. It's not a big problem, don't worry. Suya came over, took a fairy bean and handed it to Sun Wukong, asking him to eat it for Klin. Soon, Klin's injuries were all recovered, and his combat effectiveness also broke through to 10,000 combat strength. No matter which world, the word broken and then standing, can be reflected. Suya glanced sideways at the direction where Raditz fled, his brows frowned, he was now a little strange. How did this Raditz come to Earth 2 years earlier? Chapter 032. Weird is weird, Suya didn't care much. This kind of scum-like character is just something that can be trampled to death with one foot in his eyes. Soon, the party went on as usual. A group of people also forgot about Raditz's arrival and spent the first day eating, drinking and having fun. The next morning, Suya and Sun Wukong stood calmly above the sea. Yesterday you should have seen Raditz's strength, that's right, the angrier we scions are, the stronger our strength will be. Suya pointed to Sun Wukong. Now, imagine that your strength is not enough to protect the important people around you, resulting in them being killed by strong enemies. Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, Brother Suya, I naturally understand the truth of your words, but if you really ask me to visualize this kind of scene, I really can't visualize it. Sun Wukong's personality is like this, really let him increase his strength in this way, it is indeed difficult to go to the sky, unless he really reaches that crisis moment. Suya held his forehead with one hand, expressing helplessness. Since this is the case, he can only squash this kid to increase his strength. So, every day that followed, Sun Wukong slowly grew his strength while dying and alive. A month later, this day, Raditz came again. The difference was that this time, his strength had increased to 12,000 combat strength. Suya said that it was a little strange that this guy's strength that had grown from small to large was not as much as it had grown in this month. What's going on here? Cockroach, I came to you for the last time, if you want to leave with me, you can leave, if you don't want to, I can't help. Raditz came with a kind smile, and it seemed that he really wanted to befriend Monkey King. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm an earthling now, not a scion from the past. Raditz is kind, and Son Goku is naturally very happy, greeting him and letting Son Gohan call him uncle. Uncle! Son Gohan shouted obediently. Good nephew! Raditz glanced at Son Gohan, with a kind smile on his face, holding a piece of bobbin candy in his hand, and beckoned to Xiao Gohan, come to uncle and let uncle hug him. When Suya saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. If he guessed correctly, this Raditz wanted to kidnap Son Gohan and make Son Goku obey him. Or is his goal Son Gohan, a half-race scion with unlimited potential? Thinking of this, Suya was just about to make a move to sanction this guy, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the idea of making a move. If this Raditz doesn't die, how did they come to Earth after Vegeta? So, let him die himself. Go to the uncle. Monkey King is still too kind, and easily thinks that Raditz really came with a kind heart. Seeing his son look over, he pushed him with a smile. Son Gohan hesitantly walked towards Raditz, he was still very afraid of life at such a young age. Soon, he came to Raditz. Cockroach, no matter how strong you are, it's useless without a smart brain. Ha ha ha. As Son Gohan arrived at his side, Raditz's kind gaze instantly became tyrannical, reached out and grabbed Gohan, and laughed out loud. Gohan! Sun Wukong's face changed and he roared angrily. Dad! Son Gohan cried, very scared. Don't look at him as already a small master with more than 1,000 points of combat power, in fact, he is only 2 years old, after all, he is still a child. Raditz! If you dare to hurt Gohan, I will kill you. Vic stood up and looked coldly at Raditz. For Bike, Son Gohan is his apprentice, just like his godson. After all, this little guy has been by his side since he could walk. Ha ha ha! Do you dare to do it to me now? Raditz glanced at Vic with disdain and sneered, strength does not mean everything, I am IQ crushing you scum. Hearing this, Suya reached out and pulled out his ears, and his face showed a little displeasure. This guy is indeed enough to die. Shout! Originally, Suya was not prepared to make a move, but this fire was all on him, so it was no wonder that he made a move. I saw an afterimage flash, and then I saw Son Gohan disappear into Raditz's hand. Bang! You! Raditz's eyes widened, and then he covered his throat and slowly fell down in disbelief. Dad! Son Gohan ran behind Son Goku in fear, hugged his thigh and cried. It's okay, don't be afraid. Son Wukong comforted and thanked Suya one after another. Suya waved his hand, glanced at this guy's body, thought for a while, and took a bottle of bone water from the system space. This is a small item in a certain black iron gift bag, a must-have for murder. Coming to Raditz's corpse, Suya dripped 2 drops of bone water, and the rest of the people didn't even look at it, and when they looked at it again, Radit's body had turned into nothing. Hey? What about the guy's body? Klin and the others looked surprised. Only Vic glanced at Suya with trepidation. This man's strength is strong, and not to mention, the practice of destroying corpses and destroying traces is no different from the cruel methods of his demon race. Well, this Raditz should have companions, that Vegeta may be the boss behind him. It should not be long before he comes to Earth, remember not to fall for it then. Suya clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and reminded. These scions are evil. We must not believe it in the future. Sun Wukong said solemnly, this time the arrival of Raditz can be regarded as a very profound lesson for him. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would really have to pay a terrible price for his kindness. Chapter 033. After the death of Raditz, the first scion to come to Earth, it took almost half a year to pass smoothly. A good thing befell Suya, that is, Bulma was pregnant. That's right. After working hard day and night, Bulma finally got pregnant. As for Mahuxiao, it is a pity that she is still not pregnant. Soon, another 9 months passed. Suya, be a father. Husband, what's the baby's name? Bulma held a newborn baby and looked at Suyatao with a smile. Looking at the baby in Bulma's hand, Suya laughed. This is a baby girl, very cute. Her dark eyes are exactly the same as Suya, and she glances at the adults around her strangely. The name? It's called Soliuli. Suya thought for a moment and named her daughter. However, what made him very strange was that since his daughter was just born, her combat effectiveness was not high, as if she was an ordinary person. Wouldn't you? Suya was a little unsure. This girl should not be so weak according to reason. You know, now his normal combat power is more than 25 million, and there should be a lot of S cells in his body. Logically speaking, his daughter does not say that she can become a Super Saiyan as much older as the future Sun Wushan or Tenunx. But it should also be a little bit of combat effectiveness. This is only the combat effectiveness of 5, which is too fake. Suya complained in his heart, if Bulma couldn't practice, he wouldn't feel anything. The key Bulma's current combat power is also 200,000 or 300,000 combat strength, not too weak. Strange things. Suya frowned and shook his head, no longer thinking about it, holding his daughter and shaking. Other thoughts were also occupied by the joy of being a father. A month later, her daughter Soliuli could already speak. 2 months later, Soliuli could already walk. 3 months later, the combat effectiveness first appeared, and the little guy directly burst out with 10,000 combat power, which almost scared the little guy's granny to cry at that time. And just like that, another year or so passed. Daughter Soliuli is only a little over a year old, and looking at her height, she is no different from a 3-year-old and 4-year-old child. The most important thing is that the strength of the little girl is extremely terrifying and scary. At more than 1 year old, she has already surpassed Sun Wukong, who already has more than 200,000 combat strength, and has reached more than 300,000 combat strength. You know, this is only 1 year old. 1 year old, more than 300,000 combat power. What is this concept? It's just appalling. So, is this a thick build-up? However, compared to the little Tenunx and Sun Wushan who appeared in the future, his daughter Soliuli's combat power is still much less. However, he was very pleased to be able to reach this point at the age of 1. Not long after, Suya came to Turtle Immortal Island with the little girl, and this was the second gathering. This time it was proposed by Sun Wukong, and the real reason for this kid was naturally that he wanted to fight with Soliuli. Suya naturally couldn't agree, although Soliuli's combat effectiveness was high, but he had always regarded the little girl as a palm pearl, and had not taught her any martial arts at all, so she only had combat power and could not fight. However, it is also good to get acquainted. After spending some time on Turtle Immortal Island, on this day, while everyone was still roasting, 2 rays of light crossed the sky, and 2 scions wearing Vegeta Star battle suits arrived. Suya glanced at it and recognized the 2 scions. One is Naba, a bald and strong man, with a combat strength of about 4,000, which can be regarded as a small master. However, this level, in front of today's Z warriors, is undoubtedly not the level of a rookie. There is also Vegeta, different from the 10,000 combat power at this time in the original work. This guy is close to 40,000 combat power. It seems that there are indeed some differences from the original. Suya felt Vegeta's combat power, and secretly said in his heart, "Kakarot, where's Raditz?" Vegeta indifferently glanced at the Monkey King on Turtle Immortal Island and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Monkey King didn't know him, only that he was a scion. "I am Vegeta, noble scion prince." Vegeta lowered his head, looked at Sun Wukong with a condescending gaze, glanced at the others, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "As a noble scion, you are so gregarious with this group of lowly earthlings. What's wrong with the earthlings?" Klin said coldly. "Hey!" Hearing Klin's words, Vegeta turned her gaze on him, raised her hand and stretched out a finger, and a laser wave appeared on the tip of his finger and slammed into Klin. Bang! With Klin's strength, it was naturally impossible to resist, and Sun Wukong shot this laser wave away in time and exploded in the distant sea. "Hey! Kakarot, your combat power seems to be a bit good." Vegeta's eyes lit up, and the moment Sun Wukong made a move just now, some breath came out, and he noticed that it was an aura close to 2,000 combat power, which made him very happy. Because a subordinate with 2,000 combat power brought him far more than a little. Diddy. Vegeta reached out and gently knocked on the combat power detection glasses on his left eye, and soon, Sun Wukong's combat power appeared in his glasses. "Hey! Only 1,325 combat strength." Getting this combat power figure, Vegeta's brows furrowed. Soon, the combat effectiveness detection glasses sounded again, and different numbers appeared in the glasses again. 10,000. The whole 10,000 combat power made Vegeta's face change. "You! How can your combat power be converted at will?" Vegeta looked at Monkey King in shock. "No matter how fast the update is, it's useless. The grades are not good, and there is no recommendation. It's uncomfortable." The plot slowly walked up, asking for recommendation tickets and flowers. Thank you all. Chapter 034. Humph. Even if you have a combat power of 10,000, you are nothing more than scum in front of me. Vegeta came to his senses and sneered forcefully. "Why do you scions have the same temperament? Doesn't it go up in memory?" Klin stood up and glared coldly at Vegeta. "Oh? It seems that Raditz died at your hands?" Seeing that Sun Wukong's combat power is as much as 10,000, in Vegeta's opinion, it should have died at the hands of this person. "Hey! It seems that you also want to follow in the footsteps of that Raditz." Tianjin Fan sneered on the side. "I'll find trouble with Kakarot, and you'll leave the rest to you." How could Vegeta tolerate this group of lowly earthlings mocking him? "Obey!" Naba answered respectfully, and then swooped down, holding a laser cannon in his hand, and bombarded Klin and the others. Sun Wukong on the side watched all this indifferently. He knew the strength of Klin and the others, and it was simply not too easy to fight a Naba with 4,000 combat power. And he, with this Vegeta is also easy, cannot be easier. Soon, the battle officially began. Klin and the others punched out that it was shot by bike, and the combat effectiveness of each of them had reached more than 10,000, and Naba, who beat 4,000 combat power, could be beaten with his eyes closed. Soon, Vic scrapped Naba. "Abominable! How can you, the Earthlings, be so powerful? And you, Kakarot, why can you be so powerful as a low-class warrior?" Vegeta, who was fighting with the Monkey King, roared angrily because he found himself being pressed and beaten by Kakarot, an inferior scion. How could this not make him, the proud Prince Vegeta, angry? I'm not convinced. By what? Why can you be so powerful as a small reptile? Vegeta took several steps back, roared, and the momentum around him completely exploded. 40,000 combat power. 50,000 combat power. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. After more than a dozen breaths, the full 120,000 combat power shocked Suya on the side. How can this guy grow so quickly? All this now is too different from the original. Suyi's gaze froze. He understood, or this is the Dragon Ball world, but because of his arrival, this anime world has turned into a real parallel world. Perhaps the general plot trend is the same as the original, but the individual differences are definitely different. Just like now, Vegeta, who should have only had 18,000 combat power at the current stage, received stimulation at this moment and has reached 120,000 combat power. This is a very obvious plot difference. Vegeta has become stronger at this stage, so what about Frieza? Will this Cosmic Emperor also become stronger? Suya pondered. In the original work, even the fourth form Frieza at the current stage was only 120 million combat power. With the power of his current transformation into Super Saiyan 1, he can completely crush this guy roughly. Now, he began to wonder if Frieza in this world would also be several times or even more than 10 times higher than the original combat effectiveness. This is indeed a question worth pondering. After all, he is not an absolutely invincible existence now. Saiyan bloodline, radiant, destined to be guided by me Vegeta to become the pinnacle of this universe. Vegeta roared, and finally the combat strength was fixed at as many as 150,000. Still, it's not enough. Suya knew that Sun Wukong's combat power was at least 200,000 or more, and Vegeta was only 150,000 combat power, and it was absolutely impossible to be his opponent. You are powerful. Sun Wukong was in awe of this Vegeta. He did not say that this person's strength was very strong, but he felt that his spirit was very strong. But you're still no match for me. Vegeta, the former planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and now we need to find a new planet to settle on. I think the Earth is very good. Why don't you practice on the Earth with me? Monkey King wants to assimilate this haughty Saiyan prince. What kind of garbage place is this, and it is also worthy of me to settle? Scold. Kakarot, it seems that comfort has made your conquest as a Saiyan bloody gone. Vegeta looked at Monkey King with a mocking expression. Monkey King shook his head and smiled, saying that he didn't want to conspire against each other. He knew that he couldn't assimilate this guy Vegeta. In that case, let you go from where you came from and where you went back. Sun Wukong is kind by nature, and he naturally doesn't want to kill people if he cannot kill people. As for his brother Raditz, he didn't kill him. Moreover, if you don't kill him, then Xiao Gohan naturally has a life crisis. If he had made a move, I am afraid that he would have made a choice. Rumble. While Monkey King was thinking, Vegeta had already attacked. The two fisted, and the surrounding space shook. What a powerful physical force! Sun Wukong and Vegeta flew out upside down at the same time, and this blow was both fought with pure physical strength, and it was unexpectedly evenly matched. My strength is higher than you. If I use Chi to defeat you and bully you, how about we fight with the strength of the flesh? Monkey King suggested. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Honorable Prince Vegeta was actually given alms. Scold. However, if you want to fight with the power of the flesh, then you will fight with the power of the flesh. Vegeta thought to himself, Monkey King is stupid. He is not that stupid. He was calculating how to kill this guy with one hit. In this way, Vegeta looked for a long time and did not find a chance to kill with one hit, so he and Sun Wukong began to circle with the strength of the flesh. After a while, Vegeta's eyes suddenly lit up, and a flash cannon directly bombarded Sun Wukong, followed by a continuous Qigong wave that bombarded Sun Wukong. Die, die, die! Vegeta roared and laughed wildly. Gaku! Klin and the others' eyes widened, and their faces showed worry. Chapter 035. The smoke quickly cleared, revealing a deep pit. Vegeta floated in midair, clasping his hands to his chest, looking down with an indifferent look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking extremely cold. Abominable! Klin soared into the air and punched Vegeta. Just you? Dregs! Vegeta smiled coldly, and a shockwave flung out, slamming into Klin, and ejecting him into the sea. Klin! Yamcha roared, and the scar on his face squirmed, looking very fierce. Up! A group of people rose into the air and killed Vegeta. Dad, why don't you make a move? Soliuli held Suyi's hand on the side, tilted her head and asked crisply. Hearing her daughter's words, Suya smiled, if they lose so easily, it will really disappoint me. Uncle Sun Wukong, are they so powerful? Soliuli blinked her big, good-looking eyes, a little dazed. In her eyes, she didn't feel pressure at all. Because, her combat power is even more terrifying than everyone except Suya. Of course, Liuli, you watch slowly. Suya nodded. Soliuli watched from the side with wide eyes, and when she saw Klin and them using the turtle sect Qigong wave, her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought, this blue ball of light is so beautiful. Slowly, Soliuli let go of her father's hand, and then jumped to the side, and Klin's starting move flashed in her mind. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. Drink. Along with her movements, a blue ball of light appeared in the center of the little girl's palm, rushing towards Vegeta in the sky. Feeling this momentum, Suya turned his head and was stunned. Klin, Bike, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice in the sky, and Vegeta, who was preparing to slaughter this group of earthlings, were also stunned. This girl, she really almost killed Klin and them. Suya quickly came back to his senses, and a flash instantly arrived in front of the turtle sect Qigong wave released by Soliuli, and with a light pat, he directly slapped it away. Phew! 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 Klin and the others gasped for breath one by one. Good fellow, just now he was really almost killed by a little girl who was more than a year old. Suya, your daughter is probably too powerful. Klin smiled wryly. He is a big man in his 20s, but now he was almost killed by a little girl who is more than 1 year old. This spread, it is really humiliating to death. Suya coughed twice, a little embarrassed. To be honest, the reason why he didn't teach this little girl how to fight was this: he was afraid that when this little girl went to school at that time, if someone provoked her, wouldn't it be that the earth would be destroyed? Boom! Vegeta over there also came to his senses, cold sweat falling down his forehead, and it was useless to wipe it vigorously. It's terrifying. This little girl. Vegeta's gaze swept over Soliuli on the beach, and finally landed on Suya, and when he saw the tail around his waist, his gaze froze. This guy turned out to be a scion too. Wait a minute. Daughter. Vegeta once again set her gaze on Soliuli, and then on Son Gohan on the side, her eyes narrowed. Not a pure-blood scion, the potential seems to be much higher than that of a pure-blood scion. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes flashed, as if he knew something. Shout! Suyi's side, moved to Soliuli. Dad! Liuli, did Liuli do something wrong? Soliuli pouted and said 2 words, with a grievance on her face. It's okay. Seeing the appearance of the little girl, Suya was not good to say anything, reached out and rubbed her little head, and then picked her up and let her sit on her shoulders. Vegeta, you guy is playing tricks. At this time, the Monkey King in the deep pit flew out, with some dust on his face and a somewhat funny look. Humph! Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, leaned over and flew down, grabbed the half-dead Naba who was beaten on the ground and left Turtle Immortal Island directly. Why did this guy run away? Sun Wukong was also ready to beat up Vegeta, but as soon as he came out of the pit, he ran away. He's scared. Klin coughed dryly twice, and glanced at the little girl sitting on Su Yi's shoulder with trepidation. He always thought that Sun Wuhan was perverted enough. Result. As a result, this 1-year-old little girl is even more of a pervert. Sun Wukong looked dazed and didn't understand what was going on. Klin pulled Sun Wukong aside and whispered a few words. What? Li Yulai, was she able to use the turtle sect Qigong wave so quickly? So, the heaven-destroying aura just now was made by this little girl. Sun Wukong exclaimed, just now he was awakened by this energy, because he had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta before. Brother Suyat, what is Xiao Li Yulai's combat power? Sun Wukong only knew that Soul Li Yulai was very powerful, but he didn't expect such a 1-year-old little girl to be so powerful. More than 300,000. Suya chuckled. 3. More than 300,000. The eyes of Klin and others were about to fall. People are more than people, and they are really angry enough. I'm afraid Xiao Li Yulai will soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong said enviously, since the last time he saw Suya transform into a Super Saiyan, his only pursuit now is to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's hard to say. Suya was also not sure whether Xiao Li Yulai would soon control the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. After all, no one could guarantee this thing. Maybe you can, or maybe you can't. With Sun Wushan and Tenunks of the Dragon Ball world in the previous life as precedents, Suya felt that there was still a great chance to be able to do this. Moreover, the S cells in his body, the little girl should have inherited quite a lot. In short, whether you can or not, the potential of the little girl is at least very terrifying. Chapter 036. The gathering on Turtle Immortal Island ended quickly, and Sun Wukong and the others were stimulated by the little girl's combat power, and they each found a place to cultivate. As for Sun Wukong, Suya recommended a place for him, that is, to go to the King of the Northern Realm to practice. Anyway, the relationship between the heavenly god and Sun Wukong is okay, and with his introduction, he can easily go to the King of the Northern Realm. Don't look at Sun Wukong's strength at this time is much stronger than the original, but this kind of thing is still very useful to him. The days passed slowly, and 4 or 5 months had passed since the last gathering on Turtle Immortal Island. Suyat, who was getting stronger and stronger, also gradually began to salt, because he found that his bottleneck period had arrived again. So, he also began the first year of his daddy career. Picking up the little girl to and from school every day is the first task point, and the second task point is to tell the little girl a fairy tale from a past life every day. This is naturally no pressure for him to accidentally open a black iron gift bag with a complete collection of fairy tales. And just like that, the first year passed. The little girl is now a 3-year-old child according to the imaginary age. And her combat effectiveness has also risen from more than 300,000 a year ago to more than 500,000. You know, this girl is just eating and drinking every day, and she has never practiced once to be able to have such a terrifying increase in combat effectiveness, even Suya himself, who is also envious of this talent. On this day, Suya picked up the little girl on time and returned home from school, but he received the news. Bike, dead. Not only Bik died, it was Yamuti, and Tianjin Rice, and the dumplings were all killed. Hey? Still can't escape the plot direction of the original book? Suya was slightly shocked when he got the news. He thought that this Dragon Ball world might be able to escape this disaster after they became stronger, but unexpectedly, they still died as in the original plot. Who killed it? Vegeta? Suya asked Bulma that she had told him the news. It's not Vegeta, it's an alien creature, very powerful. According to Vegeta and Monkey King, it seems to be called Team Kinnet, right? Bulma thought for a moment and spoke. Team Kinuit. Hearing this name, Suya was slightly startled. Good guys, how did these guys get to Earth? If he remembers correctly, the current plot should be that Vegeta did something wrong and slaughtered Vic and the others one by one, and then the Monkey King defeated this guy. Then, it was Sun Wukong and others who set foot on the planet Namek to find the Dragon Ball, in order to resurrect these Z warriors who died in this way. Now it seems that the overall trend of the plot has not changed, and the small plot has changed a lot. I see, so what does Goku say? Is it just knocking on the door, or what? Suya didn't care, the personnel in this Kinnet team were just a group of war scumbags in his eyes, and if he wanted to kill them, it was just a matter of minutes, too simple. Goku wants to go to the planet Namek to find the Dragon Ball, and he has asked me to make a Dragon Ball radar detector. As Bulma spoke, she walked to the side of the cabinet and rummaged around, and soon, a long-lost Dragon Ball radar detector was delivered to him. Oh! Remember to hand it to him if you meet him then. Good. Suya took it and casually threw the Dragon Ball radar detector into the system space, and then looked at Bulma. The little girl more than 10 years ago had grown up and became a mother. Of course, this is his daughter's mother, but also his wife. Over the years, the relationship between the husband and wife is still glue, and the love is incredible. The nighttime interactions, of course, are also more and more open as Bulma gets older. This time I should have to go to the planet Namek with Goku, and this girl Liulai will bother you. Suya took her into his arms and said with a smile. You said this, Liulai is the flesh that fell from my body, and you even said such things as labor and annoyance to me. Bulma put her arm around Suyi's waist, then gently pinched him and whispered, you must be careful. I don't want to widow you at a young age. Ha ha ha. Inexistent. Suya laughed loudly and directly picked up Bulma and carried it on her shoulder. Based on what he knows about Bulma, I am afraid that he is dead, and if he cannot be resurrected, he will definitely choose to accompany him to martyrdom. He would not let Bulma die, so naturally he would not allow himself to die. No matter how strong the person he encountered, he would definitely not be able to die at the hands of this person. This is his greatest commitment to Bulma. Hey, you put me down. Nasty, Liulai is still at home. Suya. Be quiet, don't move too much. It was said that the movement was not too big, but in fact, in the end, Bulma's voice was much louder, so that the face of Mado Xiao, who was teaching Xiao Liulai to play the piano in another room, had been red since they started, and it had been almost an hour. Mother Xiao, what are Dad and Mom doing? How do you feel that your mother's voice sounds painful and comfortable? The little girl inclined her head innocently to look at Ma Huming, who was flushed with a red face, and asked crisply. Mado Xiao didn't know how to explain it for a while, thought about it for a while, and finally had to say, adults don't need to know too much about children. Well, next Xiao's mother will teach you how to play in the second stage. Good. Children's curiosity comes and goes quickly. Soon, the pleasant sound of piano playing sounded in the room, which covered the voices of Suya and Bulma. After more than an hour, there were footsteps outside the room, and then a flushed Bulma came to the door with soft legs and knocked softly on the door. Sister Xiao, Suya has something to talk to you about. Hearing this, Mahu Xiao could not know the meaning of this, it was so many years, and now her pretty face was also red. She nodded shyly, got up, and left the room. As for Bulma, she walked in and began to test the results of the little girl's practice. If you calculate it, the two should have changed shifts with each other. After a while, a comfortable voice came from the real household, which made the little girl ask the same thing again, and Bulma naturally said the same thing to deal with the little girl. Before parting this time, it was indeed a little crazy. Subsequently, Bulma and Madoko handed over again, and finally Suya left the western capital and flew to Gaixian Island. Sister Xiao, my husband will be fine. Bulma watched Suyi's back disappear into the night sky and said worriedly. The master will be fine. Don't worry. Zhen Huxiao knew how strong Suyi's strength was, so naturally he wouldn't be too worried. I hope so. Super smooth, this chapter. 6 chapters a day, 12-13,000 words is still powerful. Hehe, work hard, I want to work hard, because I want to become a heartthrob la la la. Chapter 037. At this time, on Turtle Immortal Island, Suya felt the breath of Sun Wukong and used teleportation. Brother Suyat. Sun Wukong was also not surprised by the sudden arrival of Suyat, and calmly said hello. Suya nodded and swept around. Bike, Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, and dumplings were all gone. At this time, Klin's face was full of grief. As the person who fought together, he did not die, everyone else died, and this was the most uncomfortable for him. Klin, don't blame himself too much, practice harder to avoid this accident. Suya glanced at him and comforted. Hearing this, Klin sighed deeply and nodded but did not speak. Then I know the coordinates, you guys come with me. Suya walked out of the Turtle Immortal House and came to the beach to take his spaceship out of the system space. Boom! The spaceship landed on the beach, stirring up a puff of sand. Wow, is this the spaceship used by extraterrestrial creatures outside Earth? Oolong ran over, and the 2 pig ears flapped a little, and their faces were full of amazement. Suya came to the spacecraft, reached out and gently knocked on the plane twice, and then saw the door of the spacecraft slowly open. Let's go, time does not wait for anyone, and everything is solved as soon as possible. Suya said lightly, and then directly entered the spaceship. Klin chatted with Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal and the others for a minute or two, and then walked into the spaceship. This spaceship was improved by Sui Bulma, gravity room, food house, leisure house. There are many miscellaneous things that can be played or practiced. Let's find a room to live in later. I'll introduce you to the location first. This is the gravity room, you can practice. This spacecraft looks small, but it is actually unique, using space folding technology, so that a small spaceship can hold a lot of things. It's amazing! Klin kept exclaiming. Bulma is indeed a genius. Suya nodded in agreement. This is a spaceship built by Bulma? Klin was shocked, feeling very incredible. Pretty much count. This ship was not like this before, but it was modified by Bulma. Gaku, are you going into the gravity room? Suya explained to Klin, and the afterlight swept away, but he saw that Sun Wukong was preparing to enter the gravity room. Well, I'm going to practice hard and try to increase my combat power when I reach the planet Namek. Monkey King said very firmly. Okay. Suya nodded. Klin on the side was also stimulated by Sun Wukong, and he was going to eat something first, but he also followed Sun Wukong into the gravity room. The gravity chamber was closed, and Suya adjusted a 50x gravity chamber for them outside. Because they should not have used the gravity room to practice, so Suya adjusted it a little smaller. Anyway, it will be at least more than a month to go to the planet Namek, and then give them a load. Gaku and Klin were practicing, while Suya went back to his room to draw today's gift bag. Suya, who returned to the room, sat on the bed, his mind sank. The things in the system space backpack were dazzling, although most of them were small things, but the key moments could still be useful. System, get me today's login package. Suya said lightly. Ding! Today's login package has been sent, please pay attention to check in the package. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. Good. Suya glanced at the package. And an extremely dazzling gift bag sat quietly in the last space of the package. This is... When Suya saw this extremely dazzling gift bag, his eyes suddenly widened, and his mind was attached to the gift bag to get the information of this gift bag. Diamond level package, Immortal Body, First Stage, open the System Exchange Mall, reward 100,000 exchange points, and open the mission mode. Seeing this diamond level gift package information, Suya was stunned. System, what's going on? Suya came back to his senses and asked. As the name suggests, the immortal body cultivates to the highest realm, immortal and immortal. The system redemption mall is a welfare reward, and you can redeem items of corresponding value if you have a redemption point. Mission mode means that the host will receive a task randomly sent by the system next, and will receive redemption points for completing the task. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded in Suya's mind. Hearing this, Suya blinked, and his face suddenly showed surprise. Although the diamond gift package this time is only an immortal body that is currently of substantial help to him, the subsequent points are of great help to his future. Yes. Can I take a look at the system store? Suya was impatient and asked. This requires the host to wait for a while, and the system language is upgraded. The system replied. Okay, you can upgrade, okay, tell me. Suya was not in a hurry. I need to remind the host that the daily login package will be temporarily stopped during the system upgrade. However, please rest assured that after the upgrade is successful, you will be given a corresponding reward. The system continues. Good. Suya nodded. He was really looking forward to this upgraded system more and more, and even more looking forward to what would be in the system mall. In the following month, Suya was also in a state of hard cultivation. He could feel that his strength was growing terrifyingly every day, and the first stage of the immortal body had been completely eaten by him. He didn't use any defensive power, standing there to bombard Qin and Sun Wukong with turtle Qigong waves, not to mention hurting him, or losing a hair from him. Neither of them could do it with all their strength. The immortal body is indeed powerful, as if King Kong is not a bad divine skill. Suya remembered Zama's in the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. This guy is the immortal body who made a wish for Super Dragon Ball. He was curious about the difference between his immortal body and the immortal body that made a wish for Super Dragon Ball. Could it be that he will also be able to heal his injuries on his own? In short, Suya was still quite looking forward to this immortal body showing its true perverted ability. In this way, the spacecraft approached the planet Namek, slowed down, and finally landed after gliding for a day or two. Chapter 038. After getting off the spaceship, Suya and several people scanned the surroundings and felt that gravity was not much different from the Earth, and the flight could still fly. The air is much fresher than the Earth. Qin took a deep breath and was surprised. There are too few people in that nemesis, so there is no pollution. Suya explained. Moreover, industrialization is completely absent here. How can the air not be better than the Earth? In fact, it is not that industrialization does not exist in Namexing, but because they once felt the consequences of industrialization, and now they basically rarely use the power of science and technology. Qin scratched his head and smiled, embarrassed that he didn't understand anything. Let's go, the Dragon Ball radar detector has detected the specific location of the Dragon Ball. Suya took a look at the Dragon Ball radar detector and found that the 7 places were separated, and he naturally knew that the Dragon Ball was kept by the 7 elders. If you want to obtain the Dragon Ball, you must compete with the 7 elders in wisdom or force. Moreover, if nothing else, Suya knew that he and the others should soon encounter Frisia's subordinate legion. As for whether it is Team Kinnet or not, he does not dare to confirm it, because there are exceptions to everything. Put the spaceship into the capsule, and the 3 of Suya set off. After walking for a while, he arrived at the location where the first Dragon Ball was. It is a small village with low buildings with round or blister-shaped windows, and the overall shape is a bit like an abalone or snail shell. Coming to the gate of the village, 2 nemesis who were more than 2 meters tall looked at them coldly with javelins. It really looks very similar to Bike. Sun Wukong laughed and stepped forward to say hello. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, I am from Earth, we came here to get Dragon Balls. Get out. Sun Wukong's smiling face did not make the two nemesis people smile the same, but looked at Sun Wukong with great disgust. Seeing this, Sun Wukong looked dazed. The Dragon Ball has been snatched away by you outsiders, not to mention, and injured our elders. What do you want to do now? The other nemesis spoke. Hearing this, Suya raised his eyebrows. Seemingly? Is someone already coming to grab it? Well, we're not bad people, and... Sun Wukong still wanted to say something. The two nemesis glanced at Suya and interrupted coldly, that person is a scion, the same person as this guy behind you, so you still say that you are not an accomplice. Is it Vegeta? Sun Wukong suddenly fell silent. Well, it should be this guy. I didn't expect him to arrive at Namex one step ahead of us. Suyi's eyes flashed. This guy naturally ran over in the original book, but what he didn't expect was, how did he know the specific location of the Dragon Ball? Could it be? This guy also has a Dragon Ball radar detector on his hands? Thinking of this, Suyi's eyes narrowed. The Dragon Ball radar detector naturally can't be given to him by Bulma, so it could be the Pilaf trio on Earth. Wait. Suya suddenly thought of something, took out the Dragon Ball radar detector and took a look. Dragon Ball, still in this place, so Vegeta did not leave. Or maybe the Dragon Balls in Vegeta's hand are fake. Otherwise, Vegeta doesn't actually have a Dragon Ball radar detector at all? I need Dragon Balls so badly, because one of my friends is also a nemesis and he was killed, so I want to resurrect him. Sun Wukong thought for a while, organized the language and stepped forward, and said very sincerely, originally, we also have Dragon Balls on Earth, but my friend is the god doppelganger on the Earth, and as soon as he dies, the god dies, so the dragon naturally can't be summoned. Hey! There are also nemesis on Earth. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the two nemesis guarding the door looked at each other, their faces showed shock, and after thinking for a while, one of the nemesis spoke, if this is the case, please wait a moment. The attitude of this nemesis suddenly changed, he bowed and then turned and walked towards the village. After a while, an older nemesis was helped out. Suya looked over, and the old man's cloudy eyes flashed with wisdom, as if he could easily see through people's hearts. That's right, they're right. If nothing else, the people of the same race on Earth are descendants of Kadaz. This nemesis elder nodded, and after glancing at Suya, he could feel the huge energy in this scion body. This kind of strength can easily destroy their planet Namek. Likewise, since he has this power, he does not disdain to lie. With a tough attitude, no one dared to resist. Get the Dragon Balls. This elder knew right from wrong very well and turned around and beckoned. Soon, a young nemesis took a Dragon Ball and sent it over. Suya glanced at it. It was about the same size as the Dragon Balls on the Earth, whether it was the color or the number of stars on it, it was no different. Thank you, elder. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to get the Dragon Balls. Slowly, although I will give you this Dragon Ball, I hope you can help me convey a message. The elder stopped him, his wise gaze swept over Suya, and then said to Sun Wukong, if you help me send a letter to my great elder of the Mimesis, I will give you the Dragon Ball. No problem. Sun Wukong didn't even think about it, and directly agreed. Give it to him. The elder nodded and laughed, then took a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the letter and kept it properly, only then did he take the Dragon Ball with a smile on his face. When he looked closely, it turned out to be a 4-planet planet. This is Grandpa blessing me in heaven. Sun Wukong grinned, very happy. Chapter 039. Next, Suya took Sun Wukong and Klin to find 5 more villages each, and collected 6 Dragon Balls very easily. This ease made Suya feel a little incredible. Because, no one stands in the way. Even Vegeta, this guy, did not appear once. When things go wrong, there will be demons. Suya still felt abnormal, and was about to go to the last point to get the Dragon Balls, and sure enough, someone came forward. Monkey King, hand over the Dragon Ball, maybe I will beg King Frisia to spare your lives. Vegeta appears, holding a Dragon Ball in her hand, which looks like the last Dragon Ball. However, Suya knew that this guy had a fake Dragon Ball in his hand, and it didn't have any effect at all. Vegeta, you are so abominable. Frisia destroyed the planet Vegeta, and you're still working for him, it's really stupid. Sun Wukong said loudly. He knew that there were other people hidden around, and the people with the highest combat effectiveness were the same as him, and under normal circumstances, they were all about 500,000 combat strength. Oh, toast, and don't eat and punish wine. Die. Vegeta struck, and one after another shockwaves hit. In this regard, Sun Wukong naturally sent these attacks flying very easily. Drink! Vegeta roared, his momentum burst out in full force, and his combat power soared, from about 200,000 to about 35. Vegeta, you are no match for me. Let those hiding nearby come out. Sun Wukong does not look at Vegeta with a straight eye at all, he is a 500,000 combat power under normal conditions, and if he is in an explosive state, he can definitely break through 1 million combat power. Cluck! Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth and had a look of humiliation on his face. Like he is a very noble prince of the Scion clan, and now he is not a Scion opponent with inferior warrior potential, how can he not be angry? The main thing is that this inferior warrior still looks down on him. Die! Dregs! Vegeta roared angrily, and his momentum burst out again, soaring from 350,000 combat strength to about 400,000. Not enough is not enough. Not enough. Vegeta clenched his teeth, he had realized a lot lately, anger is the fastest way for Scions to grow their strength. And now, he is the angriest moment. 450,000, 500,000, 550,000. Vegeta's combat power was growing, and finally stopped at about 630,000. At this time, from the feeling, he is already not inferior to Sun Wukong. However, the feeling was just a feeling. After Sun Wukong's explosion, the combat power of up to 1 million directly made his whole person stunned. How could it be? How can it be? Kakarot is an inferior warrior. By what? On what basis can he be so powerful? Vegeta couldn't stop exclaiming. In his mind, he had reached such a powerful point and had caught up with this guy, and now with the explosion of Sun Wukong, he found that he was still far from comparable. How could this not make him a proud Scion prince extremely lost? Vegeta, you Scions really should be strangled in the cradle of growth. A tall man with purple skin, 2 black horns on his head, and a combat uniform stood up. He is the captain of the Kinnet team, Kainu, and the combat power in the original book is about 120,000. Now, in the case that the general characters are higher than the original combat effectiveness, he is also normally higher than the original, and the normal combat power has as many as 500,000. Captain, is it necessary to talk so much to this group of scum? Slaughtered. All slaughtered. Grab the Dragon Balls as soon as possible and take them back to King Frisia. A man with an orange-red pineapple head walked out with an icy smile on his face, glanced at Sun Wukong and the others indifferently, and said coldly. He is a member of the Kainuit team, called Likum, with a normal combat power of about 200,000, and should not be much different from the current Vegeta under the explosion. In the original work, he also has overwhelming strength over Vegeta at this stage. As for now, Suya glanced at it, I am afraid that Vegeta, who is now in a state of rage, can burst this guy with one hand. Likum, shut up. Are you the captain or is Captain Kenai the captain? A few more members of the Kinnet team walked out, and none of them had a combat power of less than 100,000. Seeing this, Suya should probably be able to guess the combat power of Frisia in this Dragon Ball parallel world. Approximately. The fourth form should have a combat power of 5 or 600 million. 5 or 600 million combat power is still not enough for Suya, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 1. You must know that the current combat effectiveness under Suya's normal state is almost 20 million, and after this transformation, the combat effectiveness has increased by nearly 50 times, and the combat effectiveness can be described by the word terrifying. Don't talk nonsense, all of them, even kill Vegeta. Kainu glanced coldly at Vegeta, who was in an explosive state, and a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He has always looked at this miscellaneous growth, and most importantly, King Frisia is very important to him. This made Kainu very unhappy, thinking that Vegeta would one day replace him as the new favorite of Frisia's men. What's more, let this guy grow up, maybe when he will be more powerful on the sly, then King Frisia will not be able to restrain him, that is the most terrifying thing. Hey, obey. I wanted to slaughter Vegeta, the proud little monkey. Likum laughed, shaking his head and making a crackling sound. Fight, at the touch of a button. Suya took a few steps back, ready to watch the play. This level of battle, without his hand, he believes that Sun Wukong can handle it alone. Enlightenment. Goku. As for Klin, he felt the powerful aura on these people in the field, and he was immediately frightened and his legs softened. Although he knew that this group of people was the one who killed Bike, he was timid and unconfident by nature, and he couldn't stop being afraid. Seeing him like this, Suya shook his head and smiled in his heart. It seems that no matter how much stronger than the original work, I don't know how many times, this heart can't be changed, the timid is still so timid. Chapter 040. Klin, you stand with Brother Suya. Although these people are very strong, I prefer to accept challenges. Sun Wukong was full of fighting intent, did not defend against a counterattack, and attacked towards the captain of the Kinnet team, Kainu. His target is this person who seems to be equal to his combat effectiveness. Or, in his eyes, only this guy can confront him. Bang bang. Soon, the two confronted. Suya leisurely opened a capsule on the side, got a table and 2 stools out, and said to Klin, have some snacks, let's watch the show. As he spoke, he took out another capsule, which was full of snacks, melons, peanuts, or fruits. This. Klin smiled bitterly, but he also knew that with Suya, the great god here, Wukong naturally couldn't do anything big, so he slowly calmed down. Goku is really getting more and more powerful. Klin ate peanut rice, then took 2 sips of beer and sighed. When Suya saw him like this, he almost burst out laughing. To be honest, on this occasion, they are drinking beer and eating peanuts and chatting, and on the other side they are fighting for life and death. Reasonable, it is really wrong to paint. The point is that this guy Klin was really crooked by him. Ahem, Goku is not surprised to win. Suya got up and took a look. Kainu's strength is certainly good, but Sun Wukong's strength is much stronger. Not to mention, Suya had pointed out Sun Wukong more than once, and various middle-level martial arts in his previous life had been taught to this kid. Therefore, don't look at Sun Wukong's combat power explosive state is only about 1 million, but the real combat power is definitely far more than that. For example, now, one of the boxing techniques that Sun Wukong used at this time is the Bajikwan method that has been passed down for a long time in ancient China in the previous life. Bajikwan belongs to the short boxing method, and its movements generally pursue a rigid, unpretentious, and rapid style. This kind of boxing method emphasizes inches and hard fights in terms of technical techniques. It really has the characteristics of being beaten, helped, squeezed, leaned, collapsed, and shaken in general. Bajikwan is exerted on the heels, on the waist, and through the fingertips, so the explosive force is extremely powerful, very rich in technical characteristics, and there is a tendency to shake the arms and fall to the sky, stomp the foot to shake Kyushu. Therefore, Bajiquan in the traditional martial arts circles of the Celestial Empire has always said that Wen has Taiji to calm the world, and Wu has 8 extremes to determine Kyunkan. Now, with Sun Wukong's punches down, that explosive state of about 1 million combat power Ji Nu is no longer human, like a dead dog paralyzed on the ground. The captain is not even this guy's opponent. Seeing this scene, the rest of the Kinnet team was immediately shocked, and one by one stopped dealing with the furious Vegeta and returned to Kainyu. Let's run! Likum and the others no longer dare to stay, a few of them cannot win a Vegeta for a long time, and there is also a person who can beat Captain Kainu in this town, it is scary to think about. Run! Sun Wukong would let them escape, hurriedly shot, and a turtle faction Kigong wave came out. Rumble! Ugh! A wail sounded, and the group was all killed under this attack of Sun Wukong. Suya clapped his palm, there are 8 pole fists in close combat. And there are turtle faction Kigong waves in distant combat, and the strength of Goku in this Dragon Ball parallel world cannot be described as strong. Just like him, this kid's current explosive state, 1 million combat strength, casually beating a master of 3 million or 4 million levels, that is no problem. Brother Suya, Bajiquan is so powerful. Sun Wukong, who had eliminated the Kinnet team, came back and looked at Suyatao with an excited face. At first, he thought that these ancient fist methods would not increase his strength too high, but now it seems that as his strength grows, the power of these 8 poles can also become stronger and stronger. Suya smiled and said nothing. This 8-pole fist was just a martial art opened by the Black Iron level gift package, and there were countless martial arts that were stronger than him. If those legendary powerful martial arts were born, how terrifying would that power be? Can't imagine, to be honest, even Suya himself can't imagine it. Wukong, that powerful set of your fist techniques just now was taught to you by Suya. Klin was stunned, he thought that Sun Wukong learned it from the king of the Northern Realm, but now it seems that it is not. Yes, it was taught to me by big brother Suya. Not only that, but also Tai Chi, with static breaking, with unchanged and adaptable profound martial arts are all taught to me. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement, just now he had experienced the powerful power brought by Bajiquan for the first time, and there was also a set of Taijiquan that he had never used before. Moreover, he remembered that Suyi's tone and evaluation of Taijiquan were far above Bajiquan. Therefore, now Sun Wukong wants to try the power of Tai Chi even more. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin's face showed an envious expression. Klin, you want to learn, I can teach you. Sun Wukong treated his friends very sincerely, and when he saw the envious look on Klin's face, he immediately spoke. But Klin glanced at Suya, saw that he looked casual, full of care, and asked in a low voice, will Suya disagree? Brother Suya. Sun Wukong hurriedly turned his head and looked at Suya expectantly. I want to teach both Taijiquan and Bajiquan to Klin, is that okay? Suya waved his hand and said lightly, I won't care who you teach it. It's just a grapevine, and he doesn't care how many people will. Moreover, this can be regarded as promoting his ancient Chinese martial arts culture in another world, and if you think about it, he is extremely happy to do so. Thank you, brother Suya. Sun Wukong and Klin thanked in unison. These two sets of boxing techniques can create a genre, so casually handed over to them to arrange by themselves. Both of them couldn't help but feel that Suya was really a great and selfless martial arts master. The exchange ended here, and Vegeta was still in a state of rage, looking very terrifying. How does he solve it? Vegeta on the side of Klin's finger. Regardless of him, this guy is also a poor man. Monkey King sighed, he could see that Vegeta also carried a lot of things, many times, he couldn't help. Vegeta stared angrily at Suya and the others, but did not dare to make a move. He knew his strength and was far from being able to confront Sun Wukong. Not to mention confronting another scion with a deep and terrifying breath. I'll definitely surpass you, Kakarot. As a contemporary. Vegeta naturally took Monkey King as a surpassing target. As for Suyat, he thought about it, but he understood, step by step. He also believes that one day, he will lead the Scion race to the peak of this universe and become the first race in the universe. Chapter 041. Suyat, Sun Wukong, and Klin went straight to the 7th Dragon Ball, where the great elder of the Namex people lived. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. The other elders asked me to send a letter to the great elder. I hope to meet the great elder. Just like before, when he came to this village, he was stopped by the Nemesis guard at the gate, and Sun Wukong naturally touched out 6 letters and handed them to the guards. The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them took the 6 envelopes handed over by Sun Wukong, then gave the other a look, turned around and trotted into the village. Without waiting for a while, this Nemesis ran out and welcomed Sun Wukong and his group in. Soon, in a palace, an elderly Nemesis sat on the throne. It was the great elder. You are friends of Kadaz's descendants, I already know it. The voice of the great elder came from the upper seat, with a kind tone in it. At the same time, I also know the purpose of your coming. Don't worry, I'll give you the last Dragon Ball. Thank you, great elder. When Sun Wukong heard this, he was naturally very happy. Every day, bring the 7 planets. The great elder shouted softly. Obey. A very young Nemesis saluted respectfully, then trotted out of the palace, and after a while, walked back with a small wooden plate. To these guests, the great elder smiled. Tian Tian answered, walked to Sun Wukong with a small wooden plate, and said with a smile, distinguished guest, please accept these 7 planets. Thank you, every day. Sun Wukong took it with both hands and thanked him happily. Boom! Sun Wukong had just taken the 7th Dragon Ball, and a strange laughter came from outside the palace, followed by a short figure, hands crossed at the waist, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, 2 lines like blood and tears under the eyes of the face, and a bright purple shell on his body walked in. Suya glanced back and raised his eyebrows. This guy was Frisia. This guy's most commonly used combat form is miserable white skin. 1 foot has 3 toes, the footsteps when walking will make a creaking sound effect. As soon as the foot is lifted to take off, the toes will droop, the limbs are coordinated. In short, on the surface, it is a monster. However, it is such a monster, the villain in the Dragon Ball world, in the hearts of many anime fans in his previous life, in addition to Goku and Vegeta, I am afraid that he is the 3rd highest character. In his previous life, Suya didn't have any ill feelings towards this Frisia, but he didn't have any good feelings, and he was in half of his senses. Hey? Scion, you feel a little dangerous to me. Noticing Suyi's gaze, Frisia also shifted his gaze to him, and the moment the two looked at each other, the Universe Emperor's heart jumped wildly. Inexplicably, there was an illusion full of crisis. Impossible! I am the Emperor of the Universe, and in this universe, except for the sleeping adult, I am an invincible being. No one can provoke my strength. As soon as this feeling appeared, Frisia shook his head to shake it off, telling himself that it was an illusion. Suya glanced at him indifferently. Now that the system has not been upgraded, when Frisia did not reveal his breath, he could not feel this guy's combat power. However, it is expected that from the fact that he can feel the crisis in himself, it can be seen that he is normal and probably has more than a little combat power in the original work. Who are you? Sun Wukong didn't know Frisia, and when he turned around and felt the breath on his body, his face showed a solemn expression. Boom! Frisia glanced at Sun Wukong, covered his mouth and laughed, and when he took 2 steps closer to him, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Why do I think you are very familiar?" When Suya heard this, he didn't feel strange. When Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, showed his face when Frisia's destruction of Vegeta Star, the mantis was used as a car, and the 2 father and son were basically carved out of one mold. Therefore, it is normal for Frisia to feel that Sun Wukong is somewhat familiar. I don't think you are familiar. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, and all he felt from Frisia was evil left. Therefore, he naturally did not have any good feelings for this guy. Well, little monkey, I'm too lazy to say anything more to you. Now, give all your Dragon Balls to King Ben at once, or I'll kill you. Frisia is so domineering in nature, with his hands crossed at the waist, looking at Sun Wukong with an extremely arrogant posture. Hey! Sun Wukong sneered, took out the Dragon Balls in the small wooden plate, and then took out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, and then jumped to the Great Elder and spoke, Great Elder, the Dragon Balls, please help take care of them. Child, be careful. The Great Elder's wise gaze swept over Frisia, and from this person, he felt the power, and even more felt the monstrous killing intent. Great Elder, don't worry, my strength is very strong. Sun Wukong smiled confidently, or in his eyes, there was no such thing as a huge disparity in combat effectiveness. If he can fight, he will never retreat. This is the Monkey King. This is Cockroach. Brother Suyat, Wukong he? Clin asked worriedly on the side. He always felt that this strange guy who had just come in gave people a feeling of trepidation. The disparity between the two is indeed a little big, but Gaku has great potential and may be able to catch up. Suya glanced at Clin. He actually wanted to say, according to the original plot, if you want Sun Wukong to evolve into a Super Saiyan, you have to sacrifice it. However, this kind of words can also be thought of in the heart. After all, it is too shocking. Woo! That's good. I also believe in Goku's strength. Clin breathed a sigh of relief. Gaku should be involved with Frisia, and when you find an opportunity to summon the dragon, let Vic resurrect them first. Suya raised a wake-up call. Also, the divine dragon of planet Namek needs the Namek star language to summon successfully, so you can ask the Great Elder to summon it. Good. When Clin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Well, there you go. Suya nodded, glanced at Sun Wukong and Frisia who were fighting, shook his head and smiled, and quietly walked out of this palace. Just now, between his senses, a little guy's breath was detected by him. At this time, this little guy was on the verge of death, and if he didn't make a move again, I'm afraid that in a few minutes, his body would really be cold. Chapter 042. Out of the palace and out of the village. Walking a few steps at the gate of the village, Suyi's right index finger and middle finger brought together a little of his eyebrows, teleported and launched, and instantly arrived at a small hill thousands of meters away. Under the mountain, a group of people are looking at Vegeta and Son Gohan with an indifferent gaze. This little guy was dying and lying behind Vegeta. As for Vegeta, due to the return to normalcy, his physical exertion was serious, and his combat effectiveness had dropped by more than a little, and he was not an opponent of these people at all. Vegeta, King Frisia has arrived at Namex. You have the knowledge to cut yourself as soon as possible, so as not to waste our time. This team is also a general under Frisia, but it seems a little strange to Suyat. Because, the combat effectiveness is very strong. However, he never saw this group of people in the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. That is, these guys are characters derived from this Dragon Ball parallel world. If it weren't for my lack of physical strength, I would definitely slaughter you all. Dregs. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said coldly. Shout. A sound of wind sounded, and Suya suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the ground. Taking out a super immortal bean, Suya put it in Sun Wuhan's mouth. Soon, I saw that Sun Gohan returned to normal, and his combat power was a little stronger than before. Uncle Suyat. When Sun Gohan saw Suyat, he immediately became excited, pointed at the group of Frisia's subordinates, and said coldly, they have a Dragon Ball in their hands, which was snatched from Uncle Vegeta. Hearing this Uncle Vegeta, Vegeta's body trembled, and then he turned around and glared at Sun Gohan, and said coldly, who is your uncle? Uncle Vegeta, you. Sun Gohan blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "If it weren't for your desperate efforts to protect me, uncle, I would have been killed long ago." Hearing this, Suya raised his eyebrows and glanced at this Vegeta. It seems, compared with the plot at the current stage, he is still a little different from the original temperament. Humph! Vegeta saw Suya's surprised gaze, turned back with his hands on his chest and snorted coldly, but did not speak again. That Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand was snatched, right? Suya suddenly remembered Sun Wuhan's words, and shook his head with a smile. Since this is the case, then the Dragon Balls in their hands are fake. Fake! Sun Gohan and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. That's right. Suya nodded, felt out a super immortal bean, and threw it to Vegeta. This is a super immortal bean, eat one and recover all of it. As a Scion Prince, you must not be willing to be ridiculed by this group of weak scum. Kill them. In essence, Suya, this person cannot make a move, try not to choose. It's not that he's afraid of any butterfly effect, but because he's lazy. Yes, he is a lazy person, he is quite salty. Wasting a few seconds of killing a few ant-like figures, he might as well suck a few more melon seeds. Vegeta took the super immortal bean, narrowed his eyes, and slowly turned around, staring at the group of somewhat flustered Frisia's subordinates, with a grim smile on the corner of his mouth. Raising his head and eating the super immortal bean, Vegeta roared angrily, his state restored. And he only felt a surging power in his body. Now, it's time to release. Drink. In an explosive state, Vegeta's combat effectiveness soared. Escape. Vegeta's strength recovered, and the group of Frisia's men naturally could not be his opponents, so they would not run away at this time, let alone win. Escape. Vegeta smiled, a shockwave in a life, and soon, this group of people were slaughtered by him. Glancing at Suya and Sun Gohan, Vegeta flew directly away. Uncle Vegeta, he's a cold-faced and hot-hearted man. Sun Gohan spoke, if it weren't for him, I would already be dead. Suya smiled, did not speak, and teleported back to the vicinity of the village with him. At this time, Sun Wukong and Frisia had already begun to fight. On one side, there are also Vic Dynasty, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha next to it. He knew that although the divine dragon on the planet Namek could have 3 wishes, if he revived people, he could only resurrect 3 people. Therefore, dumplings are not resurrected for the time being. But the problem is not big. As soon as Vic is resurrected, the gods of the earth are also resurrected. So when the time comes, return to earth to find the Dragon Balls on earth and summon the dragon to revive the dumplings. Gohan. Suya and the 2 arrived, and Vic also saw them, but it was very strange how Sun Gohan came to Namexing. I'm on Uncle Vegeta's spaceship. I thought he didn't know, it turned out that I had sneaked into his spaceship. Sun Gohan touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and smiled awkwardly. Vegeta. Vic and the others were still stuck when Vegeta wanted to kill them, and they were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Bike, Uncle Vegeta isn't actually bad. As he spoke, Sun Gohan said what had just happened. Hearing this, Vic and the others looked at each other, but they did not expect that this Scion Prince turned out to be such a cold-faced man. Speaking of which, Vic, this Vegeta doesn't have a picture of virtue with you. Clin burst out laughing. Who? Who is virtuous with him? Vic glared at Clin, he wouldn't admit it. Bang! While several people were talking, the Monkey King on the side had been blasted to the ground by Frisia. Goku. Seeing this, Clin and the others exclaimed. Scum! Frisia glanced at Vic and the others coldly. Just now, he knew that the divine dragon had been summoned, and now he was so angry that he exploded, ready to kill. Hehe, it's really powerful. Sun Wukong flew out of the deep pit on the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, which was wiped away by him, revealing a smile of enjoyment. There's no denying that Frisia is powerful. But compared to Su Yi's invincibility, he is not an invincible existence. Therefore, Sun Wukong feels that this is a very good opponent. Drink! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, flew in midair, roared angrily, and the combat power on his body was soaring, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Finally, come to 1.5 million. Hey! Frisia felt this momentum and his eyes widened. 1.5 million combat power. Is this still the Scion people he knows? Could it be that you are the Super Scion of the ancient legend? Frisia frowned and asked. Chapter 043. In his mind, the Scion race had been suppressed by him for so many years, and he had never seen a single person with a combat power of more than 30,000. First, there was such a variable as Vegeta, and now, there is such a variable as Monkey King. And Frisia shifted his gaze and glanced at Suyat, who took out the beach chair in the capsule and lay on the side watching the play. His eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light was projected. And this Scion who gave him a sense of crisis, he always felt that this race really had great potential. What if? If he doesn't get rid of it as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will be really difficult for him to discipline in the future. Fight, at the touch of a button. Frisia's grim smile floated across the sky, and he saw his aura soar strangely. Suyat, who was lying on the beach chair, took a sip of juice, saw this scene, raised his eyebrows, and secretly said, "Is this preparing to evolve the second form?" Suya felt that this guy's first form had a combat power of about 1 million, and this second form should be at least 2 million or more. Sure enough, soon Frisia's transformation was completed, and in his second form, he was much bullier, very similar to his father's Kurdish king Normal, and his combat power reached more than 2.3 million. Boom! Now, come and die, little monkey! Frisia hooked his finger at the Monkey King and laughed. Bang bang! Feeling Frisia's powerful strength, Sun Wukong immediately punched his fists excitedly, did not retreat, and flew over to prepare for hand-to-hand combat with him. Bajiquan! Seeing Sun Wukong's hand, Klin's eyes on the ground lit up, but he knew the strength of the Bajiquan, so he was very confident in Sun Wukong at this time. Bajiquan? What is that? Vic and the others were at a loss, not knowing what this Bajiquan was. Klin introduced on the side. Listening to the introduction, Vic and the others turned their heads to look at Suyat, who was lying comfortably on the beach chair, and their eyes were full of amazement. This man, since he met, has always been a mysterious posture, and he can't see through him at all. At this time, the battle in the sky was already becoming more and more intense. Although Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is lower than that of the second form Frisia, he can barely fight Frisia, relying on the ancient Chinese boxing method taught by Suyat, the Bajiquan fist. Monkey King 4, Frisia 6. The little monkey is indeed quite powerful. Frisia laughed, and with a flick of his tail, he pumped on Sun Wukong, knocking him to the ground. I really can't bear to kill you. If I become my slave, how much benefit should I create? Frisia floated down and came to Sun Wukong. Ahem! Sun Wukong coughed several times, spit out several mouthfuls of blood, and slowly got up from the ground, by which time he had returned to normal. We can't let Goku fight alone. Vic stared at him and flew to Frisia, where an energy cannon hit him, attracting his attention. Green-skinned scum, do you want to die too? Frisia turned around and looked grimly at Bike. Frisia! Sun Wukong suddenly roared, and the turtle sent Qigong waves to bombard out. Scum! Frisia casually slapped his hand, and the turtle sect Qigong wave was slapped away by him and bombarded towards Vic and the others. Ugh! The exclamation sounded, and Vic and the others were hit by Sun Wukong's turtle school Qigong wave. Although they did not die, they were also seriously injured. Suya slowly got up from the beach chair. If Sun Wukong couldn't solve it, he naturally chose to make a move. However, he is not in a hurry to make a move, he wants to wait, waiting for Sun Wukong to break out and grow rapidly. Perhaps, this time is his chance to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although, his current combat effectiveness is not high. Great Elder. At this time, Niru, who was standing at the gate of the village, looked at the wanton laughing Frisia from a distance and gritted his teeth. You are not an opponent, go or die. The Great Elder sighed, if they die, our nemesis will also be destroyed by Frisia. Niru bowed his head, then saluted the Great Elder respectfully and flew towards the field. Hey! Another little crawler coming to die? Frisia saw Niru flying over from a distance, calmly flicked his finger, and a shockwave hit him, directly blowing him into the place where Vic and the others were unconscious. Seeing this scene, Su Yi's face was strange. This Frisia, is he doing good? Familiar with the direction of the plot, he naturally knows that Niru will sacrifice himself to become Vic powerful. Isn't Frisia perfecting Vic this time? Thinking of this, Su Yi shook his head and laughed, and once again leaned on the beach chair and lay down. Sun Wukong's breath rose again, coupled with the successful assimilation of Vic after a while. He believed that he could still force out the third form or the fourth form of Frisia. At that time, if you can't fight, at least these two guys can still grow up in this battle, which is a good thing. However, Su Yi, who was lying on the beach chair, raised his head slightly and glanced at a figure on the top of the mountain not far away. This guy was Vegeta. 3 people join forces, it should still be able to last for a while. Su Yi yawned, holding the back of his head with both hands and sinking into the system space. Because the system has just prompted that the upgrade is complete. System, don't forget the compensation reward for this period of time after the upgrade. Su Yi reminded, for fear that this system was a black-hearted system, he didn't remind it, so he deliberately thought he didn't know and forgot. Hearing this, the system was speechless for a while. After a while, the system replied, the compensation reward has been delivered to the host's package, please pay attention to check. Okay. Su Yi nodded and checked in the system space. There are several panels in front of him. First, the system mall space. Second, mission space. Third, parcel space. Very simple, just 3 panel space. What do you say about this mission space? Do I take the initiative to select the task to do, or does the system take the initiative to post the task to me? Su Yi clicked on the panel option of the task space, glanced at it twice and found that it was empty, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. At present, the mission space is being improved, please wait for the host. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded, making Su Yi really unable to complain. But soon, he saw the change in the task space, and a small window popped up, with tasks written on it, but only the top task title was shining gold. So, only the top of this task is acceptable? Su Yi asked, and the answer was exactly what he thought. Kill Frisia and reward 10,000 exchange points. The task title. It's that simple. However, when Su Yi opened it, the additional task content inside made his eyes light up. Chapter 044. Teach the Monkey King to evolve the Super Saiyan to defeat Frisia and reward 100,000 exchange points. The additional task is this, although he doesn't know what the value of 100,000 exchange points is, but the 10-fold reward is not high, so he can't be moved. But how do you teach Monkey King to transform into a Super Saiyan? Su Yi soon discovered a very serious problem. He can transform, but he can't teach people to transform. Muggle, in short, take this task first. Su Yi was too lazy to think about this, and took this task first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the first mission, which is rewarded with 10,000 redemption points. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded, which made Su Yi blink his eyes, a little stunned, but quickly came back to his senses, and a wave of 666 was deducted in his heart. This system is really a welfare system. The birth of a system is the hope that the host is good. So, you can no longer suspect that the system is a black system. The voice of the system came, making Surya raise his eyebrows. Good guy, after this upgrade, the previously cold voice actually carried a little bit of anthropomorphism? Do you have feelings? However, Surya only smiled and didn't pay much attention to this issue. He entered the system mall space and glanced at the balance of his exchange points, a total of 110,000 exchange points. 10,000 is the reward just now, and 100,000 is the reward before the previous system upgrade. Let me see. Thundered. Just as Surya was about to check what good things were in the system mall space, a shaking pulled his mind out of the system. Surya got up from the beach chair, and then looked towards the field, only to see that Frisia had transformed into the third form, and the combat power had reached about 20 million at this time. Well, compared to Frisia in the original book, Frisia in this Dragon Ball parallel world is really much stronger. Surya had to sigh. If he wanted to save Vegeta Star at that time, I am afraid that he really had to put himself in it, and there was no place to die. Thinking of this, Surya suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a battle mate of Celia, and this mate had 1,000,000 combat power. It's useless at this stage. Surya thought about it and asked in his heart, System, do you system the mall space to recycle things? If recycled, no matter how many exchange points, he will also earn. Moreover, the things obtained in the daily login package may also be recyclable. So, if there is a recycling function, it is simply a great thing. Yes. The sound of the system came, making Surya smile. If there is, I am afraid that there is none, and gradually what is useless to him can be exchanged for exchange points, which is equivalent to waste utilization. Perfect. Surya didn't think much about anything else, stepped out, and came to Sun Wukong in an instant. Another monkey. Frisia withdrew his hand, turned his back behind him, and looked at Surya with a sneer. The third form of Frisia was really ugly enough. Surya only glanced at him before retracting his gaze, placed it on Sun Wukong, who was paralyzed and crawling on the ground, and said lightly, Wukong, if you die like this, Klin and they will all die. And Sun Gohan, and your loved ones on earth. Rage is not the only way to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although most transformation into Super Saiyans is generated out of anger. In the previous life, Bardock was angry, Son Goku was angry, and even Vegeta was angry that he was inferior to Son Goku and transformed into a Super Saiyan. But, don't forget, Surya's Super Saiyan did not transform out of anger. Rather, bonds. In Surya's opinion, the transformation of a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan only needs a fulcrum. Anger is the fulcrum, the bond, and also the fulcrum. The current Klin is not dead, and according to the plot trend of the original book, Sun Wukong cannot transform. However, Surya did not believe in this evil. This is a parallel world of Dragon Ball, and the plot direction is roughly the same, but not all of them are the same. Why can Sun Wukong only break through the Super Saiyan by anger after Klin is dead? Hearing Surya's words, Sun Wukong pondered. Although his physical strength was exhausted at this time, his willpower was very strong, and he had been holding on and did not fall. Because he knew that once he fell, Klin, Bike, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, and Vegeta who fainted would all die. Therefore, he did not dare to fall. The source of strength comes from you, and the growth of external forces is always not strong. Only when you are strong is you truly powerful. Surya said lightly, his voice was very peaceful, looked directly at Sun Wukong, reached out and grabbed it, and then spread it out to show him, look, what did I catch in my hand? Sun Wukong glanced at the past, his eyes showing doubt, because he didn't see anything in Surya's palm. You didn't see anything, did you? Surya smiled slightly, then turned around and glanced at Frisia, stretched out his hand, and said lightly, guess what he saw? Sun Wukong turned his head to look, and Frisia had a look of horror on his face at this time, and he retreated again and again, as if he wanted to escape from this place. "Brother Suyat, what's going on?" Sun Wukong was surprised. "Because I am strong, let him fear," Suya said lightly. People who understand this naturally understand, and those who do not understand naturally do not understand. Because of his gesture, this reflects the ancient inheritance of ancient China Tao. Sun Wukong has practiced Taijiquan, not to say that he is right, but at least he will not understand Suyi's words too much, and he is in a state of seemingly understanding and not understanding. Only when you are strong can you protect the people you want to protect. Sun Wukong's eyes showed determination, and at this moment, his temperament changed. The original Monkey King is just a simple martial idiot, who wants to fight the most powerful person. Even if he dies, he is willing. In this life, the Monkey King of this Dragon Ball parallel world is growing up with bonds, and it can be said that it should be much more mature than the Monkey King in the previous Dragon Ball anime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teaching Monkey King to transform into a Super Saiyan, and because it is a super perfect level teaching, an additional 100,000 redemption points will be rewarded. Friendly reminder, after Sun Wukong defeats Frisia, he will reward the host with another 100,000 exchange points. At the same time that Sun Wukong's body rose up with a huge energy, Suyi's mind heard a sweet and beautiful prompt sound from the system. Hearing this prompt, Suya was stunned. In this way, you can treat the same task just now as two tasks. Teaching Monkey King to become a Super Saiyan is the first, and the second is to wait for Frisia to be defeated. If you move your mouth, you will get 200,000 exchange points, and you won't lose money in blood. Suya laughed. I don't know if this transformation is different from the original, do you like it or not? Seriously, I think this is really great. Fetters are easy for people to grow. Just like me, because my family conditions are not very good, I have been asking my family to give money and increase the burden when I go to college. So I wrote novels, and I worked very hard to update, and I updated so hard every day, not because I was fast. It's because I go to the bathroom and I have my phone in code. As a mobile phone codeword hand residue, more than 1,000 words an hour. More than 10,000 updates, basically no rest. The current hope is that I can find some money and buy a computer codeword myself. Come on. Step up your game. I can definitely do it. Chapter 045. Suya retreated, looking at the things that his system wrapped in the system compensated. On Sun Wukong's side, the momentum gradually increased, and the combat effectiveness soon reached 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. Rumble. When the combat power reached 3.5 million, Sun Wukong's body flashed with electric light, and a cloud of golden air began to rotate. What? Seeing this scene, Frisia's whole person was stunned. Isn't this guy's appearance at this moment the appearance of the Super Saiyan that his ancestors once recorded? Nope. He must not be allowed to transform successfully. Frisia's face changed drastically, and he wanted to kill Sun Wukong with a strong shot. However, at the moment of his attack, Sun Wukong had already moved, and the speed was not at all something he could detect. Bang! One punch. A punch with golden aura bombarded Frisia's face, directly sending him hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair has completely turned golden yellow, and his dark eyes have also transformed into light green, which is extremely powerful. This is... The eyes of the great elder in the distance were almost glaring, such a powerful combat power index, he really saw it for the first time. Oh my god, is this a Super Saiyan? On the other side, Sun Gohan also exclaimed, he heard Sun Wukong say that Saiyans can evolve and become Super Saiyans. At present, he knew that Uncle Suya could. Unexpectedly, now, his father Sun Wukong can also too. It's so powerful, it's really a powerful force. Sun Gohan's face couldn't stop being shocked and delighted. Abominable. It actually hurt the great King Frisia. Damn! Frisia, who was blasted hundreds of meters away by a punch, came back to his senses, flew into the air and roared, and then changed again, reaching the fourth form, which is his current final form. Sun Wukong watched Frisia transform indifferently, without thinking of interrupting him. He wanted this guy to understand that even if you evolve the final form, the strongest combat power will definitely not be his opponent. Come on Frisia, let me see the power of your strongest form. Sun Wukong flew over, as if teleporting, and instantly arrived in front of Frisia, raised his hand and punched out. This is not Bajiquan, nor is it Tajiquan, it is such a very straight punch that directly blasted Frisia hundreds of meters away again. Too weak, Frisia. Your energy, is that all? Sun Wukong flew over, and instantly arrived behind Frisia, who flew out upside down, and punched down at Frisia with both hands and fists. Rumble! Frisia was smashed to the ground, and a bottomless pit appeared. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, and his hands sent out one after another momentum cannons, which belongs to a kind of energy cannon and is very powerful. Thundered. The earth was trembling, and Vic and the others, who had been unconscious, all woke up. That was Super Saiyan. Vic shook his head and looked up. A man with golden air currents around his body was bombarding the ground, and he couldn't help but think of the Super Saiyan mentioned by Sun Wukong before. Who is he? I heard Goku say that at present, only Big Brother Suya can transform into a Super Saiyan. Klin also came back to his senses and spoke out in shock. He is Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze froze, his pupils contracted for a while. And he could see who the person in the sky who was incarnating as a Super Saiyan was, the Kakarot he looked down on. What? Is it Goku? Tianjin Fan and the others looked stunned. Such a powerful man turned out to be the target they had been chasing, Sun Wukong. This is how we can chase him. Klin smiled bitterly and lowered his head, although they were very happy for Sun Wukong's strengthening, but as they had always regarded Sun Wukong as the goal of catching up, they saw this scene after all. Wait! How do I feel, Vic, that you feel a little different? Suddenly, Klin noticed Vic's unusual and exclaimed, your breath, so powerful. What? Vic was stunned, he didn't feel it himself, how could Klin notice it for him? I also feel that something is wrong, Vic, your strength was only one line higher than ours before, and now? It always feels like there's more than a line. Yamcha glanced at him and nodded solemnly. Because assimilated. Suya walked over with Sun Wuhan, and he explained, Nero is the strongest person in Namex, and he chose to assimilate with Vic just now when he was seriously injured, creating Vic Bike's strength. Vic was stunned, he didn't know Nero, this guy sacrificed himself so selflessly and achieved him. This touched his heart. You can now be considered a super nemesis, and your future achievements are limited, not as good as the Saiyan family. Suya glanced at him, although he said so, the protagonist's aura is still a strong pervert, and Bike's achievements are naturally far less than Sun Wukong's. Hearing this, Vic was stunned, then lowered his head and clenched his fists, feeling the huge energy contained in his body and showing a smile. Practice well. Suya glanced at him, and then turned his gaze to Sun Wukong. At this time, he was blowing a hammer close to Frisia, who was close to 300 million combat power. He didn't feel strange, today's Monkey King is full of firepower, and the masters who fight against 400 million combat power are not all vain. A little Frisia, what is it? Moreover, you must know that the Realm King fist that Sun Wukong learned from the Northern Realm King has not yet been used, and if it is used, it is not something that Frisia can withstand, just the blessing of the power of the tenfold Realm King fist. The combat power is coming to an end, and unlike the plot direction that Suya knows, the Monkey King of this Dragon Ball parallel world easily defeated the Universe Emperor Frisia. However, defeated, but failed to kill him. Suya had the strength to pursue and slaughter him, but he did not do so, because there was no need to waste this time. As soon as Frisia fled, Sun Wukong fell, and Sun Wuhan hurriedly stepped forward and helped him over. "Brother Suyat, I did it. Transform into a Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong was still insisting, and was helped by Sun Wuhan to Suyat, showing a hint of a smile. "I see it, and I firmly believe that I will become stronger and stronger, and protect the people or things I want to protect." Suyat smiled slightly, took out a few super immortal beans and sent them, and soon the group was alive again. "Humph! Cockroach, I will definitely surpass you." Vegeta recovered, said such a word coldly, and flew away. "Ha ha ha! I will definitely not let you overtake mine." Sun Wukong laughed and waved in response. Chapter 046. The incident of Namex is temporarily over, and the follow-up of the escaped Frisia does not need to be paid too much attention. However, Suya knows that in a year at most, Frisia will come to Earth with his father King Kurdish to prepare for revenge on Sun Wukong. But at the same time, Suya also knew that the young man from the future would appear a year later, and easily slaughtered the father and son. This is the original plot of the Dragon Ball anime, but there is a very important point, that is, Bulma is now Suya's woman. So, will Tenunks show up? This is also a question that Suya has always been very curious about. Back to Earth, Vic was resurrected, and the gods were naturally resurrected, and Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar detector to easily find 7 Dragon Balls in half a month, and then revived the dumplings. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta, this guy, also came to Earth to settle in order to surpass the Monkey King, and over time, he gradually integrated into the circle of Z warriors. This guy basically came to Suya every day to be abused, and Vegeta's strength was indeed getting stronger and stronger. After all, every time Suya quickly solved it, he directly beat Vegeta simply and rudely, and slowly he couldn't get this guy under one move. Time passed day by day, and one day a year later, everyone gathered on Turtle Immortal Island and was eating barbecue when a very powerful chi suddenly appeared in the air. Suya frowned. Could it be? Did Tenunks really appear? How can there be such a powerful chi? Sun Wukong was shocked. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his chi was not strong enough. Moreover, this chi is very familiar, there is a feeling of homology. Go check it out. Suya was also very curious, and his index finger and middle finger pressed his forehead together, and instantly disappeared in place. Let's go check it out too. Sun Wukong also used teleportation to get close to that powerful chi, and he also learned the powerful divine technique of teleportation in the past year. Vic and the others glanced at each other, and they all got up and flew to the place where the powerful chi existed. As for Bulma, these women and children stared wide-eyed, and finally began to make barbecue meat themselves. On Suyi's side, he saw a machine floating in mid-air, and under the machine sat a young man with a sword on his back. Who is he? Sun Wukong arrived with him, glanced at the young man with the sword on his back, and asked suspiciously. I don't know. Suya really didn't know who this teenager was. Looking at the back, it was indeed Tenunks, but he felt that it should not be Tenunks. Uncle Gaku. The answer was soon revealed, and the sword-backed boy got up and turned around, and saw Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, but when he saw Suyat, his brows suddenly locked. He didn't know Suyat, but he knew that this person was also a scion. You know me? Sun Wukong pointed at himself, blinked his eyes, and looked stunned. Yes, Uncle Gaku, I'll tell you later, now you should take the pill my mother made for you first. Tenunks flashed and instantly arrived in front of Sun Wukong, and then took out a bottle of medicine and smiled. Seeing this, Suyi's eyes flashed, this kid is really Tenunks. So, who is this kid's mother? At this time, Vegeta and the others arrived. Dad, Uncle Bike, Uncle Klin. Tenunks turned around. Saw Vegeta and the others' eyes suddenly lit up, and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Dad. Father. When Vegeta heard this, father, the whole person was stunned. Yes, Dad. Tenunks nodded. Suya hugged his chest with his hands behind him and looked at this Tenunks with a surprised gaze. Could it be? Is this Tenunks or the son of Bulma and Vegeta in other time and space? Thinking of this, Suyi's eyes narrowed. As a very possessive man, he would never allow this kind of thing to exist. Where did I get my son? Vegeta looked dazed. He had just found a girlfriend on Earth now, and he was not married. How could he have such a big son? Ha ha ha! Tenunks burst out laughing. I am Daddy, your future son. I am from 20 years later. Who is your mother? Suya came over and was just about to ask, but Vegeta asked for him. My mother's name is Elu, and it's the girlfriend you're making now. Tenunks said it all. Hearing this, Suya paused and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that this Tenunks was not the son of Bulma and Vegeta in other time and space. It seems that I really need to marry this Earth woman. Vegeta said in a deep voice. Tenunks' strength made him completely sure that the potential of hybrid scions was really stronger than that of pure-blood scions. Tenunks shook his head with a wry smile on the side. His father was as cold and warm as ever. In fact, he couldn't love his mother Elu, but he had always been called an Earth woman. Okay, now tell me, the future me surpassed Kakarot or not? Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest and asked extremely coldly. Hearing this, Tenunks took a deep breath, and a sad look appeared on his face. The future you have always been on a par with Uncle Goku, but... Rumble. As Tenunks spoke, a roar sounded in the sky, which made everyone look up and see that a huge spaceship was slowly landing in this clearing. This is Frisia's spaceship. Vegeta's gaze froze, recognizing who owned the spaceship, and his face suddenly changed. Oh? Frisia? Sun Wukong suddenly became interested, and he is not the person he was a year ago. He was able to blast Frisia a year ago, and after this year, he was much stronger, and he naturally had more confidence to defeat Frisia. No. More than one Frisia. Vegeta had a look of fear on his face, a Frisia far from causing him to be afraid, because he also sensed a familiar breath. That's Frisia's father, King Kurd. Chapter 047. Earth, Scion, Monkey King. At this time, inside the spacecraft, Frisia gritted his teeth and said these words. There is an ancient legendary Super Scion, which must be erased. The Kurdish king spoke coldly next to Frisia. His strength was even more terrifying than Frisia, and he felt that he could easily eliminate the scions in Frisia's mouth. Father, the Monkey King is settled by my own hands. Frisia saluted respectfully, and after a year, he initially began to practice, several times stronger than he had been a year ago. Now, he has absolute confidence that he can kill Sun Wukong. The Kurdish king did not speak, but glanced at him calmly. The spacecraft slowly fell, and soon the Kurdish king, together with Frisia and many of his men, disembarked from the spacecraft. Hey! What a coincidence! A group of people stepped off the spaceship, and Frisia immediately grinned when he saw the group of people in front of him. Frisia, are you here to send you dead again? Sun Wukong stepped forward and said coldly. Sun, Goku, Kong. The enemy was very red when he saw him, and Frisia only had Sun Wukong in his eyes at this time, and he couldn't wait to kill him on the spot. Frisia. Tenunks on the side smiled faintly, stepped forward, took out the Excalibur behind his back, and pointed at Frisia and King Kurd. I've heard of you, but today is the day when my father and I reminisce, so I don't want to kill. If you are smart, you better be obedient. Bang! Before Tenunks finished speaking, an energy cannon from Frisia came over. This sneak attack was naturally useless to Tenunks, and he easily waved his hand and flew away. It seems that you are indeed impatient. Tenunks sneered and shook his head, stepped down, and his body rose in momentum, directly transforming into a Super Scion. Super Scion. Seeing Tenunks transform, Vegeta's eyes widened, and his face was full of incredulity. You know, he has been tortured in this year, which has a slight chance of transforming into a successful Super Saiyan, and this son of his, who easily controls the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan at such a young age, is even more powerful than him. I don't know how many times, how not to shock him. The battle soon began, with Tenink's strength, but in just a dozen breaths to slaughter Frisia. As for the Kurdish king, he looked terrified and called not to kill him, and naturally he was directly slaughtered by Tenink's. It's too strong! It's too strong! Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed at the same time. Change to the Monkey King to fight Frisia and kill him. However, to call him to kill Frisia so easily, it would definitely not be possible. Maybe. Only this big brother Suya next to him can easily kill the two Frisia father and son, right? Suya seemed very calm about the strength of Tenink's, and this Tenink's combat power was Super 1 state, with a combat power of 500 million. However, he was too decisive to give Frisia a chance to continue to transform, and directly killed him. In fact, even if Frisia transforms, it is absolutely impossible to be Tenink's opponent. Uncles, I'll talk to you in detail when I go back. Tenink's returned to normal, came to everyone and smiled. Back to Turtle Immortal Island, Suya finally understood. In Tenink's time and space, Elo is not a profession in this time and space, but a scientist, and in that time and space, there is no woman Bulma. Although Suya was very surprised by this, he didn't care too much. As for why Tenink's did not hide his identity like the plot of Dragon Ball in his previous life, Suya also understood, because these are two worlds that cannot change each other at all. Hearing the news that could not be changed, Tenink's was naturally extremely disappointed. It's simple, we'll go with you to your world. Just when everyone was helpless, Suya suddenly opened his mouth and said a word. Hey! Hearing Suyi's words, Tenink's finally set his eyes on this scion who did not exist in his time and space. Uncle, do you mean to follow me to the future world to destroy the two artificial humans of my world? That's right, it's up to us to go to your world and slaughter them. Suya nodded calmly, just now he received the system's prompt tone. This is a very rewarding mission to help Tenink's erase his space-time Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18. Most importantly, he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He wanted to feel the power of this level, so the artificial man number 17 and the artificial human number 18 in that time and space of date, barely let him live a hand addiction while making a money exchange point. Uncle, your strength. Suyi's confidence made Tenink's frown. You know, the Monkey King and Vegeta he knew were already the peak strength among the Scions. Sun Wukong didn't say anything, because he died of a heart attack. His father Vegeta's strength was also extremely powerful, but there was no strength to resist at all in the hands of those two artificial humans. So in fact, this time, he focused on finding Sun Wukong and curing his heart disease. As a result, he was told that the two spacetimes completely belonged to two worlds and could not affect each other, and he was naturally stupid. Now, Suyi's proposal is indeed possible. However, in this era, will they be the opponents of those two artificial people? My strength. Hee hee. Suya chuckled twice, then his gaze froze, and a powerful momentum surged at this moment. Rumble. Super Saiyan 1 Phase 1. Rumble. Boost your momentum. Stage 2. When the Super Saiyan came out in full power, not only Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked, but also Tenink's from the future. You Super Saiyan full power. In this era, you are already able to control it so skillfully. Tenink's was really shocked. In his time and space, he knew that the only person who could achieve this realm was the dead Monkey King. Now, this Suya can control it at such an early time, so how strong should his strength be in the future? Unthinkable. Unpredictable. Rumble. When everyone was shocked, Suya showed a smile, and his momentum rose again in vain at this moment. This is, Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 050. Take your time, it's useless to rush. Suya said lightly. Yes. Tenunks nodded wryly. Next, I will give you 2 sets of boxing techniques and devilish training for you. Within a month, I will increase your combat power to more than 1 billion. As Suya finished saying this, Tenunks training officially began. It is difficult to increase the combat effectiveness by 500 million a month. However, it was this kind of challenge that made Suya very passionate, not to mention that this mission reward was 200,000 exchange points. You know, the ancient Chinese boxing method like Bajiquan is only a 500-point exchange point, and you can imagine the dignity of this exchange point. For the rest of the day, Tenunks was basically on the line. When I got up in the morning, I was beaten by Suya Fat, and I ate super fairy beans and continued to be beaten by Suya Fat. Then, hundreds of times the gravity chamber. And then, 10 times the time of the time house. This 10-fold time house was exchanged by Suya in the system mall space for 200,000 exchange points. A month passed quickly. Suyi's own strength is also growing every day. The daily gift package is sent as usual, useful to keep, useless basically he let the system recycle into exchange points. On this day, a group of people gathered on a small island in the south. Uncle Suya, I feel that my strength has reached a peak. Tenunks's temperament is completely different from a month ago, and the whole person is restrained and no longer as sharp as before. The 1.1 billion combat power is indeed beyond my expectations. Suya nodded, felt out a capsule and threw it on the ground. This is the time machine that Tenunks was riding in. All this is your credit, Uncle Suya. Tenunks was very grateful and had great respect for Suya. Haha, it's time to go back to your world. I also want to see how strong those 2 artificial humans are. Suya said with a smile. According to the original work, the 18th is 3.5 billion combat effectiveness, and the 17th is 5.5 billion combat effectiveness. This strength is extremely terrifying to Sun Wukong and others, but for Suya, who has more than 10 billion combat power, it is completely too small scum. The 18th and 17th of the future world seem to be evil, and the 17th and 18th of the current world should not be too bad. Suya thought about it. When he watched the original anime, he was in a hurry, Goku was in the period of illness, and Vegeta this guy and date were all kinds of recklessness. Fortunately, number 17 and number 18 only have Sun Wukong in their eyes, otherwise Vegeta's group of people will have to be buried at the hands of the 2. This time, the fuel was very enough for Suya and the others to go back and forth. The people who finally settled down were Suya, Son Goku, Vegeta and Tenunks who traveled to the world 20 years later. Soon, the time machine set off. Shout! The time machine flickered and disappeared into the clearing. Meanwhile, in the time tunnel. Is this the time tunnel? Sun Wukong looked at the surrounding scene very curiously, and spoke. Shut up, cockroach! Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest and drank quietly with his eyes closed. As if he hadn't heard Vegeta's voice, Monkey King leaned hard against the glass of the time machine and looked out. At this moment, a white light appeared, piercing their eyes with slight pain. By the time he recovered, he had arrived in the world 20 years later. Is this the world 20 years from now? Sun Wukong opened his eyes, jumped off the time machine and glanced around. The dilapidated floors were all ruins, and no one was moving around at all. Cluck! Tenunks clenched his teeth, his body trembled, and a tyrannical momentum seemed to erupt on him. Suya glanced at him lightly, and the latter was an agitated spirit, and suddenly calmed down. Here they are. Tenunks' aura had already disturbed number 17 and number 18 of the future world, and Suya also sensed that 2 very powerful chi rushed towards them. 3.5 billion, 5.5 billion. There is no difference in combat effectiveness from the original. Suya nodded secretly. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the sky. It was the number 17 and number 18 siblings. 3 more scions. Number 17 ruffled his hair and laughed. Yes, here are 3 more scions who don't know if they are dead or alive. 18 also ruffled his hair, nodded and laughed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were like great enemies, and Tenenx looked angry and said in a deep voice, "No 17, number 18, after today, there will be no more of you two. Ha ha ha. Is it up to you?" Number 17 laughed wantonly, raised his palm and sent out a shock cannon towards Suya and the others. A few people dodged easily, and Tenenx took out the Excalibur behind his back and transformed into a Super Saiyan state, which is a state of full power. After a month of training, he was already able to control this realm at will. It's getting stronger. Number 17 was expressionless. For him, Tenenx 1.1 billion combat power was still scum. If you wanted to kill him, it was simply not too easy. Drink. Tenenx rushed into the sky and swung his sword very fast. However, just as Suya had resisted him before, number 17 could easily block all his attacks with one finger. "Leave this kid to me, and the rest of the 3 to you," number 17 said lightly. Number 18 didn't speak, and directly moved towards Suya and killed them. Rumble. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, then burst into momentum and transformed into Super Saiyan. As for Suya thought for a while, he also transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and then spoke, "Goku, Vegeta, this woman is handed over to me, you guys help Tenenx. Fighting against the strong can make Sun Wukong increase their strength. The combat power of number 18 is only 3.5 billion, although it is also very powerful for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but in general, it is not as strong as it has grown against number 17. Moreover, Suya really wanted to get up close to the goddess in his previous life. Number 18, formerly known as Lazuli. Although she is evil in this future world, after all, she is still that person, just because of her personality. "Hello, Lazuli." Suya talked to number 18. Hearing Suya call out her name, number 18 was slightly stunned. At the same time that number 18 was stunned, Suya moved. Teleported, reached behind her, and punched out. There is a saying that the pleasure of hitting the goddess is strong. Now, Suya just wanted to say which neuropathy said this sentence, without the slightest pleasure. One punch. With just one punch, Suya directly knocked number 18 to the ground and fell unconscious. Number 18. Number 17 saw that number 18 was instantly knocked down, frowned, glanced at Suya, who had returned to normal, and found that things were not simple. It is he who also feels that the strength of this man is very strong. Available at 6 p.m. At that time, the 5 changes will be directly broken out first. The results are good, and then continue to code, continue to erupt. That is to say, today is equivalent to reading more than 10 chapters for you at once. I hope you can support the first order, please. Chapter 051. Fight with us and have a bad heart. Vegeta snorted coldly and slammed a punch into No 17's abdomen, directly knocking him hundreds of meters away and hitting an abandoned building. Is the 17th at this level? It's probably too weak. Vegeta said lightly. Dad, don't take it lightly. Tenenx knew the horror of the 17th and hurriedly said. Rumble. At this time, a huge shock wave rushed from hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he instantly arrived in front of the 3 of Sun Wukong. After the aftermath, Vegeta in the sky has fallen to the ground, and Monkey King and Tenenx are still forcibly supporting. Let me come. Suya flew over and transformed into a Super Saiyan in full power. Brother Suya, this is a trial, I want to have a good fight with this guy. Sun Wukong excitedly turned his head to look at Suya and pleaded, I have self-knowledge, if it were not for his opponent, I would definitely have withdrawn in time. Seeing this kid's resolute expression, Suya thought for a moment and nodded, be careful. To be honest, the danger factor of Sun Wukong, whose combat effectiveness does not exceed 1 billion, against number 17 with 5.5 billion is still very high. After all, this is not 3 years from now. For Sun Wukong, this is 3 years ahead of the plot of the 17th. But think about it, it doesn't hurt to let Sun Wukong fight with number 17, knowing his opponent and knowing his self. 100 battles will not be lost. After 3 years, his original time and space may be able to easily defeat number 17, and then he will not have to strike again. Thinking of this, Suye rubbed his chin. His number 18 lazuli after 3 years in the Dragon Ball parallel world must be touched. Now all he hoped was that this woman would stop being obsessed with this guy Klin for no reason, then he would be really uncomfortable. Taking a few steps back, Suye was not ready to intervene for the time being, waiting for Sun Wukong and Tenenx to operate. Inadvertently, he glanced at Vegeta who was lying on the ground, shook his head and smiled. This 10,000-year-old second is probably the most humiliated in this period of time. But compared to the original plot, he is at least much better now. After all, according to the original book, this guy can't transform into a Super Saiyan now. The battle continued to fight. 17's strength was indeed strong, and Suye felt that he was not necessarily 100% sure of this guy just Super Saiyan 1. Against Son Goku and Tenenx, plus a Vegeta who came to his senses after a while and fell into a state of rage, number 17 seemed to be at ease, and there was no panic at all. In this way, several people fought on the side, and Suye also began to busy himself with his own affairs. He had 250,000 exchange points in his hand, ready to visit the system mall. Pull down in a row, exercises, martial arts, weapons, elixirs. There were a lot of miscellaneous things, and Suye was a little dazzled. To be honest, Suye didn't pay any attention to these exercises, although it was able to bloom with a more powerful brilliance in this Dragon Ball world. After all, this is all some ancient cultivation methods left over from the ancient Chinese summer of the previous life. It's not the Zhuyang divine skill in a martial arts novel, or the divine skill of hanging the sky. Therefore, this didn't really help Suye much. And it was not as good as the power he had obtained from his own cultivation. But if you can really cultivate your own power, these exercises are naturally enough. Suye rubbed his smooth chin, and his eyes were full of thought. There is no practical method for him, but if it is handed over to the people of this world, it may be able to practice slowly. But that will have to wait until the year of the monkey. Suye thought about it again, and then dropped this idea. In his previous life or he needed to cultivate his own strength, this Dragon Ball world was completely unnecessary. One person is strong, and he is worth thousands of troops. If only this exercise could have those exercises from previous life novels. Suye suddenly gave birth to this idea, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth and proposed, "System, this system mall is too incomplete, it should have the exercises or martial arts in various fantasy fairy novels in the previous life." The proposed system of the host has been received, and the system mall is currently in the initial testing stage, which may or may not be followed. The system replied. Okay. It was better to have a thought than no thought at all, so Suye was not in a hurry. After walking around the system space again, Suye exchanged a little elixir plus a little pill and withdrew, consuming a total of 10,000 exchange points, which was not too expensive. At this time, the battle in the sky was nearing its end. Suye looked up, and the three of Sun Wukong were bombarded to the ground by number 17 one after another. Next, you're the only one left. Number 17 set his gaze on Suye, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, hooked his finger at him, and said lightly. Ha! Suye stretched out a comfortable lazy waist, looking extremely lazy. However, in this instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, used teleportation to reach number 17 in an instant, and bombarded out with a punch. The 17th was bombarded, Suye smiled faintly, and an instantaneous movement turtle faction Qigong wave hit, and it bombarded him solidly. Is it that weak? Suya came to him and said indifferently condescendingly. If this number 17 was slaughtered by him so simply, then he really looked up to this guy. 5.5 billion combat effectiveness, but that's it. Ahem. It's really powerful. After all these years, you were the first to hurt me. Number 17 got up and retreated, and a flash disappeared from Suyi's sight. Bang! 2 seconds later, Suya raised his hand and blasted out a fist to the right side, right in the face of number 17, directly denting the bridge of his nose. However, number 17 is an artificial human after all, and the concave bridge of the nose quickly recovers. What an incredible man who can see where I am! Number 17 clapped his hands, and soon, the momentum suddenly exploded. 5.5 billion combat effectiveness, 6 billion combat effectiveness, 6.5 billion combat effectiveness, 7 billion combat effectiveness. Hey! Suya frowned. This guy's 5.5 billion combat power turned out to be not his end. After a while, the combat effectiveness of the 17th had reached 10 billion, and it did not stop, but continued to rise. In the end, the combat effectiveness of the 17th stopped at 15.5 billion. In just 10 seconds, the combat effectiveness has increased by 10 billion. Suya looked at number 17 solemnly. This guy was not the same as before, if he was a handsome boy before. Now he is a young man with a slightly swollen body and a much older appearance. This is my ultimate form, you can call me Super 17. Number 17 spoke indifferently, with the momentum of looking at everything. Super 17? Hearing this, Suya was stunned. Shouldn't this super number 17 be the combination of two artificial humans number 17 in the Dragon Ball GT world and hell? Moreover, if it is really that super 17, how can it be so weak? Therefore, this super 17 is by no means the same person as the super 17 in his impression. However, the combat power of 15.5 billion is indeed a bit tricky. Suya was dignified and very excited. There is no doubt that Super 17 is a strong enemy, but why is this not an opportunity to practice? The last chapter is still quite a lot. Launched at 6 p.m., at least 5 more in a row, ask for a very important first order. Good grades, 6 to 7 more every day, sleep less and write it out for everyone. The goal of the author June is 1,000 orders, if 3,000 orders, the author June women's clothing can be done. Chapter 052. Come, die. Super number 17 had an expressionless face and hooked his finger at Suya. Hey! This arrogant gesture made Suya sneer. Teleportation launched, and arrived in front of Super 17 in an instant. Bang! Suya punched out, but he was directly stopped by Super number 17, grabbed his fist and twisted it hard, and then raised his hand and punched out. How strong is the combat power of 15 billion? Now, Suya experienced it. Super No 17's punch bombarded his abdomen, instantly making his internal organs roll around in his body, and he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. Scum! Super 17 smiled coldly. For the first time in so many years, Suyi's anger can be imagined. He was more excited, though. Finally, someone was able to compete with him. Very good, after this battle, it must have improved me very much. Suya used teleportation to retreat tens of meters, reached out and wiped a handful of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and exploded. Super Saiyan 1 in full power state is 50 times the normal combat power. Now, he can feel that his normal strength is growing normally and slowly, and after a while, after another explosion, he is already 6 billion combat power in the full power state of Super Saiyan. This power seems to be in the face of the super number 17 with 15 billion combat power as a car in the mantis. No. Don't forget, Suyi's many whole cards. Taejiquan, Bajiquan, Yi Yang Finger. If you use it repeatedly, not to mention defeating Super 17, you can at least hone yourself. Therefore, he actually fought this attention and honed his strength. The strength is a little stronger, and it is worthy of the Scion race. Super 17 laughed, but there was no jealousy on his face. That's right, 15 billion combat power against 6 billion combat power, isn't that exactly killing children? Soon, the two became engaged. Tai Chi, with static breaking, to adapt to all changes. Bajiquan, fierce offensive, bombardment one after another. Yi Yang refers to all kinds of ancient Chinese low-level martial arts in the previous life were released in Su Yi's hands, and for a while, they really fought with the super number 17 with 6 billion combat power and 15 billion combat power. At this time, number 18 and Sun Wukong, who fainted, came to their senses. This is the super fairy bean that Big Brother Su Ye gave me, eat it and recover. Sun Wukong took out a small bag, threw a super fairy bean to Vegeta and Tenunks, and quickly ate his stomach, and the three of them were instantly full of spirits. Brother Su Yi's strength is very strong, this number 17 should be solved, and then the three of us can't watch the play on the side, this number 18 is also a scourge. Sun Wukong glanced at number 18 on the side and said coldly, "Drink." Tenunks rushed forward with Excalibur, and number 18 coped with it easily. Tenunks, the offensive is more intense. Vegeta also rushed forward, and the two father and son attacked number 18 left and right. Sun Wukong thought for a while, used the Realm King Fist to explode, and then, turned on the Super Saiyan full power state. Now his combat effectiveness is blessed by various buffs, which is incomparably close to 2 billion. Feeling the breath coming from the rear, Vegeta turned around incredulously, and when he saw that Sun Wukong was so powerful, he suddenly roared angrily, and attacked number 18 with great momentum. Bang! When the three of Sun Wukong attacked number 18 in unison, Su Yi's side, under the bombardment of a punch, directly smashed super number 17 to their battlefield. On the 18th, solve these three scum as soon as possible. This guy, it's hard to entangle. Super 17's face was full of gloom, and he found that his 15 billion combat power could not suppress this 6 billion. No, now Su Yi's combat effectiveness has steadily increased to 7 billion. The more it went on, the more difficult it became for Super 17. He consumes too much, and his combat effectiveness is gradually declining. And this Scion seems to have no consumption at all, the combat effectiveness does not decrease but rises, and the more fierce the battle. Good. Number 18 nodded. Under the explosion, it was also transformed into super number 18, and the two siblings shot at the same time, directly blasted the three of Sun Wukong, and then struck towards Su Ye in unison. Hey! In this regard, Su Ye just smiled coldly, and was not in a hurry to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He feels that his current stage of potential has not yet been realized. Super Saiyan 1's 7 billion combat power under the full power state, he believes that it is far from his limit. Set a small goal and train with these two guys to temper the combat effectiveness of Super Saiyan 1 to 10 billion. In this way, his normal combat power is 200 million combat effectiveness. At that time, the combat power of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 will increase by 100 times, that is, 2 billion combat power. Bang bang! The three fought against each other, provoking a burst of explosions. This exaggerated scene made Sun Wukong and others speechless for a while, too terrifying, this level of combat effectiveness. With the speed of their naked eyes alone, they couldn't see the confrontation between Su Ye and the three, which showed what a powerful level of duel this was. I really don't know how Big Brother Su Ye practiced, and I will never be able to catch up with him. Sun Wukong couldn't stop exclaiming on the side. Since he was a child, he used Su Ye as the target to catch up, but found that no matter how he chased, he could only watch the back of this big brother from a distance and try to catch up. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while. How could he not be trying to catch up with Sun Wukong's back, but he was always thrown away, which made him not angry. At this moment, above the sky, Suya struck Super 18 with a shockwave, and saw her whole person fly out upside down and hit a ruined abandoned building. Ugh! A scream of pain sounded, and Suya was unmoved. If this number 18 was not the evil number 18, perhaps he would have pity on Xiang Yu, but he understood that if number 18 of this era was merciful, he would face the destruction of the whole world. He is not a savior, but he cannot see such evil people in the world. Of course, it may be said that the main reason is naturally because he slaughtered the 17th and 18th, and he will receive a high exchange point reward. Slaughter one person and get 100,000 exchange points. This, he has no reason not to do it. Rumble. When the combat power of his Super Saiyan 1 full power state reached 10 billion, his eyes flashed, and he exploded in vain, and the lightning crackled around his body. This is Suya Super Saiyan 2. On the shelves today, please subscribe to it. _ Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 053. Okay, don't waste time with you, die. Suya, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, became much more arrogant, raised his hand and hooked his finger at Super 17 in the sky, and said indifferently, "What are you?" Super No 17's gloomy face looked terrifying, and he raised his hand and shot one Qigong cannon after another at Suya. "Oh, scum!" Suya sneered. The number 17 of the future world was originally much lower than the number 17 of the main space-time. Don't look at this as a mutated super number 17, but in front of him in the Super Saiyan 2 state, it still looks too weak. No more time to waste. Suya pressed forward against the Qigong cannon launched by Super 17, and at close range, a Yuan Chi slash directly slashed Super 17. It's clear who the scum is. Suya waved casually, and another Qigong cannon was wiped out by the Super number 17 who was slashed at the waist. Next, concocted according to the law, Super 18 was also erased by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward of 200,000 exchange points has been delivered to your account. Please pay attention to check. If in doubt, let the system know immediately. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. Suya replied lightly, if nothing else, his exchange point at this time was almost 400,000. However, he still entered the system and glanced at it casually, and the balance was 398,000, normal. So he also ignored it and returned to Sun Wukong and the others. What is the strength of Super Saiyan 2 growth? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. 100 times. Suya replied and looked at Tenenx. At this time the young man had a relieved smile on his face and saluted Suya respectfully. Thank you Uncle Suya, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid that the future world would be destroyed at the hands of androids number 17 and no 18. Suya waved his hand, returned to normal, and said lightly, this time the matter has been resolved, and you need to practice your own. I understand. Tenenx's face was full of determination. Suya nodded in satisfaction. The future world is another time and space, and what happened naturally cannot be changed. Unless Tenenx finds Super Dragon Ball. However, this thing is far from what he can remember with his current strength. Go back. Suya asked Tenenx to take out the time machine, and the 4 of them got on the time machine again and returned to Suya's time and space world. Goodbye, Uncle Suya, Uncle Gaku, and Daddy. Tenenx took a deep look at Suya and the 3, a small tear fell from the corner of his eye, and then activated the time machine and left. Tenenx left, Vegeta let out a long sigh, glanced at Gaku, and snorted coldly, see you in 3 years, I must surpass you. Mr. Suya, I'm going to practice. After that, Vegeta flew away from the island. Vegeta, see you in 3 years. Monkey King smiled and waved his hand in the direction Vegeta left, his face full of relief. Brother Suya, I'm going to practice hard too. After Vegeta's back disappeared completely, Sun Wukong turned back to Suyedeo. Well, go ahead. Suya nodded. After 3 years, this place will gather. Suya glanced around and revealed an inexplicable smile. If he remembers correctly, this island is the one that was born on the 17th, 18th, and 16th 3 years later. Good. Sun Wukong nodded and used teleportation to leave the island. Suya thought for a while. And also teleport back to the western capital. There are still 3 years left before the start of the artificial man plot, and these 3 years must be enough for him to transform into an extremely terrifying existence. At that time, even a complete Shailu will be nothing. Back at home, the little girl felt his anger and hurriedly pulled Madoko over and ran over. Daddy, Daddy! The little girl is now 3 years old, and she looks no different from a 7-year-old girl. Suya squatted down slightly, and the little girl jumped into his arms, gently rubbed her little head, and said with a smile, "Is Li Yulai obedient?" Li Yulai can be obedient. The little girl tilted her head and squinted and smiled. That's good. Su Yexiang took a sip of her, then hugged her and got up. Looking at Mahuming, the latter came over, he took her hand. So many years have passed, this woman has not had the slightest bit of age, young as an 18 or 19-year-old girl. The little girl has been taken care of by you, and your practice has slowed down over the years. Suya said in a low voice, at that time, I will get you an exercise to practice, and you can increase your strength without being too tired. What he said was naturally waiting for the system mall to evolve the classification of exercises, and when he returned, he had received a prompt from the system and was in the process of emergency upgrade. Although this emergency upgrade option plagued him with 10,000 exchange points, Suya, who had deep pockets, did not care much about this 10,000 exchange points. As long as he upgrades and can exchange it for what he wants, it is worth the money. Well, thank you master. Madoaki nodded. Syllable. When Suya heard this owner, he reached out and patted her little pee-pee, glared at her, and spoke, in the future, like Bulma, call your husband. Hearing this, Madoko lowered his head in shame and called out to his husband extremely quietly. The sound was too small to hear. Suya couldn't help but smile and said, Husband. Madoko raised his head and glared at Suya, and after shouting, ran away with a red face. For so many years, she still called Suyi's husband for the first time, and she still shouted in front of the little girl, which really made her a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Suya laughed loudly. Blah! Dad and Xiao's mother show affection in front of Li Yulai. The little girl stared at the beautiful big eyes and complained with vinegar. In this regard, Suya laughed again. The next time passed day by day, and Suyi's combat power grew at a leaping rhythm. Soon, 3 years passed. On this day, Suya had just left home to leave for the small island in the south, but he received news from Gaixian Island. The energy of Yamcha's body has been absorbed. And, near death. Hearing this news, Suyi's eyes froze. After thinking for a few seconds, I already understood that it was an artificial human who was born. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 054. When Suya felt the Turtle Immortal Island, Yamcha looked panicked, and was talking to the Turtle Immortal about what he had just experienced. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also came to Turtle Immortal Island. After a group of people said hello, they were just about to talk, and as a result, powerful energy burst out near Turtle Immortal Island. Is this a provocation? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, casting an extremely dangerous light. 3 years later, his strength has grown to a very strong point. The normal combat power is 100 million, and he who transforms into Super Saiyan 1 is already 5 billion combat power. Now, he felt that if he met the 2 artificial humans in the future again, he would definitely be able to easily pinch them to death. Daddy's people, don't be so hot-tempered anymore. Sun Wu said a word, and then scratched his head, but the future tenants said that there will be artificial humans in 3 years, and the people who almost killed Yamacha this time are those 2 artificial people. Tenants was born a year ago and nothing has changed. Kakarot, I think we should fight and let me see the results of your cultivation in the past 3 years. Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest and spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Suya suddenly recalled a very important thing and spoke, Wukong, did you take the heart medicine that Tenunx gave you 3 years ago? Heart medicine. Sun Wukong blinked, and the others hurriedly turned their attention to him. You can't forget where you put it, right? Klin saw the embarrassed look on Sun Wukong's face and exclaimed. Hey, hey! It seems to be so. Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly, then patted his chest and said with a smile, I think it's no problem. The body is very strong. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched, this kid really has a big heart, and he doesn't pay attention to his illness. You know, it was this disease in the original work that left Sun Wu vacant in the first half of the plot of the artificial human space. Let me see if there are any heart medicines in the system space. Suya naturally didn't think that Sun Wukong still remembered where his heart medicine was located, so his mind entered the system space and began to search for heart medicine. However, there are, but there are too many varieties. I'm so stupid, ask the system if it's over. Suya shook his head and asked in his heart, System, which heart disease is suitable for Wukong? Ding! Searching for host. Suya waited for a few seconds, and soon, a small red pill popped out of it. 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 and his face suddenly darkened. This heart medicine was worth 100,000 exchange points. System, you can't help it. Suya complained, a small pill, why would it sell 100,000 exchange points so expensive? The system clearly marked the price, and Tong Suo is not deceived. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded, but it sounded a little strange to Suya. Okay, Count, you ruthless, seize the opportunity to kill me. Suya gave a thumbs up, but fortunately, in the past 3 years, he had drawn a lot more valuable gift packs and exchanged them for useless things for him. Now he has a total of 1.3 million exchange points in his account balance, and he can be regarded as a small rich man. It is worth mentioning that 3 years ago, the classification of exercises in the system mall was urgently upgraded, and a year later, he saved enough to redeem a copy of the Zhuyang Divine Gong at the exchange point. This time the upgrade, the previous low-level exercises are still there, but there are more exercises in the martial arts world. Zhuyang Shengong, Zixia Shengong, Bailo Shengong. In short, it is a lot of miscellaneous exercises. Don't be unaware, be shocked. In just 2 years of cultivating this Zhuyang divine skill, his strength soared from the previous normal combat strength of more than 200 million to as much as 1 billion. Strength is such a thing, the stronger it is, the higher the difficulty of going up. Therefore, his combat strength has increased by nearly 800 million in the past 2 years, which is definitely a very terrifying standard. It's a heart medicine, you take it. Suya took out the small pill in the system space, brought a small white jade bottle with him, and handed it to Sun Wukong. Hey? It turns out that I put the heart medicine here with brother Suya? Sun Wukong was still being lectured by Klin and others, and when he heard Suyi's words, his eyes immediately lit up. Well, it's good I remembered. Suya nodded, this Sun Wukong, there is really enough Madaha. But it's okay, Sun Wukong can be regarded as helping him explain, so he doesn't have to explain where this heart disease medicine came from. Soon, Sun Wukong took the heart disease medicine, his eyes rolled left and right, but he didn't find anything wrong, and couldn't help scratching his head. Look, I said it all, my body is great, how can I have a heart attack? Phew! Eating it always makes everyone feel relieved. As for whether they really have heart disease, they don't care, at least prevent it. At this moment, the two momentum near Turtle Immortal Island burst out again, and then the surrounding sea shook. Earthquake! The turtle shouted outside the Turtle Fairy house. I can't bear it. Vegeta snorted coldly, and flew directly out of the Turtle Immortal house and went straight to the direction where the movement was coming from. Hey! Vegeta! How can you get ahead of the curve? Hee, though, you seem to have forgotten that I have teleportation. Sun Wukong showed a smug smile and disappeared directly in place, obviously using teleportation to rush to the battlefield. Everyone come close to me, put your hands on me, and I will use teleportation to take you over. Suye glanced at the same Vic and them, and said a word. Hearing Suye's words, Vic and the others hurriedly came over. Even after the old man of the Turtle Immortal was also closer, it seemed that he wanted to make it lively this time. Shout! When everyone approached him, Suye used teleportation to bring everyone to the battlefield. After a short while, Vegeta was already seen fighting a grey-skinned, chubby man in the clearing of the island. Cyborg NOS 19 and number 20, number 20 is Dr. Gro's guy. Suye saw the people who were fighting with Vegeta, and an old man who was fighting with Sun Wukong, and instantly recognized them. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 055. When Suye recognized the 2 artificial humans, Vegeta had already killed the artificial man number 19. Kakarot, why don't you slaughter this guy and keep chatting? Vegeta, who was slaughtered by the cyborg number 19, turned around and saw that Sun Wukong was still talking to Dr. Gro, and suddenly frowned. Sun Wukong sighed and shot forcefully at Dr. Gro, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Monkey King, why is your strength so strong? Dr. Gro is incredibly authentic. In his expectation, he was already very powerful, and killing Sun Wukong must be a simple thing, but now the reality was to slap him in the face. Dr. Gro, you don't value the chance to live too much. Sun Wukong raised his hand, ready to kill him. At this moment, a cloud of smoke rose around Dr. Gro, and then he saw his whole body rise up and fly into the distance. Chase! Vegeta glared at Monkey King and flew to chase Dr. Gro. Soon, a small island in the south. Isn't this island exactly the same island that Mr. Suye made an appointment with? Vegeta chased after him, his brows furrowed. Vegeta, what about Dr. Gro? Sun Wukong and the others were belated, and when they saw the rolling mountains on this small island, their brows were also wrinkled. I don't know. Vegeta replied coldly. Follow me. Suye stood up, and in his senses, a very obscure aura fluctuated in front of him. Everyone followed behind Suye, and soon, they arrived in front of a stone gate. There's not just Dr. Gro, but number 17, number 18, and no 16. Suye stepped forward, touched the stone door, and then blasted open the stone door with a punch. You guys actually chased after you. Dr. Gro looked coldly at Suye and the others, and then gave orders to number 17 and number 18, slaughter this group of people for me. Hearing Dr. Gro's words, number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, and a faint smile was drawn at the corner of their mouths. Obey! Number 17 stepped forward, but did not strike at Suye and the others, but instead slammed a punch into Dr. Geluo's abdomen, directly piercing his abdomen. Oh, sorry, it seems to hit the wrong person. Number 17 laughed sheepishly. You. Dr. Gro turned around and looked at Cyborg 17 with an angry expression. Me what me? All said, I hit the wrong person. Number 17 took a few steps back, nodded slightly, and after Dr. Gro roared a few more times, he flew over and kicked out, directly kicking his head off his neck. SHHH. Seeing this scene, Klin and the others immediately gasped. How could he be so cruel to his own father? Clin exclaimed. Hearing this, number 17 glanced at him indifferently, then jumped over and directly smashed the mechanical head of Dr. Gro, who was still talking. Me. Clin was stunned when he saw number 17 hook his finger at himself. Number 17 nodded with a smile. Hey! Why is it always me who sends death? Clin wanted to cry without tears, and jumped on the spot several times. Send to death, what are you afraid of? Vegeta smiled grimly. Suya set his sights on number 18 from the beginning, although this woman was very cold, but unlike number 18 in the future world, her body was full of evil aura. Well, it's the goddess of lazuli that I love. Suya laughed in his heart. As if sensing Suyi's gaze, number 18 shifted his gaze to him. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Suya smiled gently at her. Seeing this smile, inexplicably, No. 18 actually felt a little warm. No 17, don't kill in vain, our goal is Sun Wukong. Number 18 hurriedly turned away from his gaze to Suya, and then said a word in a very calm tone. Hearing this, number 17 glanced back at number 18, then pointed at Sun Wukong, and said speechlessly, Isn't this Sun Wukong? Hey! Number 18 looked in the direction of No 17's finger, and the person next to Suya was indeed Sun Wukong. However, looking at it, she found that her gaze involuntarily turned to Suya. Yay! How could this man's gaze be so gentle? He know me. The 18th met Suyi's very gentle gaze again, and his pretty face couldn't help but blush, and his heart couldn't help but panic inexplicably. Number 17 glanced at number 18 strangely, took a few steps back to a coffin-like thing, and said lightly, I heard him say that this guy is stronger than us, let me see how powerful he is. Rumble. Number 17 was just about to push this coffin open, but Vegeta directly shot a Kigong cannon to attack. Hey! You guy, it's too much. Clin complained, this Vegeta sent waves when he didn't agree, and he didn't remind him, it was simply life-threatening. The stone cave fell into ruins, and the blow seemed amazing, but it did not hurt the 17th and 18th at all. Bang! Outside the field, number 17 kicked open the coffin board and said indifferently, No 16, wake up. Day. Soon, the android number 16 got up from the coffin, scanned the surroundings blankly, and finally fixed his eyes on Sun Wukong. The purpose of our creation by the doctor is to kill the Monkey King, you should understand. Channel 17. Number 16 was silent, as if he could not speak. Hey, are you strong? Number 18 first secretly glanced at Suya, and then frowned at the tall number 16, from the data, they did not feel the strength of this 16. Number 16 glanced at number 18, did not speak, and his gaze once again turned to Sun Wukong. Why all that? Artificial humans are evil. It's all slaughtered. Vegeta took a step, transformed into a Super Saiyan state, and rushed towards the three androids. Suya was also ready to remind him, and as a result, the battle had already started completely. In this regard, he thought about it for a while, thinking about it, it was better to let Vegeta and Sun Wukong temper in the battle of life and death. The most important thing is that soon Shalo will attack, with Sun Wukong's strength, if it is not for him, I am afraid that he will really be slaughtered in minutes. Thinking of this, Suya glanced back at Sun Wuhan, the kid. He remembered that the Shiru chapter was the time period when the mysterious Gohan appeared. Moreover, he is also the first Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world to reach Super Saiyan 2 status. Suya heard that the old man in this time period in his previous life originally wanted Sun Wuhan to replace Sun Wukong as the protagonist, but the image of Wukong was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. It seems that for now, let the plot go along with the original for the time being. Suya thought for a moment, and was not ready to solve the matter directly. _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, Please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 056. The strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta is indeed strong, but they are still not the opponents of these three artificial people, and soon, the two lost one after another. However, what surprised Suya was that as soon as Sun Wukong lost, the three artificial people did not choose to attack them again. Sun Wukong's strength is too weak. Number 17 ruffled his hair and said lightly. Yes. Number 18 nodded and answered, his eyes inexplicably drifted to Suya again. The two looked at each other again, and No 18's heartbeat accelerated a lot again. Suya stepped forward and came to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Gohan ran up and fed the super fairy beans to the two to eat. Damn it! Why is the strength of these three artificial people even stronger than that of artificial people in the future world? Vegeta, who had recovered, was furious. He thought that he could easily slaughter the three artificial humans, but the reality was to slap him hard. The Monkey King must die, this is the original intention of our birth. Number 18 saw Suya guarding in front of Sun Wukong and them, and said with a cold face. Drink. Suya didn't say much, and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, suppressing the current atmosphere with absolute momentum. So powerful! Number 16 finally spoke, with a look of shock on his face. You are not my opponent, and I don't want to kill you. The artificial people in this time and space are not evil and have never killed innocents, so Suya naturally will not erase these three people. Moreover, at present, Shuru is secretly developing. Find out this little thing earlier, maybe solve this incident early. Hearing Suyi's words, number 16, number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, as if they were considering something. In the end, number 18 stood up and glanced at Sun Wukong coldly, count you lucky. After that, number 18 secretly glanced at Suya again, and then flew away with number 17 and number 16. The gods have something to find me. Vic suddenly received a message from the celestial gods and left. Suya knew what was going on. The heavenly god should have known the existence of Shailu, and understood that what the earth currently needs is not the heavenly god, but someone who really has power. Only when the two become one, Vic is a true super name nemesis. If you think about it, after the two become one, Vic's strength is greater than Super Saiyan 1 and less than Super Saiyan 2. After Vic left, Suya and the others were also about to leave, but a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a time machine. Hey? This is the time machine of Tenunks in the future world? Vegeta frowned. Soon, Tenunks of the future world jumps out of the time machine. After greeting everyone, he spoke with a very grim expression, the bodies of the two artificial humans in the future world are gone. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was stunned. He remembered that the artificial people in the future world had not been killed by Suya. The two artificial humans are indeed dead, but only the clothes are left, and the corpses are gone. Tenunks said solemnly. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes flashed. He must have absorbed the artificial humans of the future world by Shailu in the future world. However, the fact that the dead could also make Suya a little surprised. A group of people chatted while flying towards Turtle Immortal Island. Tenunks put the time machine into the capsule and flew into the sky half a step later, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a very strange aura coming from somewhere on the island. Glancing at the people who had flown away from the island, Tenunks hesitated, but still followed Suya and they left. After returning to Turtle Immortal Island, Suya did not directly tell about Shailu. He knew that everyone would naturally see this Shailu in the near future. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Vic, who had returned from the celestial realm and was one with the celestial god, passed by a city, but he sensed a very familiar chi, so he hurriedly flew over. When he thought it would be someone familiar, what came into his sight was a green-skinned monster. How is this monster with Goku's chi? Bike's eyes widened, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Save me! At this time, this monster was holding a middle-aged man in his hand, his face full of horror, and he waved his hand at Bike, wanting him to save himself. Vic glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. "I am the richest man in the city, if you save me, I will give you all my property," the middle-aged man roared. "It's noisy." The monster let go of the middle-aged man, who slowly crawled towards Vic, and in a few seconds, the sharp point of the monster's tail stabbed him directly on the back. Purr. Vic looked at it. This middle-aged man was directly absorbed by the monster, and soon the whole person was left with only empty clothes. "Vic, it's your turn next." The monster calmly looked directly at Vic on the opposite side and said a word. Vic brushed with cold sweat and looked at this monster. "Drink." The monster half crouched down, clenched its fists and roared, and the momentum burst out. "What? What's going on here?" Vic looked shocked. Why is the chi on this monster exactly the same as his own? Surprised, the monster asked calmly. "Who are you? How did you know the name Vic Kerr? Moreover, why do you have Goku's chi, and mine?" Vic exclaimed. "Because I'm your brother." The monster was none other than Shailu, who said lightly, "It's not just you and Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, I have the chi of these people." After speaking, Shailu once again burst out of momentum and turned into Vegeta's chi. "Who the hell are you? Hurry up and make it clear to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind," Vic said coldly. "There is no need, because you will soon be my food." Shailu was as calm as ever, and with a movement of his feet, he came towards Vic. Meanwhile, Kamizan Island. "Vegeta." Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly froze and he shouted. "You feel it too?" Vegeta's eyes narrowed. "Go." Sun Wukong ran directly out of the Turtle Immortal House and teleported towards the city of Vic Kerr. At this time, in the house of Zidisuyi, he was teasing the little girl, but suddenly felt several breaths coming from the same place, and suddenly thought of Shailu. "Liulai, you play by yourself, Dad has something to be busy." Suya put down the little girl in his arms, and then put his index finger and middle finger together a little of his eyebrows, and disappeared directly in place. The 5 more on the shelves broke out together. The results were good, and I continued to write immediately to continue to break out. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 057. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. On his side, Vic burst out laughing when he heard Chiru say that he was about to be his food. What is it?" After Vic laughed, he stepped forward, and then clenched his hands into fists and roared, and a powerful momentum erupted from him. "What?" Shailu felt this momentum, and the whole person froze. As Bike's momentum burst out, Chiru's body couldn't stop trembling. "How is that possible? How is it possible that you can have such great power?" Chiru exclaimed. "How is it impossible?" Vic moved, and in an instant he reached Shailu, punching out and directly knocking him away. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand and shot out magic light cannons at Shailu. Thundered. "Ugh!" Chiru's screams of pain rang out. "This guy's strength is too strong." Shailu's immediate thought was to escape, riding the dust all over the place, and taking advantage of Vic's lack of attention, and flew directly from this place. "Want to run?" Vic sneered, just about to pursue, but suddenly lost Shailu's vision, which made him stop and scan the surroundings suspiciously, not understanding why this guy suddenly disappeared. Soon, Suya and the others arrived one after another. "What's going on?" Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the city, which had basically been reduced to a ruined city, and said coldly. "It's made by a monster with our chi. He is very strong, but he is not my opponent," Vic said quietly. "Still an artificial human." Tenants of the future world spoke up. "I don't know, but from the fact that he can absorb energy, it feels like he is also an artificial person," Vic guessed. Hearing this, Everyone's faces showed solemn expressions. Will this new artificial human and the 3 human artificial humans combine to cause a very terrifying disaster to the earth? Thinking of this, Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while, and said coldly, if my strength is stronger, I will definitely slaughter those artificial people. Hearing this, Suya glanced at this guy indifferently, knowing that he was unhappy that he had not slaughtered those 3 artificial humans. However, he understood Vegeta, 1 to say, 2 to 2. This was just a small complaint, so Suya didn't care too much. If Vegeta really developed an expansion theory because of his strength, Suya said that it would naturally make him understand what a gap is. Come with me, I think this guy is. Suya beckoned and flew into the sky. If nothing else, this Chiru is from the futuristic world of Tenunks, then it is clear that this world also exists in this Shailu's early childhood. He can think of this, and Shailu in the future world can probably think of this too, so the next thing he needs to do is go to Dr. Gro's graduate student on that small island in the south to find him. Soon, the group arrived on this small island in the south. Here again? Isn't this where Dr. Gro's institute is located? Tenunks of the future world frowned. Do you feel it? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. His perception was different from ordinary people, so Vegeta they didn't sense it for the first time, but he felt it. What? Well. What a powerful chi! Vic wanted to ask what was going on, but suddenly in the center of the island, it was the powerful aura coming from Dr. Gro's research institute that made his face suddenly change. It seems that this guy has evolved. Suya felt some of the momentum that erupted just now. Just revealing such a little bit is 10 billion combat power. If it really breaks out, how strong should this Shailu's strength be? In the original work, Shailu at this stage is completely 60 billion combat power. However, from this point of feeling, Suya felt that this guy was probably more than 600 billion. Such a powerful force, is it really the same person as that monster just now? Vic showed a shocked face. The guy he could easily slaughter not long ago, only 10 minutes have passed, he can easily defeat him, this is also too incredible. Rumble. When everyone was shocked, Shailu, who had been promoted to complete body, appeared in everyone's sight. Monkey King, Vegeta, Klin. Sha Lu swept everyone in front of him one by one, and finally fixed his gaze on Suya, frowning, who are you? Why is there no data about you from the database? Suya glanced at him indifferently. The future world is a different time and space from this world, so it is naturally impossible for this Shailu to know himself. Even if he absorbed the Shailu of the infant state of this time and space, it would be useless. Because Dr. Gro's plan to steal cells was not carried out on him. You know, for so many years, Suya is still very low-key, and basically has not made a move. Therefore, this Dr. Gro naturally did not steal his cells, and did not have any data stored by him. Brother Suya, what is this guy's combat effectiveness? Sun Wukong asked solemnly. System, what is the combat power of the complete Shailu? Suya also asked about the system. Ding ding ding. Detecting, the current full-fledged Chiru combat power is 80 billion. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. 80 billion combat power? Suya heard that it was only 20 billion stronger than in the original work, but he was a little surprised. This is probably too weak. Compared to the host, the complete Shailu 80 billion combat power is indeed weak, but for Sun Wukong, they are extremely powerful. The system explains. Suya smiled and nodded, it was indeed like this. Shailu, who has 80 billion combat power, is indeed weak for people like this variable, but for Sun Wukong, who has a maximum combat power of only 10 billion at this stage, it is a disaster-level terrifying existence. 80 billion combat power. Suya stopped thinking about it and told Sun Wukong about their Shailu's combat power. Don't look at him as if he has been communicating with the system for a long time, but only a few seconds have actually passed. What? This monster actually has 80 billion combat power. Hearing Su Yi's words, everyone's faces changed drastically and exclaimed. Well, look up to yourself, or write your own garbage. This chapter is the 11th chapter of today, and I don't want to subscribe to anything. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 058. You know, now the combat effectiveness of Sun Wukong and others is only 10 billion. The gap between 80 billion and 10 billion is only a gap of more than 70 billion in combat effectiveness, but an unmeasurable gap. What are you going to fight this guy? A look of horror appeared on Qin's face. Even so yet, I'm afraid it may not be the opponent of this monster. Hearing Qin's words, Su Ye smiled lightly and did not explain anything. If you really ask him to shoot, I'm afraid that you will easily get this complete Chiru in minutes. After all, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, a 100-fold increase is a full 100 billion battle. Not to mention, he's not just in control of Super Saiyan 2 at the moment. Chiru pressed over, his face full of teasing. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than a group of food. Although he couldn't see through Su Ye, he didn't think that Su Ye could confront him completely. You guys! Do you want to be my food one by one or what? Shailu came to Su Ye and the others. The distance between the two sides was only about 100 meters. This guy held his hands to his chest, a proud posture. Everyone present was not looked up to by him. Monster, don't be arrogant! Vegeta roared, his momentum burst out in full force, and his combat power in the Super Saiyan 1 state had 5 billion. My name is Shailu, you can call me King Shailu, Prince Vegeta. Shailu blinked, then looked elsewhere, raised his eyebrows, and laughed. It seems that the artificial humans of this world have arrived. 3 androids, great! As he spoke, Shiru Shenshi licked his lips with an obsessive look on his face. To this day, he remembers how delicious it was for him to absorb the Super 17 and Super 18 of the future world. Coupled with the fact that both sides are of the same root, the strength of growth has doubled. Yikes! Soon, 3 sounds of breaking the air sounded, and artificial humans number 16, number 17, and number 18 flew side by side. Who are you? Why do I feel the breath of the same root in you? Moreover, why do you have a congenital repression of me? Cyborg number 17 looked at Shailu solemnly. He could feel a very strong oppression from this monster. Cyborg number 17, 15 billion combat power. Gee, if I absorb you, it will definitely increase my combat power by at least 10 billion. Shailu's eyes glowed as he looked at artificial man number 17, not to mention how excited his face was. Hey! Number 17 smiled coldly, can't beat him and can't run? Therefore, he did not have too much fear. Shailu's gaze was on number 18 again, and a look flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know who this attribute was inherited from. In the end, he set his eyes on number 16 and said, No 16, your strength is shocking. All in all, after absorbing you and this number 17, my combat effectiveness broke to 100 billion. 100 billion! Hearing this astonishing number, everyone except Su Ye showed shock on their faces. This number! There really is! Qin Tianjin Rice and the others laughed bitterly. Their current combat strength is not to say 100 million, even 2 million has not reached. Tianjin Rice is almost the highest, with a combat strength of 1.8 million. This is simply not too sadistic in comparison. Well, don't waste my precious time, first absorb 2 artificial humans with the same root. As for the 18th, hey! Shailu licked her tongue and said excitedly, let me be a woman. Scum! When the 18th heard this, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. Su Ye also heard this, stepped forward, and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the combat power of 100 billion directly made Shailu turn around, staring at Su Ye in horror. So powerful! Sun Wukong and the others felt Su Ye's breath, and their eyes lit up in vain. Scum! Suya teleported forward, put one hand directly on Shailu's head, and passed through the caves in the mountains. Brother Suya is still big brother Suya. Sun Wukong sighed, one hand can beat this shrew, I'm afraid it's at least at the level of hundreds of billions of combat power. Vegeta swallowed a mouthful of water, cold sweat running down his forehead. Recently, his strength has grown a lot, and his mentality has gradually swelled a little. Now it seems that even if his strength increases 100 times, I am afraid that he will be killed in front of Suya. Abominable! Damn it! Why is there such a powerful man as you? Shailu couldn't stop trembling, and was held by Suyi's head with one hand, and there was no strength to resist at all. Scum must have the consciousness of scum. Suya said indifferently, I won't slaughter you directly, Wukong, they need to be tempered, you are a very good whetstone. Killing will definitely kill this Shailu in the end, but before this, Suya naturally has to make the meaning of his existence and the greatest benefit. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Shailu did not dare to resist at all, he felt that the current strength was far from the limit of this man. Therefore, if he does not want to die, then he must be a dog. Suya smiled coldly, what if you are the boss of this stage of the Dragon Ball world? People outside of his plot will hammer you every minute without reason. Get out! Suya carried Shailu's neck and threw it directly hundreds of meters away. Shout! A monstrous anger burned under the heart of Shailu, who was thrown away, and the fear just now was not feigned, it was indeed that he was very afraid. However, how could he just accept his life like that? I must find an opportunity to absorb these artificial people, I only need to absorb one, plus other energy, maybe I can break more than 100 billion combat power. Burning with a sense of revenge burning in his heart, Shrew knew that he had to endure, and if he couldn't, death would surely await him. Suya, who was in place, looked at Shailu, who was fleeing from here, and the corners of his mouth hooked a touch of ridicule. Even without mind reading, he could guess this guy's mental activity at this time. Resentment, anger, revenge. These emotions must exist. However, is Suya afraid? It is impossible to be afraid. You come, I kill. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist my strength. Because even if you're getting stronger, I'm not getting stronger. Chapter 7 is on the shelves, which is now Chapter 12. The results are not good, but I don't care, I will write a good plot for the tens and hundreds of brothers who subscribed. Come on! Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 059. Returning to Sun Wukong and the others, Klin asked in a low voice, that monster Shailu, is he dead? Just now, they couldn't see the fleeing Shrew from their angle, so this is why they asked. It's not dead, this guy is a very good whetstone for Yugaku at this stage, so I'm not ready to slaughter him directly. Suya was very direct and told them his purpose. Hearing this, the faces of Klin and the other weak changed drastically. Ha ha ha! Brother Suya, I like this very much. Sun Wukong's face was excited, which was simply a very big benefit for a belligerent person like him. Cluck! Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while, for him, as a Scion Prince, he actually became afraid of a scum, and he looked down on himself very much. I must practice hard, and the next time I see this scum, I must slaughter him. Vegeta roared furiously in his heart. Bike, there's a spirit time house in the celestial realm, right? I think you should have the right to let Goku and them practice for a while, right? Suya set his sights on Bike, this man is now one with the heavenly god, and his combat power has exceeded the 10 billion mark, which is a very terrifying existence. Hearing Suyi's words, Bik was slightly startled, in fact, he was a little curious about how he knew. However, he knew that Sun Wukong had entered the spirit time house to practice. So, maybe Sun Wukong told Suya? Thinking so, Vic nodded, that's right, I have the permission to let Gaku and them go into practice. Time can't stay in it for long, though. It's okay. Suya waved his hand. He knew the bugs in various time periods of this spirit time house. The celestial spiritual time house spends a year there, which is only equivalent to a day in the outside world. Therefore, it has become a veritable gold medal cultivation place. The person's body will grow normally during the period of entry, as if it has really gone through such a long time. When Sun Wukong was a child, he once entered a month and couldn't stand it. However, a person can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, otherwise the exit will disappear and he will never come out again. P.S. Gaku once said that the same person can only enter twice in a lifetime in the spiritual time house, and these 2 times do not refer to the number of times but to the time to enter can only be 2 years. As long as the time to enter is not reached 2 years, you can ignore the number of times and keep coming in. According to Suyi's memory, there was a bug in the Bu chapter. Because according to the setting of the artificial human chapter, the spirit time house can only enter at most 2 people at the same time, while in the Bu chapter, 4 people enter at a time, later became 3. There was also a bug in Dragon Ball Super, where Gaku and Vegeta stayed for 5 years, ignoring the original setting. At this point, Suya did not understand what it was like at this stage. In short, even if they can only cultivate in it for 2 years, then it is also a very good opportunity for them to practice. Sun Wukong and they left and were taken to the celestial realm by bike. Suya reminded him emphatically, and even took Sun Wu with him. At this length, Sun Wu is a little guy who is a true son of destiny. Among the Scions, he was the first to break through Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, in the state of mysterious Gohan, according to the original book, it is not a combat power of 100 billion 200 billion, but a terrifying combat power between 900 billion and 1 trillion. Facing him in this state, let alone Shailu, even Suya was beaten in minutes when he faced him. Fortunately, Gohan in this state is too difficult to see once, otherwise the protagonist of this Dragon Ball may really be him. What's your name? There were only a few people left on the island with Suya and artificial people, and when they were about to leave on the 16th, the 18th hesitated again and again, flew towards Suya, and his pretty face was rosy for a second, and asked in a low voice. Suya. Suya looked at her with a smile. This woman's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes showed tenderness, which looked very charming. Suya, my name is Lazuli. Number 18 reached out and ruffled her hair, and then glanced at Suya coquettishly. Hearing no 17's shouts behind her, it seemed embarrassed, she hurriedly turned around, and finally she was still a little reluctant, and turned back to him. Remember me, my name is Lazuli. Good. Suya smiled and nodded. Without her reminding, he also knew her name and could remember her name better. Bye-bye. Lazuli waved her hand, then followed the 17th and they left. Suya watched her back disappear from sight, and couldn't help but smile. He knew he couldn't be in a hurry. Although Lazuli seemed to have an inexplicable affection for him, he still understood the urgency to take his time. The goddess of the previous life will still become my woman after all. Suya waited for this woman, but she had been waiting for many years. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to come to Earth directly. The woman Lazuli is one of the biggest reasons. After collecting his emotions in place, Suya teleported back to his home in Zidu. System, I need to upgrade the time house. Back in his cultivation room, Suya directly faced the system under his heart. Ding. Receive instructions. Ding. Spend 200,000 redemption points to upgrade the time house. Ding. The upgrade is complete, and the 10-fold time has grown to 20-fold the time. Within a few minutes, a series of sweet and beautiful prompts sounded in Suyi's mind. Very good, while others improve, I can't fall behind. After all, I will eventually be invincible to this man in the parallel world of Dragon Ball. Suya felt a wave of heroism in his heart. As a traverser who controls such a powerful system, he is more familiar with the general plot direction of this Dragon Ball world. If he can't be invincible to this world, simply buy a piece of tofu and hit and die. However, it is worth noting that his exchange points, and there will definitely be more exchange points to exchange things in the future. Don't look at the fact that he still has 1 million exchange points in his hand now, 1.2 million before. It cost 200,000 to upgrade the time house just now. In fact, this million exchange points are exchanged for ordinary things at random exchange points. It seems that if you have time, you still have to go out and stroll. Maybe the system will release some tasks with very good rewards. With this thought, Suya slowly proceeded to the state of cultivation. Update sent. God rewards hard work. I will try to update. I hope that the brothers who subscribed will not abandon me and give me an automatic subscription. I will never be a eunuch. Not just because I love Dragon Ball, but because I want to prove myself. I can definitely make more people like this book. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 060. Time naturally flies by quickly during the practice, and a few days pass quickly. In a few days, dozens of days had actually passed in Suyi's time house. After dozens of days of practice, Suyi's normal combat power reached as much as 1.5 billion, and the combat power of transforming into Super Saiyan 1 had 75 billion. Super Saiyan 2 has 150 billion, and Super Saiyan 3 comes to the horror of 600 billion. This kind of strength, if you wait for a while for Shuru to pass and come to the plot of Majin Buu, I am afraid that his combat power will be close to 1 trillion in the state of Super Saiyan 1 alone. However, all this is not good. The plot point time of this Dragon Ball parallel world, in case it is advanced, it is not impossible. In short, seeing the growth of strength, Suya is naturally happy. Out of the training room, Suya took a bath and came to Bulma's research room. Since the last time she saw that time machine, this woman immediately delved into this thing excitedly. She has always refused to admit defeat, and she has vowed to develop a time machine, and it will be better than the function of Tenenx's time machine. In this regard, Suya is naturally supportive. Still, he said he had to relax when it was time to relax. After arriving at the research room, under the scene of Bulma shyly beating Suyi's chest, he teleported back to his home with his arms around her. Bulma, Madoko, Suya. The 3-player game is officially on. About 2 hours later, under the two women's pleas for mercy, Suya ended the battle. The 3 of them talked and the 2 daughters fell asleep. Suya got up lightly, and then left the bedroom. Brother Suya, just out of the bedroom and came to the backyard to breathe a few breaths. The communication equipment on his body rang. Suya connected. It was Sun Wukong who called through the communication equipment of the Turtle Immortal. How? Is there a situation? Suya listened to his tone a little solemn, and couldn't help but say, a few days have passed. You should have also grown a lot of strength from the spirit time house of the celestial realm, right? The strength has indeed increased a lot, but Shuru has been killing for the past 2 days and has already slaughtered several cities. Sun Wukong was not happy about his strength growth, but felt that if Shailu continued to kill like this, I am afraid that it would not be long before the entire people on the earth had been killed by him alone. It's okay, there are Dragon Balls, and all those who died in this disaster can be resurrected. Suya laughed and comforted. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned, then slapped his forehead and suddenly said, yes. And Dragon Ball. However, letting Shailu kill like this is not a way after all. Moreover, our strength has grown to a limit. If you want to break through the bottleneck next, I am afraid that there is only a battle between life and death. Is it so impatient? Suya laughed loudly. It seems that you guys are too bad for your own strength. It's not like that. The main thing is that if you don't experience a life and death duel, I'm afraid it's difficult to grow your strength. Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. Indeed, they had been practicing in the heavenly spiritual time house for 2 years, and their combat effectiveness was increasing geometrically. But this kind of practice that lacks life and death struggle and tempering can be said to be like a flower growing in a greenhouse, which is not useful. Therefore, it is still necessary to temper between life and death, so that the combat effectiveness of cultivation in the greenhouse can be deepened and consolidated. Well, that makes sense. Suya nodded. In that case, then I'll take you to find Shailu. This time, as a last resort, I won't make a move. Since he regarded Shailu as a whetstone, Suya naturally would not make a move easily. Even if Sun Wukong died, he would not make a move. Every Dragon Ball fan probably wants to witness how that mysterious Gohan was born. He, of course, is no exception, and it can be said that he is very much looking forward to the moment when mysterious Gohan is born. Primarily, he didn't know if he could try to unravel that realm. If he controls that mysterious realm, then what kind of strength should he reach? Unthinkable. Unthinkable. Without further talking, Suya left a message for the two daughters of Bulma and instantly came to Turtle Immortal Island. Monkey King, Vegeta, Vic and others have gathered together. Compared with the depression and fear of Klin and the others a few days ago, these guys are at least much calmer now. Especially this guy Vegeta, even if he didn't know his current combat strength, it was not difficult to guess that his strength must have grown by leaps and bounds. Mr. Suya, I would like to ask you for advice. Suyi's arrival made the proud expression on Vegeta's face go down a lot. At least, in front of him, this proud Scion Prince was very respectful. Okay. This kid has a good attitude, and Suya also happens to want to see where his strength has reached. Soon, the two flew to a small island thousands of meters away from Turtle Immortal Island. I don't know how long Vegeta will be able to last in Suyi's hands. Klin and the others whispered on the side. Dad, he's getting stronger and stronger. I think he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan too soon, right? Tenants of the future world said on the side. It's not even close. Monkey King understands how difficult it is to transform into Super Saiyan 2, so he does not agree with Tenenx's statement. Hearing Sun Wukong's rebuttal to him, Tenenx scratched his head, with a dazed look on his face, and asked, Uncle Goku, do you have a chance to transform into Super Saiyan 2? I'm just as far behind. Sun Wukong shook his head. He also tried to transform into Super Saiyan 2 out of the spirit time house of the celestial realm, but he tried no less than hundreds of times, and he couldn't find the feeling of breaking through the limit. Therefore, he wanted to fight Shailu as soon as possible. Maybe he broke through himself in the battle of life and death? Tenenx fell silent, his eyes looking at Vegeta, who was in normal state against Super Saiyan 1, and his face slowly showed shock. He saw that the normal Uncle Suya actually pressed to transform into Super Saiyan 1, and his combat effectiveness reached 40 billion dad to fight. Oh my god! Has Uncle Suya's strength reached such a terrifying realm? Tenenx exclaimed. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 061. Tenenx originally thought that his father, who had reached 40 billion combat power, could easily suppress the normal Uncle Suya, but as a result, his own father was pressed and beaten. This, how not to shock him? Tenenx, sometimes it doesn't look exactly what it looks like it seems. Sun Wukong did not think that Vegeta was being pressed and beaten by the normal Suya. He could see that Suya was feeding Vegeta, and Vegeta also burst out with all his strength to confront Suya. Isn't it? Tenenx scratched his head. Don't see that his strength is good, but the combat experience is still too shallow for an experienced old oil son like Sun Wukong. Vic clasped his hands to his chest and explained lightly to Tenenx on the side, Suya's feeding Vegeta. This is just foreplay, wait for the real battle to come later. Rumble. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. Bang! Vegeta was slammed down on a mountain by Suyi's punch in an explosive state, stirring up a burst of flying dust. Uncle Bike, is this also a feeding trick? Tenenx swallowed his saliva and pointed at Vegeta's fallen mountain in shock. Vic was speechless for a while at this time. There were several beads of sweat on his brain, just as the barrage on the side said when watching the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. Vic was embarrassed at this time. Sun Wukong on the side also laughed awkwardly twice, and he didn't bother to speak again. He really didn't expect that an ordinary explosive state could fly out Vegeta, who had 40 billion combat power. Brother Su Yi's strength is indeed strong. From the feeling of real experience, it seems that his combat power is real, while our combat power is a little vain. After a while, Sun Wukong did not see Vegeta get up from the ruins of the mountain. He smiled bitterly and shook his head and said a word. The victory and defeat have been divided, and Su Yi easily crushed Super Saiyan 1 with full power and a combat power of 40 billion Vegeta in an ordinary explosive state. Rumble. Nope. It's not over. A powerful momentum suddenly erupted inside the mountain, and it was crushed by Su Yi in just an explosive state. How could a Saiyan prince with such a proud heart as Vegeta admit defeat like this? A smile appeared on Bike's face. Although Vegeta, this guy was a little arrogant and a little bit of looking for a fight, but this talent and that strong self-esteem were indeed strong and terrifying. In the sky, Su Yi indifferently looked at Vegeta, who rushed up from the ruins below. His body shook, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 1 and slapped it down. Bang! Like slapping a mosquito, Su easily slapped Vegeta 100 meters away. A few seconds later, Vegeta burst into momentum again. Su Yi's eyelids did not lift, slowly, and slapped it away again. The same plot reappears, and Vegeta is once again shot hundreds of meters away. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. In this way, as many as 13 times, Vegeta, who was already covered in pain, moved slower and slower each time, and later, his Super Saiyan state had disappeared, and he flew to Su Yi with his strong self-esteem and pride. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look at each other for a while. Even Su Yi's heart was speechless for a while. This Vegeta, his head is too iron. Ironhead in the world of Dragon Ball? Iron-headed baby Vegeta, count me to obey you. You quickly eat this super fairy bean and rest. At the 35th time, Vegeta, who had no strength at all, fell halfway in front of Fila Su Yi, and seeing this, he teleported to him and gave him a super fairy bean. Soon, this guy jumped up alive again, and just about to fight again, he was knocked unconscious by Su Yi's punch. Carrying Vegeta to Sun Wukong and the others, Tenenx hurriedly walked over and took Vegeta to support him, looking at Su Yi's eyes full of adoration. Goku, do you want to point me out to you? Su Yi saw Sun Wukong looking at him with a serious face, and couldn't help but ask. Actually, I really want to. But... then come on. Su Yi didn't wait for Sun Wukong to say more, and carrying him to the sky was a fat beating. As for why Su Yi took such an initiative, it was entirely because of a task assigned by the system: beat Sun Wukong, before Vegeta stunned, beat him once, and reward 1000 exchange points. Just now he beat Vegeta 35 times, and he was awarded a total of 35,000 exchange points. This task, too, earned. In his opinion, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is higher than Vegeta, and he must also resist beating some, not to mention that he has to make a 50,000 exchange points on him, right? 20 minutes later, it turned out that Sun Wukong, who was at a high level of strength, did resist beating some, and before fainting, he was beaten by Su Yi 65 times. 65,000 exchange points plus Vegeta's 35,000 exchange points were in hand, and the balance of his 1 million exchange points returned to 100 and 100,000 again. Miyazi. Su Yi glanced at Vic and them, and the latter group of people suddenly retreated more than 100 meters, for fear that he suddenly wanted to point himself. Seeing their gesture, Su Yi shook his head. He was honing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Don't you see that in such a short period of time, these two guys have increased their combat effectiveness by at least 100 million? However, the system did not issue a task to beat them, so Suya did not take the initiative to find trouble for them, glanced at the fainted Monkey King, and pondered whether to wait 2 days and take them to find this guy Shailu. Before this, he had to find out the specific location of this guy Shailu first. You guys take Gaku and them back, let them relax and rest for 2 days, and I'll go find out where this guy Shailu is. After saying this, Suya directly used teleportation to disappear in place. It's terrible. Vic and the others glanced at Sun Wukong, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, and remembered Suyi's cruelty, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. In my heart, I was thinking about it, if that punch hit me, would I die at the 3rd punch, or would I die at the 2nd punch? Or maybe you can't withstand a punch. In short, Suyi's strength was once again deeply imprinted in the hearts of all Z warriors, and it was indelible for a lifetime. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 062. At this time, in a northern city, the entire city was thrown into chaos. Monsters! Run away! Abominable! Why this monster? Monster! Don't come near me! Yes! Screams, terrified voices rang out one after another. Suya watched all this indifferently with his hands behind his back in the sky. Shailu had no other way to improve his strength for the time being, he could only absorb the energy of ordinary people to improve himself. In fact, Suya understood that this guy had psion cells, and he could completely fight with battle and break through his current combat strength. However, no one reminded that this guy didn't have that brain for the time being. Shailu, after so many days, your strength is still so weak. Suya teleported to Shailu, who saw his face change suddenly, hurriedly threw away a human in his hand, and then crawled to the ground. After so many days, the pressure that Suya gave him under the normal situation was unimaginable, so he immediately confessed and crawled on the ground, not daring to have any thoughts of resisting. However, Shailu's heart roared furiously, Suya! Sooner or later I will absorb you and make you tremble under my feet. Suya looked at his trembling body indifferently, and smiled coldly, did your careful thinking move at this time? Thinking that one day you will slaughter me? And then absorb me? No. Can't. Shailu's body trembled again, and his lowered head was full of shock. He couldn't imagine how this guy knew what he was thinking at the moment. I still know something about you, don't deny it. If you want to absorb me, then work hard. Suya is not angry, the invincible loneliness at the current stage, I am afraid that only he understands. Shailu has the potential to become his opponent and has a chance to push his limits. If he guessed correctly, it would be difficult for this world to break through Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, after Super Saiyan 3, then he can only march towards the realm of Super Saiyan God or the Super Saiyan Blue realm. Thinking of this, Suya suddenly recalled that he had the opportunity to transform into the next level Super Saiyan realm once. Maybe he could use that precious opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Or the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Let's talk about it then. Suya thought for a while, but decided not to use that opportunity in a hurry. After all, this opportunity is only once, and it is not used once. Shailu raised his head, glanced at Suya, and tentatively spoke, I want to hold a world's first martial arts conference. Hey! Suya raised his eyebrows, or did he go towards the plot of the original book? I have the Saiyan warlike factor in my cells, so I want to hold a world's first martial arts conference. You can participate too. Shailu's eyes flashed, and he said very sincerely, dang. I have a purpose, kill them, absorb them, maybe I can have the power to match you. This Shailu is also smart at this moment, knowing that in the face of a man like Suya, it is to be honest. Yes. If you kill them, I won't stop them. Suya didn't care, with something like Dragon Ball, he was naturally not afraid that Sun Wukong and the others would die. Moreover, he did not feel that this Shailu could pose a threat to them. It's even possible that Chiru won't need him to make a move. Hearing Suyi's words, Xiao Yu suddenly became excited. See you on that island in the south in 2 days. Suye glanced at him indifferently and used teleportation to leave here. After Suye left for a while, Xiao Yu got up from the ground, his eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth showed an icy smile, and he whispered, "Scum! Sooner or later, I will let you understand that the great king of Shiru is an existence that you cannot provoke in this life." At this time, on Gaixian Island, Suye spread the news that Shailu wanted to hold a martial arts conference. "I'm not participating." Klin immediately waved his hand, shook his head and refused this battle. Nonsense, with him an ordinary earthling, a person whose combat effectiveness barely exceeds 1,000,000, with these aliens, monsters, perverted combat power that breaks tens of billions of combat power. I'm afraid that before he made a move, a shockwave blasted over, and he easily blasted him into slag. Well, this martial arts conference is very dangerous, Klin, it's better if you don't participate. Suye nodded in agreement and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta who had awakened, this time Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Bike, Tenunks, you should participate in this battle. And us. At this time, the uninvited guest of Turtle Immortal Island suddenly arrived, it was the artificial man number 16 them. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded, and 3 people walked in outside the Turtle Immortal house. This time the martial arts conference, we will also participate. The person who spoke was Cyborg number 17, his personality was more cheerful, and Cyborg number 16 and number 18 were a little dull. Of course, number 18 lazily looked at Suyi's gaze, still so tender. All 3 of you are going to participate. Suye glanced at lazily, this woman was wearing a punk black and white outfit today, with her slightly short blonde hair, it was simply fatal. That's right. Number 17 nodded. Lazily, don't participate, women can stand behind men and be protected. Suye said lightly. Hearing this, the audience was stunned. Lazily blinked her beautiful big eyes, and when everyone's eyes swept over, her pretty face suddenly turned red. You. Suye. You. The woman lowered her head and whispered Suyi's name, intermittently, just by listening to the tone, you could tell that she was very shy. Suye smiled indifferently, he understood that to treat a woman like lazily, he had to be direct. Come behind me, and I will protect you in the future. Suye stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. As soon as these words came out, the body of lazily who lowered her head trembled for a while, and then raised her head and glanced at Suye softly, blinking and biting her lips, her cheeks were much more rosy in vein, and she turned around and ran out of the Turtle Immortal house. In this regard, Suye scratched his head, this lazily would be so shy, it was indeed unexpected to him. The eyes of the surroundings swept at him, Suye coughed twice, and said lightly, in that case, add 2 more artificial people number 16 and no 17. This battle is about your future, and within 2 days, you'd better have a little tacit understanding. What about the rules of battle? Monkey King asked. It's simple, you guys beat Chiru alone. Suye said with a smile. By the way, if you have upgraded the VIP, remember to upgrade, and there will be fewer coupons for reading. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 063. Group Fighting. Shiru, alone? Hearing Suyi's words, Klin and the others wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. Obviously, this is a sad story. The strength of Sun Wukong and others is well known, this group of monsters need to fight against Shiru, isn't this one-on-one going to be abused out of the shadows? Hey! Arrogant as Vegeta only snorted coldly, and did not oppose the rules of Suyi's martial arts conference. If he really asked him to fight against Shailu alone, I am afraid that he would have to lose in minutes. Okay, there are still 2 days left, let's try to grind in. Suya smiled and spoke, and in the past 2 days, let me replace Shalo to give you the first hand to temper and temper. As soon as these words came out, Klin and the others were stunned at first, then turned their heads to look at the stiff Vic and secretly laughed. Not long ago, they heard that Vic said that he didn't want to be trained by Suya when he died, and the result came so soon. That. Can I not attend this martial arts conference? Vic hesitated, raised his hand and shouted. Suya instantly fixed his gaze on him, his eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Bike, do you think it's possible? Wait a minute, you'll be the first to simulate a battle with me. Bike, Son Goku, Vegeta, Tenunks, Son Gohan, Cyborg 16, Cyborg 17, these guys are all mission points for him to earn exchange points. Can Suya let them not participate in this martial arts conference? Obviously impossible. A total of 7 people, Suya pondered that this tempering could not only raise their combat effectiveness by a notch, but also at least allow him to earn 200,000 or 300,000 exchange points. The best of both worlds, it's simply not too beautiful. Hearing Suyi's words, Vic's face instantly turned green. Of course, his face was green in itself, but now it was much greener than before. Soon, a group of people came to a small island not far from Turtle Immortal Island. 2 days is still a tight time, and Suya is ready to take a one-on-one beating. No, train one-on-one and then let them unite against themselves. With his current strength, explosive, and firepower, he can easily deal with these guys one-on-one. If they unite, I am afraid that he will need to transform into Super Saiyan 2. The first, Vic, was directly beaten about 20 times in 10 minutes. The second, Vegeta, was beaten 30 times in half an hour. The third, Tenunks. Soon, the first round of beatings was completed. The 250,000 exchange point arrived, and Suya was particularly kind when he saw this group of guys with blue noses and swollen faces. Let's distribute super immortal beans down, and then join forces to besiege me together. Suya assigned the super immortal beans, and the person also became serious. The combination of 7 people is also a small pick for him. Of course, it's just a small challenge for Super Saiyan 1. A group of people recovered their strength and slowly flew into the sky one by one. Suya looked at them calmly, very calmly. The first one who didn't hold back his shot was Vegeta, who rushed quickly and punched Suya with both fists, both in momentum and strength. However, here in Suya, it was blocked with great ease. Although everyone on the side saw Suya slowly retreating in the sky, they all understood that this was not Vegeta pressing Suya. The wind is light. At this time, Suya was in this posture. And he looked very calm in the face of Vegeta's attack. It's my turn. After defending for a while, Suya calmly threw a punch. Bang! Vegeta confronted him and threw the same punch. Ugh! Under this blow, Vegeta flew directly upside down. Are you watching a play? Suya glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, and his face became gloomy. If I am Shalo at this time, isn't the first Vegeta who rushed up already dead? Hearing Suyi's shout, Sun Wukong and the others finally came to their senses and hurriedly attacked him, while Tenunks ran to Vegeta with the Super Immortal Bean. I can still fight, Super Immortal Beans can be kept first. Vegeta flew out from the ruins of the mountain, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was much more resolute, staring at Suya who calmly dealt with the other 5 people in the sky, full of fighting intent. Up! Vegeta drank and shot straight into the sky. Tenunks on the ground was slightly startled, and then hurriedly put away the super fairy beans, and also soared into the sky, heading straight for Suya to attack. Rumble! Bang! The sound of various Qigong cannons detonating the whole audience sounded. Suya calmly coped, not seeing a trace of panic at all. Static breaking, unchanged response, this is the way of Tai Chi. The faster you are, the slower he is. As the saying goes, martial arts in the world can only be broken quickly. But in the face of Tai Chi, the higher you are, the faster you will lose. The way of Tai Chi, victory lies in a very stable mentality, known for protracted battles. 7 people besieged one person and fought for a full 10 minutes, Suya did not consume any physical strength, but Sun Wukong and the others gasped one by one, and sweat was all over their foreheads and backs. Your strength is indeed good, but the cooperation is not enough. Like now. Rumble. Suyi's eyes flashed, 5 fingers clamped together, suddenly attacked, hit Sun Gohan in the nearest gap position, and then 4 fingers bent a shock to Gohan's chest, and then clenched his fist again, directly blasted Sun Gohan hundreds of meters, close to the mountains and impacted. Boom! Seeing this scene, Klin and the others watching below involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is the real martial arts, physical strength, the use of qi, the power caused by it, terrifying. Quickly defeating Sun Wuhan, Suya shifted behind Sun Wukong with an instantaneous movement, and a Qigong cannon blasted out, also blowing him hundreds of meters away. Companion, it is to protect the back of the companion. Vegeta, you can't. Suyi's figure turned again, and the indifferent voice sounded in Vegeta's ears, and then a shockwave slammed in, which also blasted him out. In just a few breaths, of the 7 people who besieged Suya, only 4 remained. This is still my Super Saiyan 1 state, you guys, too weak. Suya shook his head and sighed. He thought that these 7 people would help improve his Super Saiyan 1 status, but he didn't. You know, that Shailu's strength is barely able to force out his Super Saiyan 2, and this group of guys can't even beat his Super Saiyan 1, what is this to deal with the martial arts conference held by Shailu 2 days later? To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 064. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone was silent for a while. At this moment, a powerful momentum burst out. It's Vegeta. Also, Son Goku, and Son Gohan. Ah! Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan rushed over and began to punch and kick Suya. Suya still calmly resisted, punching back from time to time. Up! Vic had a warlike expression on his face, and also rushed forward. For a while, 7 people besieged again. This time, with Suyi's reprimand before, everyone was more dignified, caring for each other, and at the same time shooting at Suya. Under the joint attack of the changed people, Suya was calm from the beginning, and slowly felt a little harder. However, he still can't force him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. The 8 people fought for about half an hour, Suya retreated more than 10 meters, his limbs spread, and he roared, and the powerful momentum directly shook everyone more than 10 meters away. Super Saiyan 2. Everyone's eyes froze, and the fighting intent on their faces was much deeper. With lightning wrapped around his body, crackling and exploding, Suya indifferently glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, and then instantly moved in front of them. The speed of the fist was unimaginable, and a punch basically blasted a person. In the blink of an eye, all 7 people were blasted to the ground by him. After this time of tempering, I will practice independently tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow I will follow me to find this guy Shailu. Flying Sun Wukong and the others, Suya did not continue to strike again, and after saying a word, he disappeared into the sky out of thin air. Suya was not prepared to pay attention to anything in the follow-up, although the 7 people joined forces were not his Super Saiyan 2's opponents, but they were strong enough to force out his Super Saiyan 2. At least, if 7 people besieged Shailu, it should not be much of a problem. Unless, the Shirugai evolves again. Thinking of this, Suya, who returned to Zidu's home, thought again. Follow-up Shiru can indeed evolve, such as Shailu's complete body violent state. This realm state is similar to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1, although the strength has increased a lot in all aspects, but the speed is much slower. Shailu in this state is not too powerful, and Suya believes that Sun Wukong can handle them. Next, the next evolution is Lightning Shalu, the combat power of Shiru in this state is bursting, and there is also lightning entanglement around his body, which is equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Suya knew that Shiru in this state was stronger than Son Gohan of Super Saiyan 2. Therefore, Lightning Shiru's combat power should be greater than or equal to Super Saiyan 2. Daddy, Daddy! At this time, Suya, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room at home, heard the shouts of the little girl Liulai. What's wrong? Suya came back from his thoughts and looked at the one running towards him, with a smile on his face. Dad! Xiao Liulai jumped on Suya and then her little head rubbed around his chest, and after a few seconds, she looked up at him with big eyes and said, the school has a long meeting, and Mother Xiao don't have time. So. Hearing this, Suya blinked. Bulma did not have time. He felt that there was this possibility. But this really didn't have time, and he really didn't believe it. Looking at her daughter's sky blue eyes blinking spiritually, knowing her daughter Moruo's father, Suya still doesn't know this little girl's plan. She definitely wants to accompany her. Well, okay. What time is it today? Suya thought about it, feeling that he really hadn't accompanied Xiao Liulai for so long, and nodded with a smile. Oi! Daddy is so nice, Mua! The little girl excitedly came up and kissed Suyi's face, and then jumped down and spun around in place, and she looked like a porcelain doll in the white princess dress, delicate and cute. Zidu, a kindergarten called Kali. At this time, Suya took the little girl's hand and came to the entrance of the kindergarten. Zidu is a large city, very well developed, and economically it can be said to be one of the most developed large cities on the planet. People come and go, cars come and go, and many luxury cars are parked at the gate of the kindergarten. Liulai. Just as Suya was holding the little girl to enter the kindergarten, a young boy's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the little girl's eyebrows locked, but it was as if she hadn't heard it. Did someone call you? Suya was slightly startled, and looked sideways, and a little boy took the hand of a mature man and ran over. Liulai, Liulai, meet again. This little boy is 4 or 5 years old, looks expensive and should be a rich second generation with very good family conditions. At this time, looking at the little girl, her face was full of excitement. Suya casually glanced at the parents of this little boy, about 40 years old. It is the type of old man. Looking at the spoiled face of the little boy, the costume on his body cannot be seen as a brand, but it must not be bad. Shiro, I said, except for my parents, no one is qualified to call me Liulai. The little girl said with a calm little face and displeasure, and her eyes did not even focus on this little boy. Hearing this, the little boy laughed twice, and the middle-aged man on the side frowned, glanced at the little girl, and found that this little girl was indeed very delicate and cute, and immediately raised his gaze slightly and looked at Suya. Ordinary people dressed up, without any protrusions, and there is a tail around the waist. It seems that he is also a monster race. This kind of person would be the parent of this kind of little princess. Impossible. Immediately, the man's gaze was much lighter, and he said lightly, pay attention to the child's words, hey, and it is her honor that my son likes your young lady, do you know? Between words, this man regarded Suya as a servant of the little girl. Hearing this man's words, several big black question marks of Suya appeared here in the brain door. Are ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world also so superior? Also, what the hell is that young lady of yours? Suya blinked, faced this middle-aged man with a sense of superiority, and then hooked his finger at him. What for? Do you know? It is very rude for you to point fingers at people like this. I warn. The man had a gloomy face and spoke coldly, but as soon as he was halfway through the complaint, he was slammed back by Suyi's punch on the stomach. I'm sorry, I'm a rough guy and don't have so many rules. If you upset me, then I'll beat you up. Liulai, go. Suya smiled and looked at the middle-aged man who was shouting pain and bent shrimp on the side. and took the little girl's hand and walked into the kindergarten. In a sense, this man should be glad that he survived. After all, as an ordinary person, it is indeed a great luck to be able to take a punch in the hands of the strongest man on earth and not die. Of course, this punch collected hundreds of billions. No, it should be said that more than 1 trillion of strength. Anyway, in short, this is enough for a lucky ordinary person. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 065. Brought by the little girl to a classroom, Suya saw at a glance that there were many people who were not human species. This kind should be regarded as an orc. This kind of human being is still common in the Dragon Ball world and does not cause any panic. Soon, he found a place to sit down, and after a while, the middle-aged man and the little boy he had met at the school gate before walked in. The gloomy gaze swept at Suya, and the man pulled the little boy to sit down in the front row. The parent-teacher meeting was going on normally, and Suya teased the little girl from time to time, and the time passed. About 40 minutes or so, the parent-teacher conference was over. Today is the holiday time. As soon as the parent-teacher meeting ended, naturally did not continue the class, the father and daughter held the little hand and walked out of the kindergarten. Hey, hey! As soon as he walked out of the kindergarten, a werewolf, a tiger man, and a bear man clenched his fists and made a crunch sound and walked forward. Boy, you come and talk to the 3 of us. The werewolf grinned, baring his sharp teeth, and sneered and hooked his finger at Suya. You are not allowed to bully Dad. The little girl immediately broke away from Suya's hand and opened her small hand to stop the 3 orcs. Yo, it's a cute little girl. Hey! When the tiger man saw the little girl looking so cute, he immediately laughed. Syllable. Second brother, we're here to find trouble with this kid. The bear man on the side reached out and patted the tiger man's head and glared at him. Oh, yes. The tiger man slapped his forehead, then turned his head to look at Suya angrily, and said coldly, Boy, limit you to leave here with us within 3 seconds, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to eat and go. Hearing this, Suya raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, If I don't go with you, will you let me eat and go? That's funny enough. Moreover, threatening Suya. I'm afraid I haven't died. The 3 orcs looked at each other, and were choked by Suya's words, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Don't talk nonsense, you don't follow us. After a few seconds, these orcs with poor brains glared and roared. You bad guys go along. Before Suya could speak, the little girl started to protect her father. While the 3 orcs laughed sarcastically, a wind blew out. Ugh! A scream sounded, and the 3 beasts were blown into the sky by this wind. Hey! Seeing this, Suya was even more surprised. How could this little girl control the chi and play the palm wind? Humph! Look at you bad guys who dare not find trouble with Liulai's favorite father. The little girl raised her hand and scratched her little Kyung's nose, and snorted coldly. Seeing this girl's cute appearance, Suya smiled heartily, reached out and held her into his arms, and then directly teleported out of the kindergarten gate under the shocked gaze of the people on the side. At the same time, at the door of a small alley next to the kindergarten, the middle-aged man who had been punched by Suya before took out a small towel and wiped the cold sweat that appeared on his forehead. As a middle and upper-class person in the Western capital, he knew that there was a superior person in the world. Now, Suya, who suddenly disappeared under the public, was undoubtedly not such a worldly superior in his eyes. I actually provoked a master of this existence. It's over, what if I am remembered? The man kept swallowing saliva, and he couldn't wipe the beads of sweat clean. This kind of little person's worry, Suya naturally did not know. At this time, at home. Although the little girl only stayed with him for such a short time today, the whole person's spirit was different, and she had been humming songs, obviously very happy. In this regard, Suya left a mental eye, it seems that he still has to find time to come out and accompany the little girl more in the future. Not only the little girl, but also Bulma and Mahuakira also have to accompany them more. Well, when Shalo is solved, there will be a vacuum period for a period of time, and then the family will go out to travel. Suya thought about it and quickly decided. The little girl obediently went to the piano room to practice the piano, and Madoko quickly walked down from the second floor. Today she is wearing an O1 professional suit, a pair of long legs wrapped in shiny socks, simply not too perfect. How do you feel that this outfit is deliberately in? Suya coughed, his gaze swept from Madoko's feet to her face, and sighed. Ah! Who deliberately in? You. Mado Xiao took a sip, slowly walked over, sat down next to Suya, and whispered, I don't have to waste much to cultivate, so I helped Bulma manage the company. Hearing this, Suya laughed and spoke, do I have to find an opportunity to visit your office? The meaning of this is obvious. Madoko understood, his heart naturally trembled, his long eyelashes blinked, and the beauty was incomparable, glared at him sideways, and said a bad word softly. Men are not bad, women are not loved. Xiao, today I want to be a bad guy. Suya laughed loudly, got up and hugged Madoko, and then teleported back to the bedroom. After a while, the sound came, and it perfectly matched the music played by the little girl in the piano room, which was even more beautiful. An hour later, the fighting was over. Mahu Xiao snuggled into Suyi's arms and whispered, Lord Husband, why do you say I haven't conceived your baby yet? Although Madoko treats the little girl Liulai as his own daughter, she is not her own after all. Don't worry, with the lifespan obtained by our cultivation, there are at least a few hundred years left, so much time is enough. Suya himself doesn't know why. It is also possible that the two of them and the child have no fate for the time being. Maybe when the fate comes, Zhen Huxiao will naturally get pregnant. Madoko nodded in response. Tired lying down. Not a single chapter has been saved, and 14 chapters have come out, which is quite praised. There will be a chapter update at 12 o'clock in the evening. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 066. 2 days passed quickly, and at about 9 o'clock in the morning, Suya got up and washed up and came to Gaixian Island. The turtle immortals and the others had not yet got up, and they slept like dead pigs. Especially this guy Oolong, that snoring is simply not too terrifying. There were no people. Suya ran to a nearby island alone and began to transform into the state of Super Saiyan 3, and as a result, Sun Wukong and others were shocked in an instant. Looking at Suyi's golden hair hanging down to his calves, and his face still changing a little, they were suddenly stunned. Is this really Uncle Suya? Tenunks and Sun Gohan looked at Suyan's Super Saiyan 3 form in shock and exclaimed. Suya saw this group of guys, returned to normal, came to them, and smiled lightly, looking at your casual appearance, there really is no feeling that a decisive battle is about to be fought. Brother Suya, what was your transformation just now? Sun Wukong hesitated again and again, and finally couldn't bear his curiosity and asked. Super Saiyan 3. Suya smiled and did not hide it. Super. Vic widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide incredulously. Saiyan 3. While his son Gohan took Bike's words, he was equally shocked. How many forms does Super Saiyan have? After Sun Wukong was shocked, he asked excitedly. Well. Suya was not easy to say for a while, thought for a while, and shook his head, these will be known when you reach this point. Moreover, the form of Saions is not fixed. For example, it is possible that I can transform into Super Saiyan 3, or it is possible that you cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. This kind of thing is really difficult to explain, it is better to wait for the plot to slowly come down, and they themselves have reached that realm and naturally know. Okay. Sun Wukong was no longer entangled, knotted, and his heart was even more determined to practice hard and transform into Super Saiyan 2 as soon as possible. Let's go, the people are almost there, the android number 16, they should know the specific location, let's wait for them at the venue. After Suya said this, a little eyebrow disappeared directly in place. Sun Wukong was like a teacher, the same little eyebrows disappeared in place. This. The remaining group of people stared wide-eyed, and finally flew away from the island helplessly. Soon, on a small island in the south of Gaixian Island, Suya floated in mid-air with his hands behind his back, looking down at a large clearing below. He searched for a minute or two, and finally decided to use this place as a decisive ring. System, exchange a magic formation for me. Suyi's mind sank into the space of the system wall, and asked the system to exchange a magic array for him. 100,000 exchange points to exchange a one-time, that is, Suyat, who thinks that he has a lot of wealth, is also a little painful, and he is very reluctant. But if you think about it, 100,000 exchange points for the safety of the entire Earth, he still feels that it is worth it. After all, what if this group of guys burst out with some amazing strength and accidentally burst the Earth? So, it doesn't always hurt to take precautions. Soon, the French array fell, shrouding the entire island in it, not to mention that the hundreds of billions of combat power will collapse the Earth. Even if it is a trillion. 10 trillion people at the level of combat power may not be able to destroy the Earth. After a while, Vic and others arrived one after another, and the androids number 16, number 17, and number 18 also arrived. When everyone arrived, Shayla was alone. Drink! Suyi's whole body exploded, and his combat power exceeded the 600 billion mark when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which was peerless. It's too strong. Cyborg number 16 and number 17 are trembling, their eyes are dazed, why can the Saiyan race be so powerful? As for number 18 Lazuli, her eyes were shining and looking at Suyat, she was really becoming more and more obsessed with this man. There is no woman who does not worship powerful men, not to mention that this woman is already a little interesting to Suyat. In the end, from Lazuli's expression, anyone could see that he had obviously been deeply attracted by Suyat. Shrew, get out of here for me! Suya roared angrily, the sound was like thunder, so that everyone nearby could not help but be startled, and hurriedly covered his ears and cast a speechless gaze towards Suyat. This voice, for a timid person, may really be frightened or scared out of a heart attack. Shout! 3 seconds after Suyi's voice fell, a sound of breaking the air sounded in an instant, and a figure flashed. Master Suyat, I'm coming. This figure is none other than Shailu. At this time, he looked plain, without the tyrannical feeling of a few days ago, his breath converged, giving people a very calm feeling. This kind of thing is not to break out, and an outbreak is absolute terror. Shailu's slight change was noticed by Suyat, and he could see the fear from this guy, but without the previous fear. So? Does this guy have any whole cards? Okay, the people have arrived, let's start fighting. This small island is currently shrouded in the French array, and in this case, he is basically a hegemon-like existence. Therefore, in fact, no matter what whole cards this Shailu has, Suyat is not panicked at all. More than 600 billion combat power cannot suppress you? Yes. Then it is not possible to suppress you with means that can suppress people with more than a trillion combat power. With a casual wave, Klin and other passers-by watching the battle were beyond this magic array that was shrouded in it, and this scene made Sun Wukong and others slightly startled. Even Shailu, at this time, his heart was also stunned. Immediately afterwards, inexplicably, a panic rose from under his heart. This Suyi's means are really divine. Suyat, your hand is probably too amazing. Klin exclaimed on the side. He had wondered before he came that if these weaker people watched the battle, they would be implicated in the aftermath of the battle. Now, Su Yi's hand directly made those who watched the battle have no worries. Su Yi smiled and did not explain anything. 100,000 exchange points, if not bullish, he is afraid that he will die of more pain. Soon, the atmosphere on the field was much more dignified. Standing separately, Shuru was surrounded alone in the middle. Battle, suspected to be on the verge of breaking out. Yesterday 14 more, the limit. Back pain, today's efforts are more than 6, the results are not satisfactory, let's update to make up, in order to be able to buy a computer code word, spell a little. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 067. The atmosphere was stalemated for almost 2 or 3 minutes, and no one of the 8 people made a move. Just like fighting with Su Yi 2 days ago, Vegeta's violent temper did not hold back and made a strong move. As soon as Vegeta moved, Tenunx moved as well. In an instant, Sun Wukong's 2 fathers and sons and Gabik also linked up. Scum! In the face of Su Yi, Shalo is a dog, dare to be angry and dare not bark, and this anger only dares to be angry in his heart. However, in the face of Vegeta, these scum, he naturally swelled too much. Vegeta rushed over, Shuru just lightly stepped forward and punched out, and then I saw his figure turn into several shots. This is the afterimage fist, a small trick of the once little Goku. Bang! Vegeta received a punch, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1 in pain, and then rushed up. Vegeta! Steady down! Vic snorted. Vegeta, who was already impulsively on the top, snorted coldly, did not listen to Bike's words at all, and attacked strongly. However, in front of Shuru, all attacks appeared weak. Don't forget, Shuru has Vegeta in their cells, and naturally knows them very well, so basically he knows a few of everyone's flaws. Bang! While dealing with Vegeta, Shuru still has time to grapple with Tenunx who rushes over on the side, and even has time to dodge the turtle Kigong waves released by Son Goku and Son Gohan on the side. For a while, the field was at an impasse. The situation is not optimistic. Outside the field, Kling's brows furrowed. Although his strength is not comparable to anyone in the field, he is also a veteran with rich combat experience, so he can still see it and analyze the situation in the field. Just like the previous 2 days against Su Yi, their combined strength did have the possibility of being able to compete with Shailu. However, the fit is not enough, this is the first point. The second point comes from Vegeta, who is too confident. In a word, this guy belongs to the kind of person who has no courage. Goku, take a step back, let Vegeta and Shuru consume a bit, and see if you can grind him. Vic suddenly persuaded, anyway, they have super fairy beans, as long as they don't have the qualifications to kill them instantly, then there is a capital consumed. When Sun Wukong heard Bike's words, his brows furrowed, he thought for a moment, nodded and retreated. In an instant, 6 people gathered together. Since Vegeta wants to be his own hero, let him be. Perhaps, they saw this Shailu's flaw on the side, maybe they joined forces and won. Outside the field, Su Yi saw this scene, raised his eyebrows, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Vic did make him look a little different. This wave of command made him see the wisdom of this guy Vic and use the convenience of Super Immortal Bean to consume Shuru without fear, which is the first point. Second, Vegeta procrastinates alone, even if it is only for a moment, maybe they can see the flaws of this Shailu guy on the sidelines. Good, good. Su Yi nodded and praised, this finger is indeed worthy of praise. Everyone looked towards the middle of the field, with Vegeta and Shuru looking at each other. Shuru, bring out your true power. If you dare to underestimate Uncle Ben, be careful to slaughter you directly. Vegeta was very arrogant. Oh, little reptile, you dare to provoke me. Shuru smiled coldly, not irritated by Vegeta's words. He knew Vegeta as a man. And his courage was just a facade, he just wanted to crush with absolute strength. From the arrogant words just now, it is not difficult to see that this man wants to deliberately provoke himself, so that he can show flaws after he is angry. But is Shrew stupid? Obviously not stupid. Vegeta rushed forward again, his body emitted golden flames, and the whole person looked like a god of war. Bang bang! The two fisted each other, one pressed aggressively, the other indifferently defended. Too weak, too weak. Shrew defended Vegeta's attack with only one hand, taking time to try to disturb his mood with sarcastic words. The effect is obvious. Vegeta falls into a state of rage, punching harder than punch, and a Qigong cannon consumes physical strength compared to a Qigong cannon. This fool! Vic saw Vegeta, who was attacking very quickly, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. This guy really can't make a plan, but it's really ridiculous enough. In the center of the field, Shrew probably didn't want to tease Vegeta anymore, raised his hand and punched out, which was just a very simple punch. However, the bombardment hit Vegeta and directly blasted him out. Shout! Teleport! Shrew actually used the ability to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Vegeta, who flew out, crossed his hands and smashed Vegeta's head. Bang! Vegeta was fired like a cannonball, and then crashed to the ground, stirring up puffs of dust, and a bottomless giant pit appeared on the ground. Dad! Tenunks roared angrily, instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan state, drew the Excalibur behind his back, and killed Shrew. Hit the big to the small, hi, scum! Shrew sneered and shook his head, not retreating, and easily confronted the Excalibur swung by Tenunks with one finger. Dang dang! As if the sound of metal colliding sounded in the field, everyone saw that sparks were splashing in the sky. Shailu's physical strength is also not to be underestimated. Vic squinted his eyes on the side and analyzed, and exclaimed coldly, "So far, I really don't see any flaws in this guy." Perfect. These two words emerged in the bottom of Bike's heart. At least, in their eyes, this Shailu was very perfect, just like Suyat, who he also couldn't see, 360 degrees, there was no dead end at all. It's terrifying. Cyborg 17 appeared for so long, and finally opened his mouth to say the first words. His face was full of jealousy, he had never felt it. No, this guy Shrew is the second person he feels desperate. The first one is Suya outside the field at this time. What to do? This guy has no dead ends at all, how do we break this guy? Son Gohan asked. Fight hard. After waiting for a while, Tenunks in the sky was hit by a shock cannon from Shrew and fainted to the side, and Sun Wukong spoke solemnly, Gohan, you save Vegeta and Tenunks, let them eat super immortal beans, when the time comes, the 7 of us gather to besiege this guy, and we will definitely be able to find a flaw in him. Since he couldn't find a flaw, Sun Wukong's idea was to hit a flaw. In short, if it doesn't work once, then twice it doesn't, then 3 times. The second more is sent, today, strive for 6 changes, look forward to 7 more. Or that sentence, subscription does not work, update to make up, work hard. This book. Definitely not a eunuch. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 068. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and began to drag time, followed by Vic and the others to cover him. Sun Gohan obeyed his father's words, hurriedly flew to the place where Tenunks fell, quickly fed him a super fairy bean, and then flew towards the location of Vegeta in the deep pit. However, when Sun Wuhan arrived, the injured Vegeta flew out of the deep pit, glanced at Sun Wuhan coldly, and said indifferently, eating super fairy beans is a cowardly move, and it is absolutely impossible for my Prince Vegeta to eat this super fairy beans. After saying this, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed into the sky. Bang! In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta was once again flown down. Struggling to get up, Vegeta came to Sun Gohan with a gloomy face, spread out his hand and said coldly, "Give me super fairy beans." This reversal made Sun Gohan's eyes widen and his face was stunned. "Give me super immortal beans." Vegeta's voice was much colder. "Hey? Oh. Okay, Uncle Vegeta." Sun Gohan came back to his senses and hurriedly took out a super fairy bean and threw it to Vegeta. Boom, boom. Vegeta took it and put it in his mouth and chewed it, and soon, all the injuries on his body were gone, and his mental state and strength were better than before. "Miscellaneous, I must slaughter you." Vegeta's deep voice sounded, as if he was roaring, angrily declaring his vow. Seeing this scene, Suya outside the field poofed and laughed. "Isn't this scene the reproduction of the real fragrance scene of the boy surnamed Wang in the previous life?" This terrier naturally did not know to others, and it was a little strange why Suya suddenly laughed. "Suya, do you think Wukong has a chance to win?" Clin took a deep breath and asked. At present, the only person who has an authoritative voice is Suya, so he wants to hear this man's point of view. "I don't know." Suya shrugged, he really didn't know what the outcome of this battle was. According to the plot trend of the original book, Shuru will definitely die. However, from the current point of view, it really does not look like a guy who can win this guy at one time. Even, maybe it is possible to reveal Shailu's true whole card. I am afraid that it is Sun Wukong and 7 other people who died, right? None of this is easy to say, though. Seeing that Suya was not sure, Clin and the others naturally fell silent, no longer asked anything, and concentrated on looking towards the field. In the field, Shailu easily coped with the siege of 7 people alone, and everything seemed so calm. It is not difficult to see that this guy's strength is indeed different from what it seems. You know, although Shailu at the current stage has evolved into a complete body, his true strength has not yet burst out. That's it, his current apparent combat power is also a terrifying existence of 80 billion levels. With this siege battle more than half an hour before it began, Shailu should not want to play anymore, bursting out of momentum, suddenly shot, no one can resist his seemingly fluttering fist. In an instant, everyone was defeated. The first, who to kill first? Shailu, who landed from the sky, slowly walked towards the 7 people with his hands behind his back, and Yu Guang glanced at Suya outside the field indifferently, fearing whether he would come out. However, when he saw that he did not move, Shuru laughed. "Suya, Wukong. They have lost." When Clin saw Shailu walking towards Sun Wukong and them, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly turned his head and shouted to Suya. Suya glanced at him and ignored him. "Suya!" Yamcha also shouted anxiously. "Don't argue." Tianjin Fan glanced at Suya, who was expressionless, scolded out loud, and said calmly, "Suya will not sit idly by, he believes that Wukong will definitely break out in a desperate situation." Hearing this, Clin and Yamcha suddenly closed their mouths and looked nervously towards the field. Tap tap. Shailu's footsteps fell in the ears of everyone present, like the footsteps of the god of death. No, this should indeed be the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. The sound of each step falling made the unwillingness on their faces deepen. In the end, about 100 meters away, it took almost 3 minutes for Shuru to arrive. The first one. Shuru stretched out his finger and swept over the 7 people like a king, and finally turned twice, and his hand was fixed on Sun Gohan. "That's you." Shuru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, a light lit up on the tips of his fingers. "Gohan." Son Goku struggled to lift up, trying to block this attack for Son Gohan. However, he found that he could not lift his body, so he could only watch as Shailu's attack was released. Nope. The attack came out, and Sun Wukong roared angrily. Rumble. A dazzling light flickered, followed by an explosion. 10. Number 16. More than 10 seconds later, the fog generated by the explosion dispersed, revealing a tall figure. It was cyborg number 16. And he, with his own body, blocked in front of Sun Gohan. "You are still young, you should not have suffered this kind of scene, so you can't die." Cyborg number 16 showed a loving smile and stretched out his hand as if he wanted to touch Gohan's head, but before he could touch it, the whole person fell to the ground with a bang. "Scum! Dare to destroy my goal!" When Shailu saw this scene, his face instantly became gloomy, stepped forward, and in an instant arrived in front of the fallen artificial man number 16, stepped on it, and smashed his head. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gohan's eyes instantly turned red, and tears couldn't stop collapsing from his eyes. "Cry, little reptile, I'll make you cry a little longer." Shiru looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, very arrogantly. "Ugh!" Xiao Gohan bit his lips, crawled on the ground and roared, and the strength that came from now slowly climbed up, and the momentum on his body gradually increased. "Actually got up? Yes, the potential of small crawlers is really great. You're dying, though." Shailu sneered and stretched out a finger, and the fingertip once again flashed with dazzling light. Outside the field, Klin and the others' faces changed drastically, and they roared angrily, "Gohan, run! Run!" Suya heard their roar, and when he saw this scene again, his eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth hooked a playful sneer. "Do have to run. However, I am afraid that it should be this Shiru who runs." Because a terrifying and powerful aura had already risen in Gohan's body. "I'm going to kill you!" Rumble. With Sun Gohan's roar, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the Super Saiyan transformed by Sun Gohan this time is different from before. At this time, lightning emanated from his body, crackling and exploding. Seeing this scene, the pupils of everyone outside and inside the field contracted for a while. This is the state of Super Saiyan 2 that Suya once showed. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 069. Ultra Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta on the side saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he roared incredulously, "What for? Why can such a young child transform into Super Saiyan 2? In comparison, this Son Gohan's potential is simply not much stronger than his son Tennant's." Gohan. Sun Wukong was also shocked, but his heart was more happy and relieved. Having one's own son, surpassing himself, is indeed a very happy thing to be a father. Shailu. At this time, Sun Gohan's expression was extremely indifferent, not at all like the usual him. Slowly and with heavy steps, he walked towards Shailu, and the electric light flashed around his body, setting off a small god of war. Suya nodded and laughed outside the court. The current strength of Sun Gohan's explosion is far greater than the 100 combat power increase that Super Saiyan 2 should have, although it is not the realm of Mystic Gohan, but his transformation is still stronger than ordinary Super Saiyan 2. It seems that at the beginning of the setting, the old man really wanted Gohan to replace Goku as the protagonist. Suya sighed in amazement. Sun Wuhan's setting during this time is undoubtedly not the protagonist template that hangs the sky all the way. He believes that if it weren't for Goku's influence being too deeply rooted in people's hearts and being beaten into the cold palace lunch, it would not be possible to be reduced to a wild rice in the future. If you become the protagonist, I am afraid that it is more the name of the divine rice. It's a pity, it's a pity. Suya sighed in his heart, and then looked towards the field. At the current stage, Sun Wuhan easily suppressed the complete Shailu, and there was no difficulty at all. Bang bang! A punch slammed into Shiru's body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. It's so powerful! Is this really Gohan? Everyone was shocked. The strength of Sun Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state was too terrifying. Escape! Now I am no match for him. Shiru panicked, he knew that his strength was definitely not the opponent of Sun Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state at this time. Abominable! A hairy boy actually made King Ben have the intention of fleeing. Shiryu roared in his heart, but even if he was angry, he couldn't help it. Facing Sun Gohan, who was in a furious state and was in a Super Saiyan 2 state at this time, he was as powerless as if facing Suyat. Gohan, Shiryu wants to escape. Vic suddenly exclaimed, reminding Sun Gohan. He can't escape. Sun Gohan has absolute confidence that Shalo can't escape, because his speed is very fast, and he can easily catch this guy. However, Sun Gohan forgot a very important point: Shiryu can teleport. Therefore, after Shalo released a smoke-like impact cannon, he directly used teleportation to disappear in place. However, it is worth saying that no matter how this Shiryu uses teleportation to escape, he is also inseparable from Suyi's magic array, and can only curl up on this small island. Abominable! Sun Gohan roared angrily, turned around and came to the corpse of cyborg number 16, and bowed deeply. No 16, I'm sorry for not being able to avenge you. But you put. I will still kill this Shiryu. Soon, Sun Wuhan took out the super fairy beans to Sun Wukong and others. A group of 7 people became 6, and all of them were a little sentimental for a while. What to do? This Shiryu can teleport, enough to escape easily. As everyone who recovered discussed, Vic frowned. At this time, Suyi's voice came from outside the field into the field. This island is a battlefield, and he can't escape. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then Sun Gohan's face was delighted. At this time, he still maintained the state of Super Saiyan 2, as if his physical strength was infinite, and he did not fall back to normal. Very good, let me hunt down this guy. Sun Gohan said calmly. But will your state last long? Sun Wukong asked aloud. Dad, you don't have to worry, I already feel that I can transform into the realm of Super Saiyan 2 as I like. Sun Gohan smiled. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta's face became much gloomy. To think that he was a noble Saiyan prince with unlimited potential was enough to make him angry compared to this guy Kakarot. Now, he is even no better than the son of this guy Kakarot. Gohan, come on! Sun Wukong clenched his fists and cheered him up. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Vic, Tenunks, Uncle 17, I'll go search for Shiryu's location first. Sun Gohan flew into the sky and searched around. Usually, as long as Shalo does not reveal his breath, Sun Gohan cannot search for his location, but with Suyi's help outside the field, soon Shalo's aura is revealed for no reason. Where? Sun Gohan's eyes scanned around, and he sensed Shalo's breath with his heart, and finally, he sensed that Shalo was hiding in a big mountain. Rumble! Sun Gohan shot out one after another of the impact cannons in his hand, and bombarded the mountain wildly. However, Shiryu, who was hiding inside, was not forced out. Strange? Am I inducing the wrong sense? After bombing for a long time, Sun Gohan frowned, his eyes showed doubt, and he felt very strange. Logically speaking, such a big shock, this Shiryu definitely can't bear it, and wants to escape. Now, he bombed for at least a few minutes, and this mountain was blown away by him, piles of waste rocks gathered, and an ordinary person was absolutely dead. Over here, Vegeta heard the noise and flew directly towards Sun Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others glanced at each other, thought for a while, and flew over. A group of people arrived, and at this time, Sun Gohan seemed to have sensed Shalo's hiding place, flew to the waste rock pile, and then calmly sent out a turtle school Qigong wave. Thundered. The waste rock pile exploded instantly, and then the figure of Shiryu huddled in a corner appeared. Abominable! You smelly boy, why can you sense my presence? Shalo was furious. It was already humiliating to be chased and killed by a little brat, now he is closed. How did this guy know his location? Escape! Without waiting for Sun Gohan to react, Shailu instantly teleported 100 meters away. Abominable! Why can't I use teleportation to leave this island? Shailu was completely panicked and could not leave the island, so death awaited him. Drag it on, this kid's physical strength has gradually weakened, and I have clearly felt that his combat effectiveness is declining. Shailu glanced back, gritted his teeth, and used teleportation again, but each time he used it, he found that he could move up to 100 meters, which made him feel very uncomfortable. So, just like that, one chases, the other flees. Son Gohan releases a shock cannon from time to time to attack Shailu, and each shot makes Shailu painful. After about an hour, Son Gohan had returned to normal and fell directly in midair. Sun Wukong, who had been chasing after him, hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Sun Wuhan, looking at his little face with a look of relief on his face. "Dad, I'm too weak to avenge No 16. Gohan closed his eyes and whispered. "No, Gohan, you're doing great, you're awesome." Sun Wukong praised. Hearing Sun Wukong's praise, little Gohan showed a small smile on his face, and then completely passed out. The fourth is sent, and I feel that there are more than 6 changes today. I'm going to work hard. My 200 book friends, please give me strength. Leave a message in the book review section, okay? I beg everyone. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 070. Without Suyi's help, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't trace the specific location of Shailu, so a group of people guarded Sun Wuhan. "What's next?" Vic looked at the last super fairy bean and said in a deep voice, "If we don't solve this guy Shailu quickly, I'm afraid it's not only the 16th who will die, but we won't be able to escape doom. Take a break, Shuru will definitely not be able to fight in a short time. So, keep this last super fairy bean." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and spoke. "Okay." The rest also had no opinion. "Seriously, Gohan's potential I know is very strong. However, I was shocked that he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before you guys." Vic looked at Son Gohan who was sleeping incredulously, and couldn't stop exclaiming. "Yes. I didn't expect Gohan to transform into Super Saiyan 2 before both me and Vegeta." Sun Wukong sighed. "Hey!" Vegeta on the side snorted coldly and flew away from the place. Very arrogant, he was naturally not convinced, and now he was ready to take advantage of Shailu's injury to find him and slaughter him. For himself is currently at his peak, so he is still very confident that he will kill Shailu, who is injured. Tenunks opened his mouth to say something, but sighed and let Vegeta leave where he had searched for Shuru. "Dad, he's too strong." Tenunks shook his head with a wry smile. "If he is not so strong in the future world and knows how to be flexible, I am afraid that he will still be alive in the world at this time." Speaking of this, he smiled bitterly again. While Sun Wukong and the others were discussing, Vegeta's side, he scanned everywhere, and finally landed on the top of a large mountain. It's a shame that the Honorable Scion Prince was surpassed by the son of a low-class warrior. Vegeta opened his hands and roared at the sky, and the momentum on his body quickly expanded and exploded, much stronger than before. "Damn it! Ugh!" thundered. Vegeta frantically bombarded the nearby mountains with energy cannons, and one mountain after another collapsed. At this moment, a figure flew out from the pile of waste rocks of one of the downed mountains. "Is it Shailu?" Vegeta's gaze froze, and a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feng Shui takes turns. Before he was constantly beaten by this scum, now, it's his turn to take revenge. "Shuru! Die!" Vegeta roared and flew after Shuru. "Abominable! Being twisted by this little reptile me off." Shuru glanced back at the imposing Vegeta and gritted his teeth for a while. "Wait! In more than 10 minutes, the gram cells will be able to recover from my injury. At that time, it will be when this reptile dies." Shailu thought coldly in his heart, so now he only needed to dodge the energy cannon launched by Vegeta as much as possible, while escaping and delaying time. Miscellaneous, wasn't it so powerful before? Now is not the point of escape. Vegeta is now carried away by anger, and coupled with the previous grievances, he is now completely different from what he used to be. Or in other words, his own evil aura had not yet dissipated. Otherwise, how could he be invaded by Babadai into mind control in the future view? With the passage of time, Shiryu also gradually recovered a lot. His speed also slowly decreased. This guy, fishing. He believed that Vegeta would definitely think he was physically exhausted. In fact, his state has actually recovered 9 times out of 10, and the injuries on his body have slowly recovered. Oh, Vegeta, it's fun to chase for so long, isn't it? Wait, in another minute, it's the moment of disaster for you. Shiryu is very cautious. It stands to reason that his current strength is enough to obliterate Vegeta, but he is afraid of Son Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 realm. Therefore, when the time comes, he will be able to escape even if he can't beat him. A minute passed quickly, and Shailo's state completely returned to his peak. At the same time, Shiryu also stopped, hugged his chest with his hands, turned around and looked at Vegeta, who caught up with him in an indifferent posture, and there was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, which made Vegeta's heart jump. You restored! Vegeta exclaimed when she saw that Shiryu had recovered from her injuries. Hey, you forgot? I have Vic cells and my injury recovery is very strong. Shiryu laughed, stretched out a finger, hooked Vegeta, and said coldly, now, your disaster is coming. Shout! The words fell, and an energy cannon shot out from Shiryu's fingertips. Rumble! The speed was so fast that Vegeta did not react at all, and was directly blasted hundreds of meters away. A crawler is a crawler after all. Shailo flashed and instantly arrived behind Vegeta, and another energy cannon burst out with his palm aimed at him. Ugh! Vegeta's screams rang out, and Shailo, who had recovered his state, was able to resist. However, in a few breaths, he was directly bombarded and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Oops! At the same time, Goku, who had been taking care of Son Gohan, suddenly changed his face and jumped out from the ground. Vegeta's chi is very weak. This is, on the verge of death. What? Tenunx's face changed, and he also jumped up from the ground, sensed it carefully, and hurriedly flew in the direction where Vegeta was. Tenunx! Sun Wukong shouted. Uncle Goku, I have to save Daddy. Tenunx turned around solemnly. I'll accompany you. Son Goku glanced at Gohan, who was still in a coma, got up and flew towards Vegeta with Tenunx. In place, Vic and Cyborg number 17 stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. Or not. Give Gohan the last Super Sen bean? After a moment of silence, Cyborg 17 opened his mouth and proposed. Vic groaned, currently among them, except for Suya, who is Shiryu's opponent, I am afraid that there is Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state. Suya, who is aiming to temper them, naturally can't make a move, so if you really want to live, then you must stand up by Son Gohan, who can transform into Super Saiyan 2. But just the last Super Fairy Bean, if this Gohan doesn't kill Shiryu by then what can he do next? Thinking of this, Bike's face changed for a while, and it was really difficult enough to decide. The fifth is more sent, please subscribe. Remember to subscribe automatically to click on it, as soon as I publish the chapter, everyone can see it instantly. At present, the author June is coding in the internet cafe, the speed is fast, but it is a little noisy. Uncomfortable. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 071. Thundered. The sound of explosions kept coming from afar, and 3 powerful gases were colliding. Bike's face became more and more tangled, and finally as Tenunx's chi weakened, he gritted his teeth and quickly fed the last super fairy bean to Sun Gohan. After a few breaths, Sun Gohan woke up from his coma. "Uncle Vic, where are they, Daddy?" Sun Gohan jumped twice, and then asked. "They are fighting Shiryu." Cyborg 17 spoke. Rumble. Hearing this, Sun Gohan's eyes froze, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and flew directly into the distance. "Keep up," Vic said and hurried to follow. After a while, the three arrived on the battlefield one after the other. "Dad, you..." Sun Gohan saw that Sun Wukong's body was already shaky, and it seemed that he was about to fall, and if it weren't for the unconscious past Vegeta and Tenunx behind him, he would probably have been unable to support it. Because he knew that if he fell, not only would he die, but Vegeta and Trunks would die as well. "Gohan." Sun Wukong glanced back at Sun Gohan in the sky and smiled gratifyingly. Then, slowly closed his eyes and fell down. Sun Gohan hurriedly rushed over, caught Sun Goku, and then asked the later Vic to take a few people who fainted out from the battlefield. "Sun Gohan." Shailu glanced at Sun Gohan with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "Shailu, I will definitely kill you to avenge No 16. Sun Gohan roared. "Humph!" Shiryu snorted coldly and turned around to run away. How could Sun Gohan let him escape? A dodge instantly arrived in front of Shailu, and a seemingly simple punch blasted out. Bang! Super Saiyan 1's Sun Gohan's suppression is not too strong for Shiryu, so this punch easily sees the trajectory of the action, and the punch comes out at the same time. This punch made the air shake, and the two of them retreated 100 or 200 meters one after another. "How? Can't you transform into the state you were in before?" Shailu's eyes flashed, and he spoke up tentatively. If Sun Gohan can no longer transform into Super Saiyan 2, then he has absolute confidence to wipe out this little reptile. "Oh, as you wish." Sun Gohan smiled coldly, and the explosion transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the electric light around his body crackled and exploded, and at this moment his strength increased I don't know how many times. Feeling Sun Gohan's breath, Shiryu's eyes narrowed. He knew that he couldn't beat Sun Gohan at present, and it was really difficult to escape. Let's fight a containment war. The only good thing is that Shiryu feels that he has Vic recovery, injuries, or anything, he should be able to recover very quickly. So, this is the only important point for him to win. Shailu, who had already made a decision, did not kill Sun Gohan instead. A good show is about to be staged. At this time, Suya outside the field had his hands behind his back, indifferently looking at the fighting Shailu and Sun Gohan, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Shailu, who no longer evaded, would rely on Sun Gohan to fight while slowly growing his strength. After all, this guy has Scion cells in his body, and the most buggy thing about Scions is that after being abused, there will be growth. So, what follows will be Shiryu's most painful time. Bang bang! Just as Suya thought, even Shailu, who was in a complete physical state, had no power to fight back at all in the hands of Sun Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state. Gohan he! Too strong! Seeing Shiryu, who had been beaten and couldn't fight back, not only Klin sighed, but everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh. In their eyes, Sun Wukong can be said to be the most powerful person besides Suya. And Shailu easily crushed Sun Wukong, and at this time, he was beaten by Gohan, who was only a few years old. This scene, how not to shock everyone. Shailu! You are too weak. Sun Gohan slammed a fist on Shailu, and an incomparably cold voice reached his ears. Abominable! Damn it! Why? Why is this little crawler so powerful? The anger and fear in Shailu's heart rose at the same time, and his momentum also became stronger and stronger. The second bug of the Scions is manifested, that is, the state of anger, and the strength is even stronger. Ha! Shiryu quickly retreated a few hundred meters, bent over and clenched his fists and roared. As his roar sounded, Shailu's body swelled, much stronger and more mature than before. Crawler! Should I thank you? Shailu laughed grimly, and now, he felt a very powerful force surging in his body. Hey! Sun Gohan sneered, still not putting Shiru in his eyes, raised his breath again, and then rushed over. A punch with golden flame blasted out and directly bombarded Shailu. Your speed is too slow. Sun Gohan saw Shailu's shortcomings at a glance and said coldly. Bang! Another punch, and Shailu's whole person flew out upside down. What about slow? My strength is stronger than before, I don't know how much, now, I am confident that I can kill you with one punch. Shailu laughed loudly. Sun Gohan's 2 punches just now did not cause him any damage, it was completely painless and itchy. You'll find out later. Sun Gohan rushed over again, and Shailu flew into the sky, and the two fought in the sky. Although Shailu's speed has slowed down a lot, it is still unimaginably fast for Vic and them, so the fight between the two looks like a flash of light in their eyes, and they can't see the live battle at all. Suyi, how was the battle between Gohan and Shiru? Klin asked worriedly. 6/4. Suya said lightly, and did not say who was 6 and who was 4. Hearing this, Klin's face turned dark, and he glanced at Suya but didn't ask more, but looking at his urgent appearance, lazily laughed on the side. Hearing Lazily's laughter, Suya looked back and found that the woman's gaze was on him, which made him a little puzzled. Lazily, are you laughing at me? You're a nasty. Lazily smiled, it's only half talking, how do we know who is 6 and who is 4? Gohan 6, Shiru 4. Suya pursed his lips and said. Seeing Suya say it, Klin and Tianjinmeal immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but Klin looked at Suya's little eyes with some sorrow. Suya saw his gaze, smiled in his heart, did not say anything, turned back to look at the battle in the field. Both Shailu and Sun Gohan are getting more and more excited, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. But in Suya's eyes, he saw something different. In fact, Sun Gohan, this little guy, actually has absolute speed and strength to burst Shailu, but he doesn't. Because he is using Shiru as his own whetstone, as the two fight, he gradually controls the Super Saiyan 2 realm perfectly. The gifted little guy is worthy of being Goku's son. Suya nodded in praise. The 6th is more sent, the internet cafe is too noisy. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 072. The time lasted another 10 minutes, and Shiru had already seen Gohan's careful thoughts, and retreated hundreds of meters with a gloomy face, looking at Gohan coldly. It seems that you have already seen my intentions. Sun Gohan laughed, in that case, I have almost perfectly controlled the realm of Super Saiyan 2 anyway. Rumble. An even more powerful momentum burst out, and before Sun Gohan could come to his senses, he instantly rushed in front of him and punched him directly through his abdomen. Abominable little reptile! I will definitely slaughter you. Shailu was still hard-mouthed, and although several mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth, he was still very strong and did not admit defeat at all. In this regard, Sun Gohan just smiled coldly. In this state, he is not only very strong, but also very inflated. Gohan, don't tell him more, he has my cells and his recovery ability is very strong. Vic roared to the side. Hearing Bike's words, Sun Gohan smiled lightly, did not care too much, and turned around. Uncle Bike, don't worry, even if Shailu is strong in recovery, he will not be able to get benefits in my hands. Hearing this, Vic shook his head with a wry smile. He is himself, and naturally understands how perverted his ability to recover is. Well, I'm not going to waste any more time. Sun Gohan turned around and rushed towards Shailu, and his momentum burst out, seemingly ready to solve this guy Shailu. When Sun Gohan left, Shailu sneered, already ready to use his backhand. Since it is not an opponent, Then, let's all die together. Thinking of this, Shalo suddenly rushed towards Sun Wuhan, and the crazy look on his face made Suya outside the field raise his eyebrows. It seems that this guy wants to blow himself up and die together. However, Suya knew that this guy did not succeed in self-detonation, but improved his strength, and thus completely tied with Sun Gohan of Super Saiyan 2. Little reptiles, let's all die. Ha ha ha. Shuru rushed over, roared, opened his hands as if embracing something, and burst out a world-destroying energy on his body. Not good. Shuru wants to blow himself up. Not good. Shuru wants to blow himself up. Seeing this, the 17th and 18th inside and outside the field exclaimed at the same time. What? Hearing this, Vic suddenly panicked. Gohan! Come on! Shalo, he is going to blow himself up! Vic roared hard. Hearing this, Son Gohan's face changed, although he could easily defeat Shalo, but this self-explosion, I am afraid that he really could not resist. Die, little reptile! Let's all die! Shalo laughed viciously, and his body suddenly swelled rapidly. Rumble! A loud explosion exploded in midair, and then the aftermath dispersed. Thundered. Oops! Son Gohan glanced back and stepped forward to stop it with his body, but it was of no use at all, and after the shock wave of this explosion was strongly pressed, everyone did not escape this explosion disaster. It's over. Klin's body trembled, and a sad look appeared on his face. I don't know if the Divine Dragon can empty them and resurrect them. Tianjin Rice is too rational, the first time I thought of it. Soon, the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and a cloud of dust drifted through the air. Wait! Klin looked towards the field, and the sadness on his face instantly turned into an excited expression. They're not dead. The self-detonation power of this guy Shalo is not enough to destroy Goku them. Tianjin Fan looked over and immediately roared in surprise. Ha ha ha! Klin and the others outside the field were happy, as long as they didn't die, it was a very good thing. While everyone was happy, Suya noticed a small thing, suspected to be like an embryo. No need to guess, he knew that this was Shuru. Shout! Suya flashed and came to Sun Wuhan and the others, and fed them super fairy beans one by one, and soon a group of people recovered, and their faces were full of surprise. Gohan, you did it! Sun Wukong came to Sun Wuhan, reached out and patted his shoulder, and praised, I believe that soon, you little guy will be better than me. Sun Gohan scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. Suddenly his eyes froze, and he turned his head to look at a place, and an embryo-like thing was slowly condensing into a person. What? Shuru is resurrected again. Vic looked over, his face suddenly changed. He didn't die by blowing himself up, so how can he kill him? Ding! Kill Shuru in the form of lightning in seconds and reward 1 million exchange points. Note that the host must be a lightning deal to receive the mission reward. Just as Shalo gradually condensed and formed, Suyi's mind suddenly sounded the sweet and beautiful voice of the system. Million. Exchange point. WOC. System, you will be so generous. However, how many seconds is a flash deal? You have to say a time limit. In Suyi's opinion, solving the battle within a minute can be regarded as a second kill. Because, before a minute, it is counted as a second time. Therefore, this naturally becomes a second kill to solve the battle in 1 minute. The host, your explanation is indeed a little thick-skinned. Within 3 seconds, if the host cannot kill Shalo in the lightning form in seconds, then the reward will be invalid. The system complained, and then explained it seriously. Okay. Accept. Suya nodded, and his mind returned to reality. During the communication with the system, Shalo has been completely formed, and the electric light around his body crackles and explodes, and he is almost a Super Saiyan 2 in this form, and his strength is not much different from the strength of Son Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state. He's 2. Super Saiyan 2? Vic saw the lightning bolts around him, and his eyes were similar to Gohan's eyes before, all staring at the things in front of him with a gesture of observance. What a powerful force! Lightning Shailu clenched his fists. He had the illusion that with a punch, he was able to directly penetrate the entire earth with the power of his flesh. Shailu, you have actually transformed. Sun Wuhan scolded, and just stepped forward to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but Suya stopped him and said lightly, "This guy, I'll solve it." Solve the lightning shrew in 3 seconds, then Suya naturally has to transform into Super Saiyan 3, so he didn't think about it, directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and under everyone's shocked eyes, he made the action of launching Turtle Pi Qigong waves. At the same time, the system began to count. 3. Turtle. 2. Pi. I. Wave. Rumble. Host, although I know that you have this strength, but you clearly do not play cards according to the routine. Suya didn't finish the words, and at the last second, he directly jumped 2 words and said the word wave, only to see that a turtle faction Qigong wave still appeared in his palm, and he bombarded Shailu. Ugh! Shailu's screams sounded, and they completely turned into flying ash under Suya's blow. 1 million exchange points, thank you. Suya grinned, but he didn't need to shout those words. He also emitted turtle school Qigong waves every second. Ding! The system reward has arrived. The system replied dryly, and then there was no movement. Suya didn't care, didn't he play cards according to the routine once, he really didn't feel any bad influence. The exchange point has arrived, and the shrew incident is completely over. Go back and celebrate today. Suya turned around and found that the atmosphere was a little stiff, which made him look down and think for a while, and then raised his head and waved his fist and roared. Good! After Suya's roar, the scene remained silent for 2 seconds, and then everyone responded loudly. The shrew chapter is officially over. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 073. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Suya took the time to put together the 7 Dragon Balls, and this time the Divine Dragon could make 3 wishes every day due to the replacement of the Heavenly God. The first Suyesu is to resurrect all the ordinary people who died at the hands of Shrew this time, and the second wish is to remove the bombs in the body of the artificial man number 17 and number 18 lazuli. As for the third wish, he really didn't expect anything good, so he directly chose not to make this wish. Soon, the time came in the evening, and a party was held led by Suya, and Sun Wukong's heartstrings that had been tightened for so long could finally be relaxed. Therefore, everyone was very excited about this party. It was enough to play until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and it is worth saying that at this party, number 18 lazuli directly confessed to Suya. This made Bulma and Madoko have a slightly strange expression on their faces, but they were not jealous of anything, and directly expressed to Lazuli that they were very welcome to join the big family. Honestly, with the addition of Lazuli, the 2 of us can't fight that guy, so what about the 3 of you? The 3 women leaned aside and whispered. A chick of Lazuli was naturally teased by Bulma and Madoko, and said vigorously, "Sister, don't be like this." Everyone burst out laughing. After the party, Suya, who was full of alcohol, put his arm around the waist of Bulma and Lazuli's water snake, and together with Mahuming, who was holding the little girl, he directly used teleportation to return to his home in Zidu. At 4 o'clock in the morning, with a cry of pain and pleasure from Lazuli, she officially completed a transformation from a girl to a young woman. When I woke up the next morning, the 3 women of Bulma were lying vertically on the big bed, and their perfect bodies were revealed in front of Suya's eyes. I got up so early. Suya shook his head, went into the bathroom to wash, and then walked out to take a look at the time. It turned out to be around 9 o'clock in the morning. You know, last night he tossed with Bulma and them for at least 3 hours. So, he only slept for a maximum of 2 or 3 hours. This damn biological clock, Pit Daddy. Suya said helplessly. Once he woke up, it would be difficult to fall asleep again, so for so many years, he had never experienced the feeling of returning to sleep. Since he woke up, Suya would not be too entangled in this problem, and after eating some breakfast casually, he entered the cultivation room. In the cultivation room, Suya did not enter the cultivation state for the first time, but began to think about the subsequent plot development. If he remembered correctly, 7 years after the end of the Shalo chapter, with the opening of the world's first martial arts conference, the Bu chapter officially opened. 7 years is definitely enough time for me to grow to a very terrifying point. Suya was very confident, and Bu was like a child in front of him, and there was no way to fight back at all. However, if he were to solve the problem, he would naturally not do it. He wants Goku to grow up and grow to the point where he can compete with him. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball, he is the protagonist, and the growth is definitely very strong. Therefore, cultivating him into his opponent was what Suya had always planned. The days without opponents are needless to say how lonely it is. Starting to cultivate, Suya was only one step away from completely controlling the 9 Yang Divine skill. As long as he completely controlled it, then his physique would be automatically promoted to the 9 Yang Divine body. At that time, he will almost be able to practice the next exercise. With such a heaven-defying thing as the system, Suya naturally didn't have to worry about whether the other divine bodies would conflict if he practiced the next exercise. Therefore, if he can perfectly control a divine skill as soon as possible, he is naturally willing to control it as soon as possible. An hour later, Suya left the cultivation room. This time, the results of his cultivation were average, but Suya didn't ask too much for the time being, and came to a stone bench in the backyard and sat down. System, I want to receive today's login package. Speaking of which, Suya forgot to receive the gift package 2 days ago due to something, and in retrospect, he naturally died of flesh pain. The point is that the system did not remind him that this is the most rigid. Ding! The daily random login pack is being delivered. Congratulations host, you got a diamond level bundle for today's random login package. The gift package has been delivered to the host of your space package, please pay attention to check. A series of prompt tones sounded in Suyi's mind. Hey? It turned out to be a diamond level package. When Suya heard the system's prompt tone, he was stunned at first, and then he was surprised to enter the system space and click on the package column. Diamond level gift package, control the second stage of the immortal body, the Northern Hades divine skill, 100,000 exchange points, 10,000 super immortal beans. This diamond level package should belong to the top diamond pack, and the contents are simply explosive. Compared with the last diamond package, it is completely one heaven and one underground. What is the second stage of the immortal body? Suya was more hungry for this thing. As for the follow-up North Hades divine skill, to be honest, he didn't have much interest. After opening this gift package, a large number of system prompts sounded, and Suya hotly opened the function of the second stage of the immortal body to introduce it. Immortal body stage 2, the body is eternal and immortal, and the healing power is 500%. The introduction is just 2 sentences, very simple. However, it made Suyi's whole person stunned. Groove. The second stage of this immortal body is too terrifying. Suya crossed for the first time in so many years. From this, it could be seen how shocked he was in the second stage of this immortal body. Chapter 8, although it is 8 chapters, but each chapter is more than 2,200, some 2,500 words count, it can be said that it is actually updated 9 chapters. Sincerely ask for a subscription. Chapter 074. He remembered that the second stage of the immortal body he had before, only had a single attribute with 200% healing ability. You know, just this single attribute, that is also a very buggy ability. It was as if he had suffered a very serious injury, and I am afraid that he would heal in minutes. Of course, in so many years, he has indeed not been injured once. If you have to say anything, the last time I faced Shailu, I didn't rest much, suffered a little loss, and I wasn't injured. Don't look at the uselessness of this immortal body at the current stage. In fact, the later the stage, the more this immortal body can definitely show his horror. Between masters, fighting at the same level, one is afraid of injury, the other is not afraid of injury, so everyone should understand the importance of this. I don't know if this immortal body will have a third stage. Suya looked forward to it. The first stage has a single attribute, the second stage has 2 attributes. If this is the third stage, will it have a third attribute? Expect. Suya, very much looking forward to it. After studying the second stage of the immortal body, Suya had completely mastered this ability, and then looked at the Northern Darkness Divine Skill. Northern Hades Divine Skill, the highest martial art of the Xiao Ao school in Mr. Jin Yang's novel Dragon Babu. The divine skill is so powerful, even the virtual bamboo that is not yet familiar with the skill can suck the Tian Shan Tong Mu and Li Qia Shui with deep internal strength. That's all there is to it, it's very simple. Suya glanced at it and directly put this thing elsewhere. Absorb the internal power of others. This Dragon Ball world has the internal power of a fart. Moreover, even if you can absorb the chi of others, what is the use? Not to mention, if Suya remembered correctly, practicing this thing required the internal strength, or true chi, that he practiced at his own expense, and then transformed it into the northern true chi. This thing is really useless to Suya. Put it first, if it's really useless, throw it directly into the system space and recycle it. Suya quickly made a decision, no longer thinking about it, although there were many other things in the diamond gift bag, they were just some small things, so it was worth him to see more, got up and came to the inner room. Boom! A large clock hanging in the living room of the inner room struck a bell, which was the sound of the hour. Hey? It's already 11. Suya was stunned, feeling that this time had passed too quickly. Li Yulai is almost out of school, and she will leave for a trip in the near future, so naturally she will bring her little baby with her. Suya laughed, put his index finger and middle finger together, a little of his eyebrows, disappeared in his home in an instant, and appeared in the next second, and had arrived at the gate of the kindergarten where the little girl was studying. Due to the crowd, no one noticed Suya, who suddenly appeared beside him. However, at 11:15, kindergarten was dismissed. Dad. After a while, one by one the parents took their children home, but Suya never received it, which surprised him a little. But soon, a childish girl's voice sounded in his ears, and he instantly sensed it, looked up, good fellow, this Nizai was floating at least 1,000 meters in the air. If it weren't for his amazing eyesight, he would never have seen this little girl. However, what made Suya strange was that where did this little girl learn the sound transmission technique? He didn't remember teaching the girl, not even Bulma and Madoko. Soon, Suya teleported to the sky thousands of meters high, and the little girl flew into his arms and rubbed it comfortably with her little head. Let's not go to class for now, let's go on a trip as a family. Suya rubbed the little girl's head, looked down, and found that she actually tied a cute double ponytail, and she really had a feeling of being cute little loli. Oi! Li Yulai is going on a trip with her father. The little girl came to Suya excitedly, and then Byaji kissed him on the cheek. Ha ha ha! Suya laughed. Back home, Bulma's 3 daughters had also woken up. Hello Aunt Lazuli. The little girl jumped down from Suyi's arms, first said hello to Bulma and Mahuxiao, and then shouted sweetly to Lazuli. Li Yulai is so good. Hello to you. Lazuli responded with a generous smile. Li Yulai, I'm going to change my mouth in the future. Bulma squatted down and took the little girl into her arms and smiled. The little girl stretched out her finger and put it into her little mouth and bit it, and then tilted her head and shouted sweetly, Mother Lazuli. Hearing this, Lazuli's mother, Lazali's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then responded coquettishly, and she lowered her head and stopped talking. Bulma, everything should be packed, right? Suya asked. Packed up, ready to go. Bulma smiled and nodded. Okay. Suyabai made an okay gesture, then took the capsule handed by Bulma, teleported to the backyard position, and dropped the capsule on the ground. Bang! A spaceship appeared, and it was the spaceship he started. Traveling on Earth, Suya has already taken Bulma and Madoko to play with them, and there is basically nothing to do. Therefore, this trip, Suya had already decided to go to the universe. In what he knows, there are many habitable planets in the galaxy in the Dragon Ball world, and there are more alien creatures. Experiencing the alien scenery has always been what Bulma thinks. Now, the family is officially on their journey. Planet Brado, the first alien planet that Suya has set to visit, is not too far from Earth and has beautiful scenery enough for them to spend months or even a year playing. Half a month later, the spacecraft stopped on the outskirts of the planet Brado. The spaceship in front quickly stopped. The planet Brader has been chartered by King Gula, and all foreign tourists are prohibited from entering. A roar sounded in front of Suyi's spaceship. Hey! King Gula! Is it that brother of Frisia, Gula? Hearing the name said by this roadblocker, Suya raised his eyebrows, and a funny smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really that Gura, and this first trip is really interesting. Because if this guy doesn't provoke him, it's okay, and if he does, it just happens to reunite their family in hell. Chapter 075. He didn't know if this Gula had heard of him, but presumably, as long as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, I was afraid he should be able to understand. Unfortunately, you can't survive in a cosmic vacuum. This ghost setting is really uncomfortable enough. Suya shook his head with a bitter smile, otherwise he went directly out of the spaceship to see who dared to stop him. However, speaking of this, he remembered that Bardock was fighting Frisia outside of Vegeta. Wasn't that in the universe? Perhaps? Can you try? Suya mobilized the situation outside to take a look, and the video was mapped to his spaceship, a large group of alien races holding laser guns or laser cannons, or traditional ancient weapons floating outside the planet. It's embarrassing to meow. Suya shook his head and said that he was speechless. It turned out that for a long time, everything had bugs, or was it the news that ordinary creatures in the Dragon Ball anime in the previous life could not survive in the universe? Was it just a gimmick of the old man? Hosts, they are currently in the stratosphere of a planet. Note, every planet has oxygen in its stratosphere. When Suya felt embarrassed, the sweet and beautiful voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Suya blinked his eyes. Stratosphere. What is that? To be honest, whether in his past life or in this life, he really had never heard of the stratosphere thing. In short, there really is no survival in the universe. All you need to know is that these alien beings are all outside the planet with oxygen. The system explains a sentence. Okay, count me uneducated. Suya was a little embarrassed, put his index finger and middle finger together a little of his eyebrows, and then disappeared into the spaceship. Shout! In the next second, when Suya reappeared, he was already in front of a large group of alien creatures outside the spaceship. Well, there's really oxygen. Suya took a deep breath, and then muttered in his heart. Hey, you're the owner of this spaceship? An alien creature that looked very much like a toad came forward carrying a rocket launcher and looked at Suya coldly. Suya nodded. Oh, be sensible, it's best to get out of the way quickly, otherwise King Gula will be angry and destroy your race. This toad monster said coldly. Hearing this, Suya pursed his lips, stretched out his hand and was just about to make a move, but when he saw the rash on the face of this toad monster, he suddenly became an agitated spirit, took a step back from a distance, and used an energy cannon to directly kill him. For this kind of combat power is only a few hundred, just 1,000 Suya wants to kill, it is simply not too easy. Moreover, such threatening words also dared to say in front of him, didn't you look for it? Abominable. He actually made a move. Rumble. Several alien creatures roared, but Suya stretched out a finger, and the energy cannon swept out horizontally, and everyone around became flying ash. Without obstacles, Suya teleported back into the spaceship, and then flew to the sky blue tourism planet. High in the sky, Suya sent a miniature probe to the planet to collect information, and found that this planet is worthy of being a well-known tourism planet. It's not just the good air, but the ecological environment is not enough. Just when Suya was hesitating to go to this planet where to settle, he was greeted by a spaceship that also flew in. Looking at the sign, it was the symbol of the Space Thief Army. Well, that is, the sign of gangs such as Frisia. It seems that the king of Gula that those shrimp soldiers and crabs will say before is indeed the brother of Frisia, Gula. Stop the spaceship ahead. The voice suddenly came, and Suya shook his head and laughed. Since this Gula died, he was embarrassed not to let their father and son reunite in hell. Shout! Teleporting out of the spacecraft, Suya didn't say much nonsense, a Qigong cannon came down, and the entire spacecraft exploded directly. Hey? Didn't even die? Suya raised his eyebrows, looking at an alien creature in surprise. This guy was Frisia's brother Gula, 2 brothers. No, it should be said that the father and son all look very similar and are very recognizable. However, this blow did not kill Gula in seconds, which did make Suya a little surprised. Who are you? Tail. Are you a scion? Gula was terrified, kept gasping for air, and was almost scared to death by Suyi's sudden blow just now, glanced at him, and noticed that when Suyi's tail wrapped around his waist, his face changed in vain. Their clan and the Scion clan are not the same enemies of heaven. Not to mention the legend that their ancestor was killed by a super scion. In recent years, he has received news that his father and brother have been killed by scion. It seems that you are really a scion monkey, hey. Although it's strange why your strength is so strong, but in my eyes. Gula quickly calmed down. Although he was startled just now, he thought that this scion had just attacked him by surprise, which caused that terrifying scene. That's a lot of words. Suya shook his head and smiled, stepped forward gently, grabbed it with one hand, directly grabbed Gula's head, slowly lifted him up, and smiled lightly. You also happened to have a reunion with your father and brother in hell when you died, so you should thank me. Nope. Gula roared, terrified. At this point, he really regretted that he had stopped the spaceship. But even if you regret it, it's all too late. Bang! Suya lit a fire in his palm and directly burned Gula into a ball of ashes. At this time, the breeze blew and the ashes drifted away. 9 Yang True Fire, after practicing the 9 Yang Divine Accomplishment, was born in his body and controlled by him. From this point, it can be seen that this is indeed very different from the Zhuyang Shengong in the original world novel. Wait! There is such a big difference between this Zhuyang divine skill. Maybe I can really try to see how the North Hades divine skill feels. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and his thoughts suddenly came. At least 5 more today, because there is something to deal with. Yesterday's 8 changes, is it cool to watch? Ha ha ha, wait until things are done, keep coming. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A.